1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, folks, what's going on? So let me mute this. So you guys ready? You want me to drop the link, or you guys got questions? Oh, let me do this first. Where is Senator Truth? He wanted to come in for an hour. He's supposed to be here. So this Senator of Truth. I can't find him. I can't find him. Let's see if yeah, I wanted the Senator of Truth come in, but I'll drop the link. I can't find him. He's supposed to be here. But I'll drop the link in about a minute. Let me see if I can find Senator of the Truth real quick. And if he's unavailable, then I will drop the link. I told him that I was going to open a hangout at 7. But I do not see him. The swirlers are out in force, boy. I don't know what it's about that. I don't know what it was about that Jet Magazine article, man, but they went absolutely freaking nuts. And then I got Brooklyn Blue actually dropped me a message in my BGS for women. Somebody must have sent her there, talking shit. Huh. Let me see if I can find him on my email. There he is. Let's see. Just give me a minute, y'all. All right. We'll see how that works. Well, you know, if he comes in, I'll mute everybody else and let him talk. But till he comes in, we can go ahead and have a hang. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff you guys want to talk about. I thought the Section 8 week was crazy, man. And this week has absolutely been bizarre. I don't even know what they get upset about, man. Talk about IR dating. I thought they would agree with most of it, but they have actually gone nuts. Egypt Ann is a fool, man. Egypt Ann is a fool, man. She's a single mother. They got booted out of the. I think she's in the army. She got pregnant and they booted her out. So how you go to the boot camp? How do you go to the army, man, and get in boot camp and get fucking pregnant, man? I don't get it. Anyway, what do we do about what, Killer Red?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What up, BGS?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much, man. I'm still tight about Game 4 last night. That was some bullshit.
Why?
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the very first quarter, all those damn fouls being called. Really, 22 free throws in the first quarter. Really?
Yeah.
Come on now.
You're not used to playoff basketball, huh?
No, I'm watching playoff basketball every single year, but they don't. The last time that many fouls was called was Game 6 in 2002 Western Conference Finals. In one quarter?
Mm-hmm.
No.
It depends on a lot of it depends on what they did last game, number one. Number two, if you're gonna close out a team, if you're gonna sweep a team, they're gonna make it difficult for you.
Yeah. And the Cavs was hitting every damn thing.
Well, they were, like I said, they hit 20. If you hit, I think it hit 24 3-pointers.
24, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna lose anyway, so it really doesn't matter. So what the refs did doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
They scored 100. They scored 38 points. 130 was it 100?
It was like 130. I think it was like 137 or something.
Yeah. See that the record is 141. Was the Memorial Day massacre back in the 80s.
Yeah.
So they damn near broke that record.
Yeah.
So they were, they made it easy on the ref. In fact, well, hell, Golden State got their Golden State got away with a lot because two of their players should have been kicked out anyway. Because they know damn well. Was Jaja Pachula for punching what's his name?
That's one. That's one. Who's the other one?
And then Green, man, they know that everybody the official scorer had Green as having his first technical foul.
I agree. I don't like that second one. I don't think that's a tech though. Like he was just waving his hand.
That is a technical foul.
No, they stopped doing that after they tried that for a couple of years.
But a ref can call it technical because he had been barking, man, the whole game long.
Yeah, he does. I don't know why he does that so goddamn. That bugs the shit out of me.
He should have. He should have got ejected for elbowing homeboy in the face. He should have got elbow. He should have got kicked out for that one. That was a flagrant too. He should have got booted for that. So basically.
I mean, one could say I would agree that's a flagrant. I don't agree that's a flagrant too, because it wasn't like he was facing him and he swung and hit his face or something.
You play basketball?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. That's a flagrant too. Forearm in somebody's face like that's a flagrant too. You got your peripheral vision is way too good not to see somebody behind you. That's how come he extended his arm back. He knew the dude was there. It's a flagrant too. They let him get away with it because he should have been booted out. Because whatever's on that official sheet, because the referees go over that official sheet at halftime to say that there was a wrong technical on the wrong guy is bullshit.
Well, what they had to say about that, I think the lead official of the league said that they do it, but they don't have to do it. I think that's what SportsCenter said.
That's bullshit.
So.
That's both two technicals at any level of basketball you're booted. You only get is two, and everybody knows everybody. If everybody, including especially the referees, look at the school because at halftime they have to rectify the scores, who scored what, fouls and everything has to be rectified at halftime before you go into that's in league basketball. Because I've scored even in Park League basketball, the referees always come over and check the sheet, see who's got fouls, who's got techs, how many points each have, because they check it because because referees balance out free throws because they'll look at the sheet and says, okay, we called too many fouls in the first half. So we got okay, we got too many fouls going on, so we're gonna have to let them play a little bit in the second half. They looked at that sheet to say that you didn't know that Green had a technical foul is bullshit, man. But they let him get away with a lot. So Golden State doesn't have anything to complain about. That's how come they didn't complain. They know they got away with a whole lot of shit.
Well, they did. Well, they did get a lot of free. They actually got more free throws than the Cavs by the end of the game.
Yeah.
But that first quarter was the officiating all game was terrible both ways because that backcourt with Kyrie, that was obvious. I don't know what the fuck the ref was looking at.
That was awful. They let him play. Okay, they let him play. So the thing is, I looked at it and said, okay, a closeout game was always a scrum. Okay, yeah. It's always a scrum. If you're gonna sweep a team, you're gonna have to fight tooth and nail, unless the other team lays down and rolls over. So I didn't expect anything less. I said, how much playoff basketball do you watch, man? Because it's hard for you to sweep a team. That's how come it's difficult. So and give.
Well, the sweeps this year haven't been hard, to be honest.
See what?
I said the sweeps this year that's been happening in the playoffs. They haven't been. The opposing team haven't been putting up much of a fight
because the league is unbalanced.
Is that a bad thing for the league?
Yes, especially since you passed all these rules to balance out the small market teams. You're not supposed to have any super teams because you basically destroyed the Lakers because you wanted to have a balance. That's how come it keeps coming back up. Because the small market teams rebelled. That's how come they blew up that Chris Paul trade.
Yeah, but I would argue that there's always been super teams. It's just the players didn't do it by themselves.
They passed rules against having super teams because the small market teams rebelled. That's how come they went on strike in the first place. And so for you to have two super teams again, that means you screwed up. In other words, you destroyed a franchise, a franchise for years, so that you get rules passed to prevent super teams, and you have even a bigger super team, which is in Golden State. And Golden State's got plenty of Silicon Valley money to keep a super team around for a long, long time. In fact, half of those, if they wanted $1 billion, they could just have a fundraiser amongst all those Silicon Valley guys, and they could raise $1 billion easy and never even sweat it.
Well, Kevin Durant's already come out and said he's willing to take a $40 million a year cut just so they can keep Andre Iguodala and Sean Livingston. So and I've talked about this in my video, like if guys are not thinking with their ego, I think super teams are inevitable once they become free agents. Like if guys just say, screw it, I just want to win a ring and I'm willing to take a cut, then I'm going to go and join whoever. And I don't care. I don't care who clowns me because, to be quite frank, 10 or 20 years, people are going to get over it. They're not going to remember.
The thing is, the only thing that screwed up Stern and Silver, and in fact, Silver went to great lengths last year to prevent what happened. Golden State is just a fait accompli. Golden State is gonna to keep that team together. It's gonna cost them like $500 million just to keep that team together for the next couple of years.
And they'll pay the luxury tax. They'll do it happily if they're winning championships or they're contending for championships.
That's what I know. Silicon Valley has a ton of money,
right?
And they will do it because Golden State has been before this team won up in San Francisco, up in Oakland or Golden State. The last team was Rick Barry in '75. So they had waited a long, long time. So there's too much money there.
Right. Do you and they talking about? I don't know how much you know about the CBA. I don't know much about the CBA that happened last year, but they were saying like the CBA agreement last season was the reason why Kevin Durant and the salary cap, I guess, was the reason why he was able to go.
They brought in way more money than projected. That's why. In other words, the cap, there's a certain percentage the players have to get.
Right.
And they they grossly underestimated the amount of money that the TV contracts were going to bring in. So when it popped up, the league revenues came in, found out that they were grossly underpaying the players' portion. So they had to boost up a whole bunch of players' money that allowed Kevin Durant to go. Otherwise, he couldn't have gone.
I also think everyone expected him to think with his ego and not go to the team that beat him in the Western Conference Finals. I think that threw everyone for a loop.
Well, he didn't like playing with Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, I mean, who would? Who would like to play with him?
It depends. I think James Harden would love to play with him.
James, no way, because those are two ball dominant guards.
They like playing with each other.
Back when James Harden was a sixth man, he was coming off the bench. Yes,
they're two LA guys. They like playing with each other.
I don't see how that working because both of them need 30 shots a game. I don't now as Harden as his own MVP caliber player. I don't know.
They're like I say, they grew up playing with each other. They like each other.
Okay.
The two LA guys, they fit fine. The only reason Harden left is because they didn't want to pay him.
What was it, $4 million total? The owners were being cheap.
Because it's a small market team. It's Oklahoma, and they knew what they would have to pay him, and they didn't want to pay. I don't know how close they were to the luxury tax, but they gambled, and LA would have never done that. You don't trade a winning hand. You don't throw it in for pieces.
Well, to be fair to the owner, that Harden wasn't an MVP caliber player when he was coming off the bench. He was decent, but he was inconsistent.
Everybody knew Harden was a stud. I knew Harden was a stud when he was at Arizona State. That's why they drafted him. They knew he's a stud. He's a stud. You just had these three guys just brought you to a championship. You lost to a good I think it was a Miami team. Yep. Yeah, you lost to a good. Yeah. Why would you throw away a team that just went to the finals?
Because the owner was being cheap. He didn't want to pay the $4 million to keep Harden.
Yeah, exactly.
$4 million total, not $4 million a year. $4 million total.
Yeah. Stupid. And I said,
I thought it was, to keep Ibaka over Harden.
That's stupid. That's like trading Kobe Bryant when he's up for renegotiation. No, they kept him. You keep him.
Yeah, you're right. LA would never do that. No way.
LA would have never done that. It was a mistake, and they suffered for it. They haven't been back since. That's another reason that Durant left.
Do you think, because there's been a lot of speculation about LeBron either going to the Clippers or to the Lakers after next season? What do you think about that?
I just can't see LeBron leaving Cleveland again. I just can't, because he's 14 years in. How many more years is he going to play?
I don't know, man. Like he hasn't had a major injury in his entire career. The dude is like Superman. But I think when he does come, I think his performance is going to fall off a cliff. It won't be a steady decline. Like Kobe, he was doing good, and then he got injury after season injury.
Mm-hmm.
It just fell off a cliff, and I think that'll happen to LeBron.
Once Kobe's his Achilles went, that's a death signal for That's a death signal for a basketball player. I've never seen anybody tear his Achilles and come back. And plus, the major thing was his Achilles, but the major thing about his shooting was his shoulder. His shoulder's gone, but they never talked about that. He admitted that. In fact, I got in trouble because I tweeted that out. He announced it, and I tweeted. I kind of put it out on a tweet that they knew his shoulder was gone, and they played him anyway. And that's because everybody's one that said it's what if you can't move or play defense, that's one thing, but it's one thing that a basketball player never loses is his shot, unless there's something wrong with his hands or his shoulder.
Right.
Because you don't have to, if you've been shooting for 20 years, you can shoot in a rocking chair. So if your shot is off, that means something wrong. So there's something wrong with your shoulder or your hands. And normally it's the shoulder. And it was his shoulder's gone. That's like when he had to retire. He couldn't shoot anymore. He literally could not shoot anymore.
Right. All right. I'll give somebody else a chance to talk. I don't want to.
Well, they can chime in. I was waiting for Senator Truth, but they can chime in. They can speak up.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You just got to speak up.
Hey, yeah, let me get my notes. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. So yeah, I'm back. Thanks for having me. And
Okay.
yeah, I read this book you suggested.
Which one?
On China by Henry Kissinger.
Oh yeah. Very good
Oh
one.
my god, that was such an informative book. It's like geopolitics.
Yeah.
Short era, so much more consolidated in little thing.
Yeah, I haven't read it.
Anyways,
I haven't read it in about 3 years, but yeah, it's a great book.
I'll get to that question later, but I just have a few questions from your previous hangouts.
Okay.
Where you said the woman makes the culture. So I'm just curious, is there a way out of that?
She transmits the culture.
Right. I mean,
She doesn't make the culture. Men and women together. Okay, there's men normally set the boundaries of the culture. What's acceptable? I think Jamie's got
I mean, is there a way to just get out of that? Because the current system is that the education system educates the culture, and then the culture goes to the woman, and then the woman goes back to the education system. So it's so dumb.
Oh, you talking about the United States or what are you talking about?
In the U.S. especially.
You got different. Okay, the culture, Western culture is global. Okay, there's a whole lot of factors that are in it. Okay, in other words, you can't just by unraveling one thing doesn't mean you're going to change things, because there's two things that make up the culture. And I don't know if you ever looked at my culture videos. I was looking at YouTube's thing, and I think for whatever reason you can only go back 6 months. So I think I got damn near a year and a half of videos, but you can only go back so far. But
I see most of your videos.
Okay.
Well, so you're saying there's no like a direct, simple solution to just change something.
Because you have two different things, right? You have culture is set by our biology as human beings, right? And then the environment, and those two things coming together make up culture. And culture for human beings is artificial, right? So we have changed our environment so much that the only way to get the culture back, and MGTOW is right about this one thing, the only way to set things back is to change the culture, which I don't think will change unless you get a collapse, and nobody wants that. At least not me. I know it's just some crazy ass MGTOWs that think they're going to survive it, but
okay, so you just say there's no simple solution right now.
Basically, there, especially now, there's no solution, because your environment being artificial is going to accelerate. It's going to change by itself. As far as women are concerned, basically, women, I would say, in 20 years, for the most part, will be virtually obsolete. As far as other than maybe for feminine companionships and maybe sex, okay? But in 20 years, they're going to be obsolete, because once the artificial womb has been presented, and with the material that they're building it with is so simple that they can basically mass produce wombs as fast as they want to. They just don't want to. Okay, there's a certain material that they make the wombs out of that the fetus will grow in. Any fetus, if you can grow a goat fetus, it's the same thing as a human fetus. Okay, as long as you get the right amount of nutrients and whatnot, boom. And once they figured out that you can use sperm at any other fertilize basically any cell, basically they can basically make humans at will if they really want to. From scratch. Yeah. They don't need.
I don't want you to repeat yourself as well. I get what you mean.
Yeah. In other words,
I'm gonna move on to my second question.
Okay.
So in your video, I think it was just a previous video from Minuteman, you said there's this black inferiority complex.
Yeah.
And this sort of goes back to my other question. So my question is that is assimilation the answer to that black inferiority complex?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, assimilation is
No,
not.
I mean like the video that the Wendy or the one you just put out from yesterday that it says or just like black the butterfly spirit lady.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
how she hates white men because she's grown up.
Well, she was.
white. And
Well,
so
she was molested by white men, and that's what she said. That's how come
No,
she's.
I think. Well, this is just me. I think that she'd grown up with other white men.
No, she
So
said
she don't see it as
she was
inferiority.
She said she was. Well, the reason she doesn't like white men is because she was molested by a white man when she was 3 and when she was 11. That's what she said. That's what she said. How come she doesn't like them? But she knows them because she grew up around them because her, she's basically Indian. We know Native Americans grow up around white people. Okay, because that's what they blend in.
That's one of my points. So let's say that she. Well, I'm not sure about this, but if she, well, let's just say any other black woman who is grown up around white men, and then she would treat the culture as white people are just white people.
Yeah.
Would that get rid of the what you call the inferiority complex, and women like sort of reassess the culture in that way?
No, because I mean around okay, because I've grown up around white people. I went to school in white schools. With the white people that you know, you're just you. But once you get outside of that box, you know, the white people that you don't know, then you will quickly realize that you're black. Because I went to when I got out of school and I was 18, I went on many job interviews, and they thought I was a white person till I showed up in person. Now I sound black because I've been around worked around black people for like damn near 40 years. So the way I talk has drastically changed from when I got out of high school. So if you listen to Donovan Sharp, I sounded like a version of Donovan Sharp when I got out of high school.
It's like the Brian Gumbel complex.
Even if your circle, let's just say for your whole life, your circle was just okay. What I'm trying to say is like, if everyone really assimilates like sort of equally, would that be the ultimate answer to this in this?
Well, you wouldn't, because you wouldn't have black people anymore.
Right. Yeah. If everyone was mixed and then white is not the superior race. Yeah. Would that inferiority complex?
Yeah. You'd be homogeneous. You'd be Americans, which is what the United States government wants. That would be if you're not considered black anymore, you wouldn't have a black inferiority complex, would you?
Right. That's what I'm trying to say with the butterfly spirit lady who's like half black. So.
Well, she's Native American. She's not black at all.
Oh, okay.
Her children are black because she made it with a black man. So her children are black.
So would her children still have that complex if all the other people around them are mixed?
A lot of it depends on how you look, because it's a phenotype thing. It's not really a genetic thing. It's a phenotype thing. It's how you look. If you look because probably your children will come out looking Hispanic, so they wouldn't have it as much. But like I said, it depends on what you look like. Like guys that are black guys that are literally look like John Wayne, basically wavy hair and blue eyes and whatnot. That they don't. Unless they sound black, they blend in just fine. They don't have it because they don't look it.
And there's no way to get rid of this inferiority complex because everyone's judgmental.
Well, it's in a caste system. It is what it is. Okay, if you are a black man and you're in America, you never feel safe. It is what it is. Every time you see a cop car, it is what it is. And when you don't, because I know there's many a kid that basically were adopted by white people, and they, as long as they were in their neighborhood, they didn't feel, they didn't feel anything. Bro, if you're gonna have noise in the background, mute yourself because we sure can hear you. I think that's Jamie.
Oh no, that's not me.
Okay, whoever's doing stuff in the background, we can hear you. So if you're not talking, mute yourself. If you're gonna be doing a task in the background. Okay. No, in other words, as many a kid that was raised by white people in their neighborhood, they were fine. But once they got out on the road, in fact, there was a very there's a lady that put out a video about her son that he was adopted. He was raised in Denver, and as long as he was in his neighborhood, he's hanging out with white, his white friends and all his white associates. It's fine. He gets stopped by a cop. He tries to assert his American rights, and you're a black man. They damn near beat him to death. So it is what it is.
Okay.
But I think as they start mixing, but the thing is that I think the United States government's going to start cutting down on copy. I mean, you just had a white guy basically strangle a Mexican
Hispanic
to death, man, on film, and you look in his eyes like there was no feeling in his eye. I think there was a sociopath, but
yeah, and I believe the dude he was choking was already bleeding from his nose, so they already knew he couldn't breathe. And then all the white people around him created like this little barricade so nobody could go save his life.
Yeah. I mean, literally, the dude is that his wife is holding his arm. The dude is flailing. And anybody that knows how to put on that knows how to apply a chokehold knows that you cannot put a chokehold on anybody for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you choked him till his body was lifeless, and then tried to make up a story. But the thing was on tape. That is 100% homicide. I don't even know why he's out. They're both guilty of homicide. You can't tell me. I looked at the dude. The dude was looking right into the camera and just waiting for the guy's last breath to go out. You were trying to kill that man. When you did kill him. The fact that you could even put him on a respirator. He didn't turn blue.
Okay, so it's just an environment that you can't change the environment.
The environment would have to change over time. I think with automation coming in and the flattening of the society, because if you're not in the top, I would say 1 or 2%, the environment, the society is going to get flattened. So that's going to change it. So there will be nobody above or below, because right now what you have in the United States amongst white male, which is a crime that they're keeping it under wraps so much, man, because they were just talking about, man, you got 60,000 basically white men killing themselves with drugs every year. That's with just overdoses and drugs. We ain't even talk about the suicides. So that tells you that America's getting flattened, and they're not doing anything. They're not even doing anything for white men. So what can black men really expect? The only reason black men get anything, or black people get anything, is because the world is constantly looking at how the United States treats black people. Otherwise, a lot of them chicks would have been kicked off of whatever they were on years ago. Yeah.
Wow.
Got any more questions?
Yeah, and I have plenty. It's just I want other people to speak if they have questions.
Yeah, well, go ahead, give me a couple more, and then we'll let somebody. Because you let Edward in, man, you might as well wait for another hour.
Oh. And then this Wendy video, the lady by Wendy, or the lady named Wendy. It says,
I can't hear you.
The video you just put out yesterday.
Which one?
With the name Wendy on there.
Oh, Wendy Walsh. Yeah.
She says that the woman prefers jobs that are like less paid in a way.
Flexible.
Or flexible, and it's just does that mean that it just goes against the nature of trying to work? Is that what she's trying to say?
Okay, well, her biological imperative is to do what?
Reproduce.
To reproduce, and she is the primary caretaker of babies, right? So basically, her job has to be flexible. I don't know, if you don't have children, you don't. It's hard to actually get it if you don't have children. Okay, if you have children, basically your schedule is built around them, and a lot of times the jobs aren't flexible to where you can actually shape your hours. But I was lucky when I had children. I basically worked in the evenings or at night or graveyard because I was able to be there when they were, their waking hours. It kind of screwed up my sleep when they were little, when they weren't in school. But after that, most of my jobs were there to where I could actually be home, or their mother could be home with them. So, but the thing is, it's a struggle to have a job and have a child, especially a small child that's not in any type of school.
Right. So if I were to play advocate and it says, would a non-monetary system work better in this case for women, at least, like a what do you call those Ubuntu communities?
Okay, the best way to handle a child situation and a work situation is get away from the nuclear family, get back into a clan-based family. Like say in most parts of the world, there's a clan-based family. So the grandparents, the uncles, aunts, they're all there. So basically, and the children are all kind of raised in a group. So if one person is working or something like that, they can. In other words, there's always an uncle, aunt, grandmother, somebody to actually take care of the child, rather than them going into daycare.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. Basically, child care and daycare is basically a way to keeping the nuclear family alive.
Well, I thought it was more of this extractive system. They're trying to get everyone to work, so not everybody have the time to.
Not really, because they can't. It's not even really an extractive system because you can't employ. Basically, you can't employ enough people. They're struggling to employ people as it is.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
But women want to work. Women want their freedom. So basically, they're campaigning. Most women went to work not because they had to, because they wanted to. So you've already made that transition. You really don't have enough jobs for people now because, like I said, I think I posted a video where. Well, at best, the labor participation rate, and I just looked at it, is like 60%. So 40% of your people are not in the labor force, and that's probably undercounting them. Yeah, go ahead.
And when it comes to business, it's in the business's best interest to hire women because they can hire women at a cheaper rate. Plus, they can get tax breaks because they're a protective class. And then when you add a black woman into the mix, now she's two. She's black and a woman, so that's two protective classes. So that's two tax credits the corporations get back for hiring women. So that's why when you look at most of these corporate jobs, they're surrounded, like they're basically influx with a whole bunch of women and hardly any men.
And a lot of times women in that particular culture actually function better. That's not normally in corporate America. It's kind of tedious for men, even though men can be productive. Women actually get kind of like they had to get attracted to that kind of the office environment. That's what they're built for. That's what they're trained for. They're training from the ground up to do that kind of stuff. The only thing is that they do get pregnant and have babies and they're gone. Okay, they have health issues. So women have a lot more health issues than men do. They take off a lot more time than men do. Men, you can have a guy that goes 30 years and never miss a day. That's not possible for a woman.
Yeah, and they did a study. They said women who work overtime have a tendency to break down in their mid-40s.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're being overworked. Yeah, and women weren't designed to work that many hours.
No, they weren't. Yeah, my ex, my ex is in her 50s and she's hitting the wall because she's working a lot of hours. So And they do break down. They weren't designed to, they weren't designed to work 30, 40 years like that. Not in under those conditions.
Yeah, aren't their life expectancy starting to go down? Like you're starting
Yeah.
to see their life
Yeah.
expectancy.
Yep. A lot of men, a lot of so-called men diseases like heart attacks and high blood pressure and a whole bunch of other things. And stress is bad for women's bodies. Because they have irregular periods and fibroids and a whole bunch of other shit goes wrong with them, man. Because they're a lot of stress hormones that are sent through their system that the bodies aren't designed for. Well, there's a whole lot of stuff that goes on with that, man.
Yeah. Women don't handle stress too well. You can, like, I see it at my job. Like, they take that stuff home with them and they be coming in already stressed. I'm like, what you stressed for? The day even start? So these people ain't yelling at you; they're yelling at the logo.
I
Like,
heard a lot of vaginal. I've heard this periodically, but you don't hear this enough. That a lot of vaginal issues that a lot of Black women in particular have is their inability to like release stress, because that kind of coincides with their extra need to have control and be more masculine, and they don't release emotions like they're supposed to.
Yeah, because
over time fucks them up.
Because a man's body because of the testosterone and whatnot, they're designed to handle stress a lot better.
Yeah, and that's why women had more of a longer life expectancy than men in the past. And now what we're starting to see is that's starting to balance itself out, because these chicks, like what you just said, and they don't understand it because they don't know themselves.
No.
Well, I think you're right, because I see a lot of really old ladies walking around, but not a whole bunch of like mid-late age people.
Yeah, they're dropping.
That's weird.
And
you
basically,
mentioned I didn't notice. Huh.
Yeah, they're dropping off like men.
Yeah, and when a woman loses her sexual value because she gets that wall, and the way the market is now, I mean, these chicks, it's basically that obsolete what you was talking about. They don't get the favor or the benefits at all in society, and that fucks a woman up even further mentally, especially the way they're wired now.
Yeah, because man, if you look at, because I asked Alan Roger Curry this and he couldn't answer it, and because I actually because I signed up to a Plenty of Fish site, right? Because I recognized there was this porn star. I remember back in one of my younger years, and I was trying to holler at her. So I set up a profile to holler at her. So I just kept it up, man. You can't imagine the amount of chicks, in their 50s are looking for a husband.
Yeah, and that is insane. Like when you really think about it, and I said on Angry Man show today, that is insane. Like when Black women will really tell me we get married later, and when they define later is like 40, and I'm like, you're at the end of your birth cycle. You're too worthless.
No, the end of their birth. Really, the end of their
35.
It's 35. Yeah. So if you're 40, if you're 40, you're basically your birth cycle is dead. Because even as a man, okay, I know men can have children at 40, which as a father, I do not recommend, because you do not want to be, man, you don't want to be raising teenagers in your 50s. I can tell you that.
Robert Smith had his first kid. He's the billionaire software guy. He had his first, and he's got like a white Hispanic chick. He had his first kid at like 50.
Yeah, but he has what, nannies?
Oh yeah, he's got
housekeepers, stuff like that. If you're a working guy and you're in your 50s, man, basically you have teenagers, man. You got to do two things, man. You got to worry about teenagers and retirement at the same time. Basically, you might as well forget about retiring in your 60s and think about retiring in your 70s.
Which Black men don't even last that long, real talk.
That's what I'm talking about. So, any dude, I would say any guy just planning on having a family, having children, unless you have money and wealth saved up where you can actually get a nanny or something like that, and you got your retirement all planned out, man, you got to do that shit before, at the latest in your mid-30s, at the very max, man. You get in your, I would never recommend a guy looking for children in your 40s. If you get like 38, 39 and you ain't had kids, never been married, man, forget it. You know, unless you really gonna work hard and plan things out, man. Because I'm in my 50s, man, and I got 3 grandsons, and I can say I'm glad that my last child was born when I was 35. So
A lot of black
it depends on what your support system looks like too, like you were saying. So if you have some help.
No, I had help. I had help, man. If you don't have children, man, I can't really describe it to you. If you don't have children, I can't describe it to you.
But
if you got kids, man, you're basically looking for at the very least, you're looking for that child. It's like in your early 50s to kind of get to be 18, 19, 20. And I had, I didn't have my first child until I was like damn near 30. So I'm just saying this as a man who's been through it, and I had a nice extended family with grandparents and they had aunts and uncles to actually help out, but
yeah, man, and that's true. I've seen that with other cousins. Yeah, like 30, and I'm in 30 right now, so it's kind of like I really want to get my money together. Like my ideal plan is to get to like 35, 36, and have like basically be in the 7-figure like asset range. That's
if you, like I said, if you have money, that's the only exception. If you know that you're gonna earn a lot of money or have a lot of money where you can actually hire help, then and basically if you got a lot of money, you can just tell get you a decent chick and say, look, stay the fuck home. And I'm gonna get you some help. I'm gonna get you a nanny to kind of help, a housekeeper, something to kind of help out. But the kids are yours, okay?
I'm glad you said that, because that's why, like, I'm really big on getting a chick overseas. And a lot of black dudes always bring up, and I know a lot of dudes that do this and dudes that don't got passports. I've noticed that. These are the dudes that always want to talk about, well, you bring them over here, the Americans.
All right, is that you? Is that you with music in the back? All right, whoever's got music in the background, mute yourself until you want to talk.
No, but these be the dudes that always be like, well, you bring them over here, they're gonna, in one generation wild out. And I'm like, well, these Nigerians have been over here since like the 70s, and I've seen their kids and their kids, and they don't act like that. They do a good job in keeping them from the African American boxes.
Yeah, because my grandson's grandmother, okay, she's Nigerian, even though they don't say it, and he's partially Nigerian. They're really protective of their children. So
Zambia, that's another English-speaking African country of like the British, like colonial system.
The Gambia.
Zambia.
Oh, Zambia. Okay.
Yeah, above Zimbabwe. Yeah, I done met a couple of them, and there'll be these black, because out here in North Carolina, what you see is you got to think of them almost like, immigrants. Like they live in the suburbs where like maybe not right next to the Indians, but they'll be in these really good homes, these really good neighborhoods, and they keep to themselves unless they deal with the group. And they'll talk to black people, like, but if they know you're not one of them niggas, they'll talk.
Yeah. You know what I found out from immigrants when they're working around immigrants? I found out that if you have a family, the amount of wealth that your family accumulates is directly proportional to the kind of woman that you have.
Yeah. Yeah. And and check this out, BJs. I'm curious of what you think about this, and then I'm gonna fall back a little bit.
Okay.
Well, I look at women having culture, because I look at women holding culture a lot like like when you have bad like cultural curses, I look at that like a disease. I look at that STD. I look at it like, I call it, for instance, with black women that are geared to child support and stuff like that. I call it financially transmitted diseases.
It is.
I look at it like that, because you're dealing with a certain type of woman that was raised that way, and you have to, like, a lot of women got mad at me for saying that, but I say dudes are looking for these chicks when it comes to just looks, and they're not looking at the fact that they hold these cultural diseases. And this is again why I keep saying you need to get a woman from overseas. Now that's not to say a woman from overseas don't have her own bullshit. Like Dominican women, in my opinion, are whores, so you trust them. But if you get like a continental African, and obviously it depends. Every woman ain't perfect, but you get what I'm saying. You got to look at it like a disease. And when you look at African American women from that standpoint, oh my God, they got so many diseases when it comes culturally. You can't deal with that shit. You just can't.
It's hard. And if if when you bring a immigrant over and marry her, when you compare it to marrying a African American woman here, the difference in the divorce rate, I think the divorce rate of an immigrant is like 10 or 15%, right? Compared to 80%. So what is the freaking risk what's the risk?
Yeah,
how much are you really risking?
And that's another thing too. If I ever get like a continental African woman or something like that, I'm bringing them around. I'm gonna make sure I got I hook in to like the Ghanaians and the Nigerians, but I'm bringing them around them. See, what a lot of dudes don't account for is they think they get them an African woman and they're not susceptible to be corrupted at all. Well, if you bring them around hood rats and shit, and you bring them around your family members and shit, folks that you know are like that, what you think that virus ain't gonna transfer at all? That's what they account for. You gotta be smart about it.
Yeah. Who's at the club, man?
I'm in my car.
Somebody got music in the background. Who's at the club?
Yeah,
that's somebody driving up the block.
Edward, that if you're bringing other black women from abroad, would they still have that this inferiority complex with the African American people here making judgments on you?
They see it,
in a group, they will.
They see it, but Nigerian women, like, if you've ever really talked to Nigerians, like, they come over here, like, they're very, I don't want to say arrogant, but they know they're intelligent. And they don't look at white people like these Nigerians, because it's different than average ones. They don't look at white people with that mystification at all. But they learn they black.
Mute yourself, James. You got a lot of noise going on in the background.
But they learn they black when they get here. So it's not so much an inferiority complex, but a recognition of, oh, there's a caste system here. And it ain't but black people here like it is in Nigeria. And it don't matter how smart. See, this is what black people keep trying to tell them. But Nigerians will be like, because they're immigrants. They don't feel it as much because they be like, as long as you don't fuck with the black people, we won't mess with you too much. That's how white people like act. So they'll tell them like black people lazy, black people is not telling them they burnt our shit down during Black Wall Street and the economic terrorism. And Nigerians figured that out. But the way black people go about telling them, because then when they first got here, there was a lot of the colorism bullshit and African booty scratcher bullshit. And a lot of the past generations did fucking it up. So a lot of Nigerians feel a certain type of way about that. And my generation is a little bit better about that. Because in the 80s, black people were colorist as fuck. And they
so they don't put the blame onto the white people. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they don't know because they don't know the history. They don't know.
They find out real quick. Trust me, believe they find out real quick.
Because you said it. They think like colonialism and slavery, colonialism.
Yeah, because they come from an authoritarian country, and basically, when Nigerians come over here, they're the elite. A lot of times, they're the elite of the top 10%, so they're used to being catered to.
Yeah, and it's hard to when you black.
Yeah, but the thing is, when they get over here, you know, after they go through some stuff, then all of a sudden they get conscious. After they get out of the real world, they get real conscious.
So they still feel it. It's just that they don't tend to put keep putting the blame on the white superiority.
Well, okay, they feel it. When they come over, they don't because they're immigrants. They don't really realize, and plus Nigerians are kind of closed, so they basically hang to themselves.
The group economic help them.
Yeah, they hang to themselves.
Well, I mean, like, if they get pulled over by a cop, right? Mm-hmm. They will still feel the. They'll still feel it. It's just, they don't put the fault. Superiority.
Especially if you're a Nigerian man and they tend to be bigger. Mm-hmm. Okay, if like the size of African American, they get out. Oh yeah, they're gonna get the same work.
Or South Sudanese, like Manu Bowl.
Why do you pull me over? What did I do? What is the meaning of this? Oh, get the fuck out of the car. You need to learn. That's how. Oh, you ain't been broken in yet. What's
Yeah.
your name? Hutu?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Shit,
Yeah.
man.
That's
Oh,
how come
speak-
they get real quiet, man. That second generation, they get real quiet.
Yeah,
Man,
Wait,
because you know
you're-
that shit's real.
speaking of Manu Bowl, you see his son. His son could ball.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Yo, fuck, Mamadou, Mama what? Oh no, your name is Malik. That's how they do it corporate. I'm not spelling no Mamadou in the Microsoft email exchange.
Oh yeah, and they'll get clowned. So
Yeah, especially because they got those long ass names and like 3 names.
oh yeah.
Like
Yeah, and
Toby,
if a cop-
Aladuba,
Y'all
Laguda.
behave. Yeah, but
Yeah, and
why?
if a cop hates black people, it don't matter if you're Nigerian, if you're from Western Sahara, it doesn't matter where you from. You black in his mind, so he's gonna do whatever he's gonna do to any
Yeah.
black person.
Yeah, even if you're Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Depends. Puerto Ricans. It depends on where you are. Okay, if
Not
if
even black
Puerto
Puerto
Rican-
Ricans.
if you're a lighter skinned Puerto Rican and you're not in like on the East Coast, then or East Coast or the basically in the metropolitan areas like
New York.
like New York, Chicago,
Philly.
maybe even Philly, then basically
They
it's like-
pass off, I think, right?
Yeah, you can pass or they won't bother you as much. But it's like if you're in one of
It's
those
just they-
major
they-
cities like Chicago, go ahead.
Yeah, they get treated like niggas over here. I was very surprised at that because when I was younger, I was always hearing them say niggas. So I'm like, yo, you're not black. Why you saying nigga? And they
Because-
tell me like, yo,
because
we get
Puerto-
treated just like the niggas.
Puerto Ricans are black. Okay, they're
Mhm.
black.
Yeah, I didn't know that back then because they
They
got
are.
the wavy hair and shit. They got straight up, you know.
Yeah, they
I
got
heard that
you got
niggas-
plenty of black people with wavy hair and straight hair and blue
Yeah,
eyes.
man,
And-
A lot of them get upset. A lot of them get upset when you tell them they black. A lot of them get upset when you tell them they black.
Yeah, well, tough.
Is
Are
there
they
any
though?
room for?
Go ahead, James.
I was just gonna say, like, I mean, I don't understand. Maybe I come from a totally different. I'm from South Carolina. I'm originally from Charleston, South Carolina, and I've seen the racism. I live in North Carolina now. I've been here most of my life, and when I see the whole situation with cops, I never had those issues. And I'm saying, like, I guess what I'm trying to get to is there a certain room for appropriateness? Like, for example, BGS, you said you've talked to Claude Anderson. When you're talking to Claude Anderson, there's a certain level of appropriateness that you actually bring to the table when you're talking to Mr. Anderson, correct? So with that being said, when I'm talking to cops, I know cops from a first name basis. I know cops, and I live with one. He's a 20-year-old kid who's a cop. He's a good kid. He said that he talks and he's a human just like everybody else. So I mean, for me personally, when I get pulled over, I do a level of appropriateness, meaning, okay, if I get pulled over, the first thing I do is cut on my light. So when he walks to the car, he can see everything in the car.
Yeah.
And the second thing I do is I put my wallet in my hand so he can see that both of my hands is at my wallet, get my license. That way.
So and white,
go ahead.
And white people don't have to do all that.
Nope, they sure don't.
So
Well,
what
I
would
mean,
be
I'm not saying that you're wrong for doing it, but as a black man, I see your picture. I don't know if that's you, but you're not a small
that's me.
black. You're not a small black man.
Because I do the same thing. I do what you're talking about, but I can tell you when white people in my car, like black cops act completely different.
Yeah.
Like in fact, they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I inconvenienced." They don't even take my stuff back to the car. Oh man, like so. The point is, what's that called? What's that called? It's called, like, I forget what it's called. Dr. Steve Perry talks that shit all the time. Where it's like, pull your pants up, make sure your hair is cut. It's something politics.
Profiling, yeah.
No, not profiling. It's something politics.
No,
like,
respectability politics.
Yeah, I'm like,
Respectability politics you're talking.
BGS, how much does subconscious or subconscious or substantial racism play in the factor? Meaning, yeah, like the stereotypes that play in the picture and the things that other people see, for a good example, the Asian guy who shot up the guy in Minnesota. When he told him he had a license and he did have a gun, he showed his gun that he was getting his license to show him the license, and the Asian guy got scared, all because of substantial racism that he heard. In Minnesota.
Okay, hold on a second. In Minnesota, the reason that guy was wrong, number one, I'll tell you exactly. I actually played it. he had already profiled the guy by way before he stopped him. He said, I think this is the guy. I think this is the guy that robbed the liquor store like 2 weeks ago, right? In fact, it was on the call. And it was basically he made too many mistakes. If you suspect that this is a felony stop, okay, first, I don't know if there's any cops on the line. The first thing you do not do is approach the car.
Right.
You open the doors. You pull up behind the car. You stop the car. You open the doors. You use the door as a shield. You remove your weapons. And you go over the loudspeaker. Drivers, occupants inside the car. Put your hands on the outside. Open the door. Walk. Walk backwards to me, and you search the guy and see if he has a weapon on you. You see, first, before you search, do you have a weapon on? Yes, I have a weapon, and it's in my blah, blah, blah. They will search you and disarm you if it's a felony stop. He approached the car as a felony stop, and once the guy told me he had a gun, he got nervous. He was dead wrong. He should go to jail for manslaughter. Period. Because you did everything wrong.
Did you see the agents? Did you see the Asian community protesting?
No.
Yeah, there was the Asian community after they arrested the Asian cop. The Asian community went out to DC or wherever they were, and they protested, basically saying, they protested and pretty much said,
okay, this is the reason that they have to do this, right? They have to do this because they're going to force black people into white neighborhoods. And you're going to have this issue every day if you don't correct this. They're going to force They're going to force white people into your neighborhoods. They're going to force black people into their neighborhoods. So they're going to have to do. But last time the biggest, if you want this to stop, and I'm going to say I'm going to risk getting the stream cut off. If you want this to stop, period, you will do what they did in New York. You haven't heard shit out of New York in about a year and a half, have you?
Regulate the community.
No, you don't regulate the fucking community. You said tell them I will take every black dollar out of every major bank in New York and put it in a black bank if you don't correct this fucking problem. They will do it in a hurry. You haven't heard shit out of Atlanta, have you? In a long time, have you?
No,
because they told them they would take all the money out of the major banks in Atlanta and put them in black banks if you don't correct this problem.
Yeah, that's what you can do. But my thing is look, dude, I hear what you're saying, and I understand.
No, this is experience.
There is something to be said about a black person, a black man, because he kind of know. It's the same thing black men go through when we go to court. It's like we exacerbate the situation because we know what that situation means to us personally. There is something to be said about that. But a lot of times, the reason why you have to be careful when you're a black man and you say that, because it's cool to say that amongst black people. But a lot of black people will do the Dr. Dyson approach and then try to run in. I ain't saying that's what you're doing. I'm not saying that because you're saying it amongst us. But I'm saying I'm going to weave this into something else where a lot of black people will run interference when white people, like white cops, do that. You see a lot of black women doing that when these cops have black boyfriends, black girlfriends, and they'll be up there being a fucking character witness, cough, cough, cough. Dude that was on the Patriots, they'll be a character witness for these white boys. Or you'll see black men do it too. Zimmerman had a black friend that did that. He got on CNN and he was like, well, Zimmerman's not that bad. And we see what Zimmerman is done after the Trayvon situation, even the older white people.
Man, those folks over there in Orlando, Florida, black folks are on some different shit, okay? Because if they had really wanted basically George Zimmerman to be prosecuted, they'd have took their ass down to the Republican convention in hoodies and protested. They'd have shut that convention down, and basically they'd have had George Zimmerman in jail, not on bond for good, and they would have sentenced his ass. Okay.
Well, I've said it. A lot of South Carolinians, and dudes from Georgia, South Carolina, Mississippi, and in the upper panhandle of Florida. I think a lot of those black folks, and I got love for those black folks, because I've been to Columbia, South Carolina, but they're fucking shell-shocked. They're shell-shocked when it comes to racism. That's why they're all in that forgive shit. They're shell-shocked.
Because
no. Hold on, BGS.
No,
can I address Edward right quick?
Go ahead.
And I'm not. This is no disrespect or whatever like that.
Just go ahead. Go for it.
Okay. I don't think people are shell shocked. I just think people understand where they stand. That's what I believe. I don't believe that we've been in this for so long. It's just like a person who lives in Detroit. Somebody who lives in Detroit with all the violence and all the stuff that goes on in Detroit and the high murder rate that happens in Detroit, when you talk to a Detroitian, they seem normal. They talk on a normal level because they've lived in the environment so long. They understand that. They understand that environment.
I can tell you, man, from being in this game for a long time. Hold on a second. There's a lot of brothers in North Carolina. You know, we had to calm their asses down because they was ready to go to war. I said, no, this ain't the way. This ain't the way to do it. The North Carolina, they I can tell you one thing. Them dudes in North Carolina, brothers in North Carolina, they are not about marching. They are not about marching.
And South Carolina used to be that way, but it sounds. This is how, like the way you just said that. And I'm saying this with love, but that sounds like a woman that gets her head bounced off the fucking wall and has accepted the abuse and accepted that's the reality of her life. Because there's a lot more black people in South Carolina per capita. See, a lot of people think black people are like an absolute minority in South Carolina. They don't know how many black people are really in South Carolina. And
there's a lot of black people in South Carolina.
Yeah. So it's enough to where you all wanted to make shit hard for white. And I'm not talking about violence. I'm just talking about as a group compared to the population of South Carolina. You all could have got that flag down a long time ago, but you all accepted that flag.
Yeah, well, it's cultural. It's cultural. There's some things that okay. Yeah. There's things that bother us. Okay, us that are not from there that don't bother them. Like a statue of Robert E. Lee doesn't bother them. It bothers us, but it doesn't bother them. There's other things that bother them that they will, you know, because I talked to a lot of them brothers from North Carolina. I said, no, it's a little bro. Look, bro.
Well, I'm talking about South Carolina.
Oh, well, I know North
doesn't
Carolina.
Age.
Go ahead.
Doesn't age affect what the gentleman was just talking about? I'm sorry, James. Doesn't age affect that? Because I mean, you know, he's an older gentleman, so doesn't age affect the way he looks at it versus somebody like Edward, who's a little bit younger, who probably would fight?
Well,
I'll answer. Okay, this is what I'm saying right here and everything. Edward, he has every right to stand the way that he stands. However, as a man stands, that's so shall he be. He's going to understand his existence. So when you understand who you are as a man, it don't matter about skin color. It don't matter about none of that. It's, you know what I'm saying? I hear all of y'all talking pro-black and all that. Mm-hmm. The truth is, none of that is in the eyes of the beholder. What he looks at is pro-righteousness. Hold on. What he looks at is pro-righteousness. Pro-righteousness. That's why the black community.
Explain pro-righteousness for us.
Pro-righteousness is a person who actually understands oneself and understands the creator, and he walks in a certain way. It doesn't mean rules. You're going to fall within your walk, but you understand self. You understand what the inner man is and what true happiness is and the whole nine. When you understand yourself as a man, it don't matter what somebody say to you. It don't matter what a person say to you or do to you and everything, because you know how you stand as a man.
Yeah, but as an older man, you come into that understanding, whereas a younger man hasn't.
I want to respond,
and I think a lot of that is like from what he's saying.
Wow.
I've gotten that way over time, but also that's my personality and my behavior is to like listen to older people because I hear some of these things. I've heard those talking points from older people. So I think age has a lot to do with what he's saying.
Yeah.
From my standpoint.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, dude, I'm not war. I'm not one of these, jump first, fuck everything. I'm more like.
I'm glad you said that because
I want to make that clear. I'm like an operative. I'm like
War's not that way either. Okay, I trust and believe. I know them casters are ready to do stuff, and he ain't one of them. Okay.
So
Right now, hold on, Edward. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people don't read the Bible. A lot of people don't read or understand correctly. By no means. Hold on. Let me tell you something. See, all this modern day Christian bullshit. That's bullshit. Ain't nothing passive about the Bible. Christ was a goddamn revolutionist. He was a revolutionist, and he was a communist. He was a socialist. So don't think when he was talking about and I can only talk from the faith standpoint of where I stand as a man. When he talked about turn the other cheek, he was talking about his freaking disciples when they were going to preach the gospel. It didn't mean that you get trampled over.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? So please don't think it's not just a passive movement. It ain't no passive movement. I understand the movement. But what I'm saying, but the true meaning of what the true meaning of everything is, it's not about. Hold on. The true meaning of everything is it's not about skin color at all, because so there you have poor black men, you have poor white men. So there you have goodly white men, you have goodly black men, and you have wicked black men, you have wickedly white men. So as the cycle keeps going, for a person who claims pro-black, you can't. The cycle keeps perpetuating. It's your stumble block of offense, because when you grab a whole group of skin-colored people, you take the good and the bad. You take the good and the bad. You take the good and the bad.
Okay,
rather than that.
Well, pro-black is not necessarily talking about white people as individuals, because they're a product of their environment. Well, pro-black, as I understand it, because the definition keeps shifting from one person to another. A lot of these young pro-blacks aren't what we used to call conscious. They think that they are. But what I'm saying is it's about changing the structure over time.
So, BJ, can you please give me the definition of what a Pan-Africanist is, and a person who is pro-black?
Also, BGS, can you define conscious as well, along with what he's saying?
Okay. Right. Please explain.
Excuse me,
maybe my definition of what I think it is. It's not right.
Okay. Deadwood, do you want me to give me the definition, or you want me to give the definition? Because I've been around it a long time. Which one do you want? You want to go first?
I was just gonna keep it. Yeah, you go first, and then I'll tell.
Okay, what a Pan-African is really very simple. Okay, basically Pan-Africanism comes from Marcus Garvey. Okay, right. Basically, what he was saying back in the 1920s is that everybody else, Europeans, Chinese, even the Native Americans, have a homeland, a ground base where they can call, where they descend from.
Right.
And basically, if you are disconnected from the place where you descend from, you have no power, right? As a people, okay?
Right. Okay.
So he was saying, let's look back and bring the continent along, so we can gather a power base, so that will make us a stronger people. A Pan-African is just like, basically, it's just like Chinese or the Jews do. There's a diaspora, right?
Right.
So no matter where you from, you have a lineage coming from a place, and that's where you derive your power from your lineage. Because white people do not derive their power from America; they derive their power from their lineage of being in Europe, right?
Right.
So as a Pan-Africanist, it's not that you want everybody to say that you're an African, or say that you're anything like that. If you choose to say that you're an African, you can. But if you blend in, become an American and not African, eventually you will be absorbed by America, and you will no longer be black. Okay, and that has started to prove to be true. Now, to be conscious.
Right.
Be conscious. Depending on what level that you're going to be conscious, you can be. If you're conscious politically, that means you're aware of not only history of your people, but if you tap on a mic, man, you're going to have to.
Oh, my bad. That was me. My bad.
I'm gonna mute you, man. You can come in. You're gonna mute yourself.
Sound like you're jogging.
Yeah. So if you are conscious, then that means you are conscious not only of your history of your people's plight, but you're conscious of your state of your people on spiritually, economically, physically, politically, on all those levels. Because most people are not conscious, white, black, whatever. So when you become conscious of all these things and you are engaged with all these things, you will be considered conscious. That's what black consciousness means. So basically, the pro-blacks or the conscious people are those people that are aware of all these things on these levels and are engaged in changing the system, which a lot of these people that call themselves pro-black are not.
So would you call conscious people just being mad? I mean, because that's what it seems like.
No.
Or okay, because that's what I see. It's like a lot of people say they're conscious, but they just look mad. And then you see them in the bar getting drunk and doing all types of other stupid shit. And then you know them personally, and it's just like you're not.
Because me, because Bitter Truth, who's old school consciousness, because he was a kid. I was older. I was like 15 years older than he. I'm 15 years older than he is. But he was a child. He was raised from a child by a conscious parent. They're the ones that ran the bookshop and the tape place in Atlanta. I remember their shop back in the 90s. And we come from the black study groups where we saw all like Claude Anderson, who came on the scene late, Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Francis Krauss Welsing, and all these people that you guys see tapes of. Okay. We were there, you didn't have tapes. Okay, we were there at the book studies. We bought their books. We were sitting there for 2 or 3 hours talking to these people, and we're going over these particular problems that came up from basically the holdover from the civil rights and went to a different phase, which is the black, what they call the black consciousness movement, where you basically went back, you got all the old books and stuff like that, you got all the old histories, you wrote them and you studied them all over again from 1980 basically up to like 2001, because 9/11 basically killed the old black consciousness movement, because there was a big ass crackdown on it. But they killed the black consciousness movement. Those are the old school black consciousness people. And it basically, which is now with pro-black, or basically people that read a book or two here or there and talk to a couple of people and think that now I'm an expert in being black consciousness, and they're not even close to like Asante Bay, Bitter Truth. We talk about it all the time. Okay, these cats that think they're conscious or pro-black aren't. Because they haven't been vetted.
It's like a lot of folks, Kirk Franklin type motherfuckers. They want to use it as a profit center, and that's what you see on YouTube. This allowed them to have an easy platform, like
yes. I'm glad you said that, because I was going to bring that nigga's name up. I was about to say, what do you feel about Brother Polite?
He's what we used to call they call him now a Hotep hustler.
Yeah, Hotep hustler.
But one thing I will criticize the conscious community for, and I don't think that this is not their fault, but this is something to understand and improve on going forward, is they don't
have standards.
They got to do good at taking out false folks like Polite, because what it does is now everybody thinks that's what being conscious is, and I understand I understand why something like that could have crept up. I get that. So this is not like, but they shoulda, woulda, coulda. But this is like, okay, the Polite have come and gone. Umar is not a fraud, but Umar has made the conscious community look bad. We gotta do a better job at bringing these Jews in from doing this stupid shit.
Well, we need to kill all white people, man.
Oh, okay.
I heard Umar say that.
Hold on a second. If you are following a guy that says he's conscious and he's not published a book where you can actually read it, then you should not be following this guy, because because if you look at everybody, everybody that you look at that they name, like Dr. Claude, Francis Krauss Welsing, all these people have published books to where you can vet them. We always vetted our people, and that's what me and Bitter Truth, he did because he heard me, and he basically he echoed what I was saying. He was saying all those people before we actually put up and called them experts were vetted. We read their books, we read what they talked about, we seen them talk, and then they were vetted. Like Dr. Claude Anderson was not, I remember when Dr. Claude Anderson basically got introduced into the consciousness movement, right? Because he was on the show, he was on the local show here in Los Angeles, because at that time it was the biggest conscious show in America. In fact, they actually listened to the show all over the country, right? They used to get on phones in Washington, D.C., and basically somebody in Los Angeles would put the phone next to the radio so they could actually listen to the show. That was back in the early 90s, right? Dr. Claude Anderson got introduced to the conscious community because he had written a couple of books and he had been vetted. So when he got introduced, we already knew that, okay, he's okay for us to actually pay attention to. So all those people that you see on tape, they had to have written something. If you hadn't written anything, you write a book, we'll look at it, and then we'll think about following you. Okay.
Yeah,
but
like when it comes to
case.
Yeah, when it comes to black, we gotta be smarter.
One at a time.
We gotta be smarter when it comes to that. Like it's like, would you hire Michael Jordan to coach your football team? But for some reason, it's like we don't ask the proper questions. We see a person in a nice car, like Brother Polite, trying to floss what he's making off these donations. So he's like, all these pro-black people are broke. He said pro-black means black dollars. So he's basically saying pro-black means to make money off these niggas. That's basically what he's saying.
What was he's an old-fashioned prosperity pimp. Okay.
Yeah. A new way. And the problem, see, this is the thing that gets on my nerves about black people. And this is where BGS, what you just said, is absolutely correct. And the conscious community does have a right to kind of spin it like throw it back like you just did. The problem with black people, white people say this, and this is very true. If you want to hide information from black people, you hide it in the fucking book. In real talk, white people hide a lot of economic information in the Bible. That's a big reason why immigrants do better, because immigrants will open that shit and actually use it. But that's besides the point.
Or because if anybody's been to a third world country, education is so freaking hard to obtain where you come from. So when you come here and see that it's free, it's like, oh my God.
There's a library.
Open the bank up. There's a library. There's books.
How much it costs? It's free.
It's free. Yeah. Hey, they go nuts.
Hey, BGS.
Oh, go ahead, Hostel.
Hey, what's up? Do you remember the what's they called, The Good Life?
Yeah.
Steve Coakley.
Yeah.
Was doing lectures there.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm just gonna give a little theory as to what I think happened to the so-called conscious community, because I was active here in Chicago.
I know what happened. I know what happened to it because actually I know the dude that ran the stuff going on in the Good Life, so I know what happened. I know Coakley moved out here, so I know what went on. So I know what happened. But give me your theory.
Well, basically, I was really active like back in the mid to late 80s and 90s. That's when he was, Coakley was starting to expose the so-called black
Boule?
the black Boule and all that. And a lot of people who were they call themselves Coakleyites. They started
he was big in Chicago.
They started accusing people of being agents.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, they did that. I always did that. That's nothing new. Yeah.
Well, the thing wasn't Coakley killed? The thing is,
no, he wasn't killed.
I mean, the thing is that Amos Wilson. I remember Amos Wilson. I remember watching the tape. This was like years ago. I remember watching the tape where he made some comments about Coakley, and he talked about how dangerous, how he believed that the conscious community was going to start turning in on each other and start eating each other, basically, because of this whole notion that you know,
intellectual savages.
They start, you know, they just basically started attacking each other. You know, people, you know, they were attacking people. And, you know, they were attacking, you know, some of the prominent people, the people who actually started before Copeland. You know, people started making accusations about certain individuals.
That always went on, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and that's healthy to a certain extent, but
let him finish his thought. Well, I actually know what happened, but I'm gonna let him finish his thought.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, a lot of people don't know that Coakley did a lecture at a church not too far from where I live. And I remember I was there that night. And that morning he was supposed to be leaving to go somewhere else, and they tried to kill him.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, they tried to kill him, and that's when he ended up. I guess he ended up moving out to the West Coast.
Yeah,
you know, because basically he was really starting to expose a lot.
He started exposing the banks, and that's what he started exposing. Yeah,
because the guy, there was a limousine that picked him up. I know the guy who owns the limousine company, who picked him up that night of the lecture, and that next morning we had heard on the radio that they tried to kill him. And then, matter of fact, I drove by the limousine and had bullet holes in it just to see for myself. That they actually tried to kill him because he was really talking too much.
Yeah, he was.
Basically, he was really revealing a lot of things. It wasn't just.
Well, you know, he started. He was in Chicago, man. He was, he hated the dailies, and he talked about the machine, so it could have been the dailies. So there's a lot of people that didn't like Coakley.
Right. But he used to work for Harold Washington.
Harold Washington.
He's an aide to Harold Washington.
Yeah, because he showed us his old tapes and stuff like that because we didn't believe him. He showed us how clean he was back when he worked for Harold Washington.
Right, he worked for Harold Washington. Yeah, he was an aide, and actually, if you remember, he was at one time he was a member of the Nation of Islam too.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
very short
for a short period of time. But real quickly, the two things that killed the consciousness movement, and you probably remember them, was when they came out with their book Dark Alliance. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And remember when Congressman Waters actually went in the Senate panel and said she wanted a hearing with John Deutsch, which was the head of CIA. And they demanded that he come down and face the public. I think it was 96 or 97. Are you talking
about crack in LA?
Excuse me?
Are you talking about the book that talks about like what happened with the
He was talking about what happened with Ricky Ross. He was talking about Ricky Ross.
Okay.
Dark Alliance. In fact, Kill the Messenger was the book. It was the movie that was made from the book.
I saw that movie. I got it.
Yeah, and basically, there's a couple people that came out. I think I'm trying to remember his name. The white cop that was.
You talking about? I know what you talking about. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
Michael Rupert.
Michael Rupert. Yep.
He was there.
Oh yeah. That's my dude right there. He was coming. He came at all these. He came at all them dude. What was at that town hall meeting when he was like he started naming all the names.
All the names, yeah, because he was there at the town hall when the CIA director was there. But I didn't get in early enough to get in. I was on the outside, so I was there. We were looking at it on TV, and we remember when Michael Rupert stood up and said that, and then what's his name? The congressman tried to McDonald tried to.
Maxine Waters was there too.
Senator McDonald, whose district it was, tried to shut it down. But there was that, and then they put the conscious community on notice. And in 9/11, right after 9/11, they cracked down and they basically wiped out the whole conscious community for the most part. They actually cracked down.
So they use that as a pretext to do it because black people had nothing to do with fucking 9/11.
No, I didn't say they did, but I'm saying is that's what happened after 9/11. A lot of people in the conscious community, that were radio stations and whatnot, lost their jobs.
Oh, so they used that as a pretext.
They used it as a pretext to clean house. Yeah, clean house.
Well, this happened, but let's deal with this. And
didn't they deal with white supremacist groups as well, or?
Not
Or did they deal with white supremacists?
The
white supremacist groups they dealt with in the early to mid 90s when it was the militia groups. Remember they did Ruby Ridge, they did Ruby Ridge, they did what is it?
They sued the KKK.
Well, they sued the KKK.
They took all the funding from them.
Yeah,
they cut them off for money.
And then Waco, Texas, they went in other words, they basically
burnt it down.
They burned it down. Basically, they came in, the agents came in, cleaned out all the what we can think of as the white supremacists or the militia movement. They just cleaned house with them. And they never went away because they came back reformed as the Sarah Palin. Though that's the group that's been around for a very long time. They've been waiting for somebody like Donald Trump.
That's
now that you mention it, like when you think about it, let's take hip hop. Remember early 90s and late 80s, hip hop used to be so conscious. Then all of a sudden the towers fell. Then all of a sudden we got all this party and bullshit more. Like we started to get more of that party and bullshit.
No. It was the way before that because it started in '87. With NWA. That's when it started. That's when it started.
NWA and Too Short and what's his name?
But we still had balance though. What I'm saying is after the towers fell, there was no balance no more.
You know what? It is not a conspiracy. You know what killed conscious hip hop? Gangster rap made too much money, man. Gangster rap was making money hands over fist, and when they brought in the violence and stuff like that, because what's his name? Ice Cube said he was when he got in his 30s, he was trying to get away from it, right? So he tried to make a cleaner album, and he said he put it out.
War and Peace.
Place he put it out. He said every place he went. He said his fans says, "Where the fuck is the sex and violence?"
Because the people changed, and a lot of people don't understand how much crack changed the black community.
That can't be understated, man.
So it was. So a lot of people will say, "Okay, it's just the music." No, it was the fundamental people. Because this is where, when I keep talking about women in our culture, that's why I'm glad you brought up the Dark Alliance. Everybody likes to act like welfare is what it did.
No.
Welfare was in the background.
Yeah.
What crack did was crack like lighting a match in a room that's full of gasoline.
Yeah.
And the gasoline for the welfare. And without a match, the welfare would have just been.
You know what's going on now that they're not talking about? Is that white people are in
the heroin with white folks.
White people are going, or basically the opioids,
heroin, prescription drugs.
Oh man! In fact, I need to do because I got so much material on that shit. I need to put that stuff up.
And you know what? That's why
they're going through their crack cocaine era right now. I mean, they have never seen anything like it.
And
crystal meth.
Crystal meth is not it. It's opioids. There's prescription drugs. There's the synthetic marijuana, and there's a pill that's being imported from China. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's like 300 times stronger than heroin. That's what the people are ODing off of because they don't know how to cut that shit right. And the Chinese are sending it not in pill form but in powder form. And they're killing it. And it's coming in. And basically, white people are killing them. ODing. They said last year they had 59 overdoses in the United States off of that shit.
Yeah. But check this out. But a lot of people think, okay, you're thinking like, as you say this, BTS, folks are probably thinking it's like just in the major cities. No, that shit is even in like areas like Vermont and Maine.
Oh no, that's where it's happening most. That's where it's happening most.
It's mostly happening in rural areas, I believe. Yeah, especially meth.
Yeah, it's not so much. It's not so much in the urban areas, but in the rural areas, man, they're killing themselves off this shit.
Like Missouri.
Kentucky.
That was back when, like Missouri was crazy. I think a friend of mine, I forgot where he lived in Missouri, but he took me to his house and everything on break. And he was like, "Yeah, this is the #1 meth highway in America," and it was like Middle Missouri.
Oh yeah, Middle Missouri. It is. It actually is.
That's why they had that racist governor LePage in Maine trying to pretend like that was black people doing that to him. And I was like, ain't no fucking black people in Maine. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't want to go there.
He was
Land is
literally
cheap as shit.
He was literally saying it was black men selling it. And I'm like, where are the black people? There are no black people in that area.
Like Sean said, like Sean said, black people don't own no ports or boats. So tell me how we getting all this coke?
Yeah,
we don't own the ports.
They did a whole. C-SPAN doesn't ordinarily do this, but they did a whole 2-hour medical seminar, man, about opioids, man, and how it's killing people. And in fact, I got it. I'll put it. Where you guys want me to put it up? Because it's like over 2 hours.
I'll put it on all channels.
I'll put it on.
Watch it.
The white people lose their minds if you put it on. They don't want to hear that shit.
You know what? I got the swirlers trying to dox me. Okay, and I'm saying, do you think what I'm saying is going to get better or worse if people know who I am? I said, if you dox me, you're going to hurt other people. But I said, I will make it my personal mission.
No, they don't care about that. They don't give a fuck about that. They just want to hurt you.
Well, I'm saying, I will make it my personal mission to basically go after black feminists. I will make it my personal mission to do that. And you guys know how I am.
Can you do that now?
BGS is not even a Kaioken 1, let alone Super Saiyan. BGS go to like 3. You got BGS can go Super Saiyan Blue. He ain't even gotten in the Kaioken.
Oh, God mode.
What I'm saying,
BGS ain't even under Super Saiyan 1, let alone going Super Saiyan Blue on these bitches. They don't know.
What I'm saying is,
trying to be nice.
That's a common tactic that they use. They dox they dox people,
that's a way. That's a shut up or a gag order.
That's how they try to shut you up.
They're cowards. Brooklyn, and that's why I'm gonna tell you something. I said this on Angry Man's Hangout. I don't want to hear about no black woman talking about I'm a strong, independent woman. If you ain't checked the white man, fuck you. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Because y'all will never check white men.
Yeah.
You know what the mentality is. The mentality is the white man's ice is colder.
No, a white man can rape a black woman, and a black woman will be silent about it.
Yep.
They'll be insane. They won't say shit. They won't do what the white man did to Bill Cosby. They won't say shit. They know it.
Yeah.
When's the last time have you seen a black woman check a white man on TV? Ever? I had to think about that. I said, I ain't never really seen that shit. Not really.
I think they just did it. I think one chick, she was Black Lives Matter. They're pretty bold. Them lesbians are pretty bold.
Well, I mean, they bold. That's because they're not trying to fuck them, but they're bold to a point. They're bold to a point, but because they don't have that sexual thing, because with black women, you got part-time lesbians, you got lesbians because they hate black men and they not real lesbians. But anyway, what I wanted to say with James, this is something I really want to get off my chest with James.
Go ahead.
Because I want James to really understand why I said that. I didn't just say that to just throw that out there. When I went to South Carolina, you know about the country kitchens, right? What's the difference? You tell me this. What's the difference between the soul food restaurant and a country kitchen?
One soul food is black, and country kitchen is mostly white kitchens.
What's similar?
Yeah.
What's the similarity? They both got black cooks.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say chicken's on the menu.
My point is, the reason why I brought up the disposition of a lot of black people in South Carolina. And by the way, just to say something positive, if you want a dark-skinned woman, South Carolina is one of the good places to go because they thick down there. But I'm dead ass serious about that.
Or Louisiana, yeah.
Yeah, I'm dead ass about that. But the reason why I brought that up, and then I'm gonna leave it alone after this, is because economically, when you look at cities like Columbia in particular, you also got like Fort Mill, which is outside of Charlotte. Black people could congregate very strongly in South Carolina, but the problem is black people have this submissive attitude that they try to use religion to try to shield that, try to make it sound like I'm being right, religious about it. It's like the Afro Latinos. You've accepted the pecking order, and I'm not talking about using violence. I'm just talking about fighting, even with economics.
Because that's the old South, okay, and that's how come people like me, and I'm surprised you in North Carolina, Edward. People like you and me don't do too well in the South, okay? That's how come I've never moved back to Texas or Louisiana with my folks.
Like, because Angry Man's like not even 15 minutes away from me. The Triangle is a very unique place because the Triangle has a lot of Black history to it, but the Triangle is very regionally diverse. It's a lot of white people from New York, California. It's very and now it's very racially diverse. There's a lot of Indians out here. You got the universities, NC State, Duke, UNC. So you got a lot of liberalism shit here. So it's a unique place. It's when you get to East Carolina is what you talking about with the racial shit. So when you get to Middlesex, Wilmington is where they burnt one of the Black Wall Streets down, other than Tulsa. So that's where you get that racist white folks, but they're not really in the Triangle like that. Not like that. It's very moderate. Like this place usually is light blue, socially conservative as far as the money. But for the most part, if you don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. Like James said, the cops are not gonna fuck. They may stop you, but as long as you're not driving drunk and you treat them with respect, they'll be cool and let you go.
Yeah.
So I know what you're just talking about, and that's true out here. But the point is, I shouldn't have to do that.
Well, you shouldn't, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah, I understand that, and I play that role. What he said with the damn, I have my passport with me, so I give him my license, my passport, the keys is right in there, my hands is right here. I talk to him very like Donovan Sharp. I get my Donovan Sharp voice. And cops don't ever. Cops have let me out of shit. I have driven without no fucking insurance, and white cops have let me out of that shit. So I know what you're talking about, James. But the point is, a lot of these cops. I'm also from Chicago, and these cops from the Midwest they don't operate like that. They will fuck with you. The black cops will fuck with you because they can't.
Yeah.
But that's the only reason I brought that up. This wasn't an indictment on all folks from South Carolina. I'm just saying you all have, like Virginia Beach is another area where they have a lot of economic power.
Take a breath, Edward.
Edward. My question to you, brother, is is it based on? Are you saying that that cops mess with the blacks within those areas in the low income communities or the middle class communities or the upper class communities?
No, they'll fuck with all black people. Isaiah Washington is a very wealthy man, and he said he didn't have a very expensive car in California because white people white cops keep stopping him. So it doesn't matter.
In fact, Chris Rock said the same thing about North Carolina.
They can fuck with less. They get fucked with less, they still get fucked with. That's why when Jason Whitlock said that stupid shit with LeBron, I'm like, somebody needs to change that motherfucker for real. Because he's talking stupid. That's what I mean about that interference.
I think he's just earning a paycheck. That's pretty much what he's
doing. Don't feed into that. Stephen A. Smith be doing the same thing. If you analyze Stephen A. Smith, he comes at the black athletes way harder than the whites. Every time he says something about the white athletes, ESPN chin checks him, and all of a sudden he's just going at the black ones.
But it's dangerous though. Y'all try to act like that's some benign shit, and it's not. Like what Jason Whitlock is doing. Jason Whitlock is the guy that will be a character witness for a white person who kills a black person.
Yeah, he will.
But it's called sports entertainment for a reason. They do that shit to get the ratings up, and it's playing right into their part because more people are watching now.
That you are making that a lot more. I understand what you're saying, and I can separate Stephen A. which does that with athletes, which annoys me. But what Jason Whitlock does is back in the day when these white people really fucking with black people, the only way they can really do that to any level again is if you got co-collaborators like Jason Whitlock. It runs interference. That's why when Christine Leahy did what she did with Ball, even though Ball is married to a white woman and his kids most likely will be white women, but it doesn't matter. Jason Whitlock ran interference. That's why they had him do that, because he called her out. No, Charlamagne did.
He checked her. No, he checked her.
And Charlamagne is one of these in and out people. So Charlamagne gets on my nerves, but Charlamagne's better being there than not being there. Because keep in mind, this dude, Charlamagne ran interference for Tommy Lawrence when Trevor Noah checked Tommy Lawrence bitch ass.
Right. Yeah.
So black men cannot let black women are gonna do that. We cannot let black men do that. We can't. We got anyway. I like what's his name? Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is a model for how a black sports entertainer should act.
Because he doesn't care. He's already got his money. He doesn't care.
He makes black dudes from the South. Like he really represents y'all. See, and you know what? I think he's from South Carolina, Georgia. So that's gonna be the other side of what I said with it. You also got some dudes like Shannon Sharp down there, and I'm glad I said it because I don't want to make it like all dudes from the South are shell like that. Because I know they're not. You got who else? Randy Moss is a dude from the South. The way Randy Moss look at these white dudes is like, tried. I got a knife in the back, ready. I love Randy Moss, Southern accent and all. He get in that look.
He's crazy. So
hey, I'd rather that than Jason Whitlock.
Well, Jason Whitlock, if you read, Jason Whitlock, one, he's from Missouri. Two, he's from he's a Missouri black conservative, and there's a certain Republican-esque thing that they have. And two, he's getting a paycheck. You know what side is
he's delusional.
Of the bread he's butter on. He's not delusional. He's doing this show.
He's playing the role.
What I'm saying is he accepts certain reality to help him sleep at night. Like,
it's called weed. It's called a good shot of alcohol.
That's I'm not comparing Jason Whitlock, but I see a lot of Sidian's ideology in Jason Whitlock. It's not about the market. It's not about racism. Racism doesn't exist. It's about the market, and if you do what you're supposed to do, then everything will take care of you. Not understanding the white folks control your money. That's why you are doing what you're doing. Not Sidian, but Jason Whitlock. Anyway, I'll back off.
Yeah, you have
BGS. Could you BGS? Do you like? I do believe what Edward just said. However, I somewhat lean towards classism because the truth is, and everything, if you really look at the whole structure of things, even before the Bacon's Rebellion, it has always been about classism, the poor
white folks don't fuck with
and the rich.
Well, yeah, but okay. The thing that changed the class structure where you have a middle class is because that's what I said. Everybody should read Quigley because he talked about it. He said the difference is amateur weapons. Okay, the gun changed everything for the poor and disenfranchised white person or poor and disenfranchised person anywhere. Okay, because now you need an army. Napoleon basically changed everything because he took his amateur army and took amateur weapons and basically went from one side of Europe to the other. And so so now the royalists have to do what? They have to come in and do business with the poor disenfranchised people because now you need a mass army to protect whatever you have. Otherwise, you're gonna get run over.
That's where the socialism stuff started to kind of get percolated, right?
Socialism actually started with the Industrial Revolution. Okay, with the Luddites, and most people don't. That's why I say some people don't analyze. Okay, you read it and you don't analyze. And as soon as I saw the Luddites come in, I said that's where socialism is from because you need, and that's what the upper classes don't let you know. You need a system to keep people from. Somebody got the speakers on in the background?
Oh.
Okay, because I'm hearing myself echo. But so you need a system. Okay, somebody's got their speakers on. Okay, that's okay. He muted.
Okay.
You need a system to keep people happy enough to where they won't tear down your system because they saw the Luddites smashing looms and smashing machines and fighting against the British Army because you basically driving them out of work and they were basically starving to death. So you needed a system to kind of keep the workers happy without them tearing down your system. That socialism was that. So you have anywhere you have the Industrial Revolution and capitalism, industrial capitalism, you're going to have socialism, some form of socialism.
Now, hold on, BGS. capitalism works the same way. Does it not? In the sense of, you know, in order, you talk vastly about automation, which is true. Automation is coming at an alarming rate to every part of this nation. It's going to be here. I know for a fact it will. However, like Richard Wolff, excuse me, the socialist, the economist / socialist, he was saying that if you bring in automation and the people don't have any jobs, in order, the top needs the bottom in order to function. And if you bring in automation and the people can't afford to buy anything, then the top eats itself. It cannibalizes itself and everything. It can't maintain a certain level of functionality if you do not have the bottom buying your products.
Well, it's more than that.
And even if they do go global, the problem that most corporations will have is the fact that most countries do not look at the prestige of your business that you had in America. They're going to look at it totally different compared to the Americans you once sold to. So could you please speak on that?
Okay, it's I think I did a video on it. It's what you have now is when capitalism, what you call a version of mercantilism. In other words, mercantilism is you basically you're sending wealth to a poor country, and you're sending the products, goods, and services to where the cost of production is very low to a place where you can sell them at a higher rate, right? And you're basically taking advantage of the arbitrage in between, right? And over time, what happens is it's like a seesaw. It is products and goods and pile up in one place. The goods start to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, right? And then the wages, the money piles up in the other place, and basically wages start to go up and up and up and up and up until the point you have balance. At that point, mercantilism is over because you can't make any money, right? It's zero sum. Basically, when basically China put that system on steroids,
right?
So now you have goods and products piling up in Western countries. Hold on a second. They're piling up in the West, right? To where they basically, even if you have money, you really can't buy anymore, right? Because before, like I say, 20 years ago, you couldn't afford one flat screen. Now you have a flat screen in every room, right?
Right.
And how much cheaper can the price get to the point where the people where they're coming from can't make it that cheap anymore?
Right.
So basically, yeah, go ahead.
So this is the dilemma that I see. You know, I've been doing my study. I've been trying to study, and I've been researching all these different things, trying to get out of kindergarten, going to the first grade.
Okay, good.
And I'm doing this or whatever, so I can fully understand what exactly is going on.
So tell me what you see.
I see that. For my prediction of the future would be, at one point in time, automation will be the roost that actually loosens all the jobs for all the people. But then once the corporations see productivity or the market for their product plummeting, they're going to evaluate how they are doing business, and they're going to start making somewhat of a space for people to work, because they're going to realize that they're going to go back to the basis of capitalism and say, hey, we need the people in order to we need the people to work so they can make money in order to buy our products. Because if you don't have people who has money and you cut everybody out based on automation, and the people that you normally sold to don't have no money at all, what's going to happen to the top is you're going to see eventually is corporations eating each other, eating up each other, trying to stay afloat, eventually to the point where they're going to say, you know what, automation is not as good as what we thought it would be.
Okay, that is a longer term problem, but that's not
I
what
have a
they're
theory
worried
as
about.
well.
Yeah. Do you want to give it before I give mine, or you want to listen to me
No,
first?
go ahead. Whoever, go ahead.
If you want to go ahead, go. I want to see what you guys learn. Go ahead, Michael.
My theory is that this will probably free up the workforce, and we'll start to focus on exploration in the sea and outer space, possibly, and we'll move towards colonization of other
Now, hold on.
planets.
Michael, can I
using
inject for a
robots.
second?
That's longer term.
Michael,
Okay.
hold on, Michael. Let me
Go
inject
ahead,
for what you
yes.
just said. If
Oh,
we
there's
had,
just-
right now, Japan has radiation. This is for Michael BGS. With that statement that he just said, if we all know that Japan has not cleared the nuclear meltdown that has happened 3 years ago, and in fact, there's
3 years
nuclear
ago.
waste. Yeah,
3 years ago, 5.
Oh, excuse me.
Actually 6. 2011.
2011. They have not really cleared or even
They can't.
found a true solution
They
to
can't.
clear up all that nuclear meltdown that happened. And in fact, they say that yes, and in fact, they're saying that the waste is actually falling all in the Pacific Ocean, and that waste is actually going all over the pretty much the all over the other ocean.
Yeah.
Right. So how can we do a exploration if we haven't even cleared up the nuclear waste per se via Japan?
Exploration doesn't have to be done with humans; it can be done with the robots. And that's a part of what I'm talking about. Like, if you start having space exploration, you can go farther. You can do a lot more, and probably even go farther for longer. I should say. It's kind of the same thing, but with robots. And then they just send the data back, and then you can almost terraform planets, and we just come in once it's already settled.
Yeah, they're going to basically. That's another reason they're actually going to put. I don't know if they probably already done it, but I'm saying they're going to put chips into people's brains, and basically you're going to be driving drones. Remember that Guardians of the Galaxy? I don't know if people.
Yeah, with the golden people,
with the golden
sovereigns.
People. Yeah,
sovereign.
They basically they never left their planet. They sent drones out. That's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, but super long range and everything too.
But that's a longer term thing.
But another thing is that's going to happen with all this automation. It's going to be a universal income. There's going to pretty much, like, it's going to free people up to do other things, but it's going to be basically a universal basic income. They're going to try to keep everybody at the same pay level.
Okay,
I think it'll probably put more people to work as well.
How? Somebody
this is the thing. This is the thing, and they don't.
Debts are still there. Debts are still there. Japan and China are still going to want their money.
Yeah, but the thing is that those debts will be there, and they're going to wipe them off the books. That's what's going to happen because they can't be paid. They know that they can't be paid. And the thing is, you have two things going on. You have people in their barricades, and nobody wants to take the hit on the debts because they're worldwide. Second thing is you have a automation arms race that can't and probably won't be stopped because human beings cheat. Okay, if you guys do anything in the background, please mute your mic because somebody's opening a refrigerator or something. We gotta remember we can hear everything. So is that Jamie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a question for James.
Let me finish real quick. Okay. The debts can't be paid. You have a automation arms race where you have a technological arms race that everything is going to be automated within 10 years. I guarantee you it's going to be automated within 10 years. You're going to put like 80 to 90% of the people out of work. If you put them out of work, how long do hungry people stay hungry?
I got a question on that one, BGS, from a business standpoint. Sorry.
How long will hungry people stay hungry?
Not long.
So in other words,
don't they say man can survive for 2 weeks without food?
You can.
After that,
actually, you can survive upwards of 90 days without food. It's not good for you, but you can survive without food for 90 days. But
right, okay.
What is it? It's 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, and 3 months without food.
Okay.
3-3-3. Okay, but the thing is, people. But the thing is, the hunger pains are going to drive you far long um, before you die of hunger. People, if you're talking about 7 billion people, you're talking about a worldwide, not will collapse, but a worldwide revolt. They know that's going to happen if this plays out. So long before corporations eat their lunch, long before corporations go broke and figure out they have to put people to work and don't have any profits, you're going to
Right.
have a worldwide rebellion. That's why they're going to do it first, before the automation comes in. UBI will come in before automation fully takes effect because it has to. If you don't have this system in place before automation actually hits its singularity curve, and we're right in the middle of that bad boy.
Right.
You know, things that have been, because a lot of these technologies they've been holding back for 20 years. It's not that they haven't been developed, because when they tell you they're just not developing, that's bullshit. Our artificial womb is not a tank. It comes out as a bag that tells you that they're far along on the development curve, a lot farther than they actually say. They've been playing with AI since the 80s, okay? And basically they had developed them in the 90s, and all of a sudden they've kicked every human being's ass in every game that you can think of.
Right.
So in other words, and basically once they hit a singularity curve like that, it accelerates. It does not. In other words, it doubles every year. So AIs will get twice as fast every year. And basically, Google with all your search, all your voice commands, all that stuff. Who do you think has been training AIs? You have. Yep. Every time you go on the internet, every time you give a voice command, every time you do a search, every time you do an interaction on through Google or Yahoo or wherever else, it goes directly into an AI. Okay, so you have been training these AIs for 20 years on how to be human. They are holding these bad boys back because the elite are afraid of AIs. But since you have an arms race, they have no choice. Either we develop an AI or somebody else will. So basically, you haven't even seen the acceleration. They just announced this shit a year and a half ago. Look at the acceleration of technology in a year and a half. Shit, you never thought you would see. They said, you saw, the artificial womb is 30 years away. You have it. Cloning or basically artificial babies are 30 years away. You have it. Okay? Robots as doctors. They said you have it. I just saw a video say AI will replace 50% of the of jobs. That's bullshit. Okay, it's going to replace. They're talking about blockchain killing 80 killing lawyers' jobs and all these people that do contracts. It come wiping out 80% of them. And that's paperwork. So it's bullshit. So if you don't want people to rebel against the system, you're going to have to figure out something. That's socialism, which is socialism on steroids, which is universal basic income.
In a way, some of them robots doing some of them jobs might eliminate some of that corruption. If you have AIs doing lawyer work, you ain't gonna have no robot trying to get like. I don't know who's gonna own own the robot. It might be. It might actually be.
You can't talk over James. James, you can't talk.
I just want to clear.
Hold on. Let Jamie finish, and then James, and then who's that?
Mr. E.
Okay.
Yeah, because when it comes to like some of this AI stuff, it might actually eliminate some of the corruption in certain fields, like basically attorneys just doing stuff to make money off of like divorce and stuff like that, and it might actually make healthcare a lot more affordable.
It will,
because if you have robots doing actual operations, they're going to probably be more efficient than a doctor would because they don't get tired.
I mean, they got lasers. They got lasers that can do surgery. Subdermal lasers actually come and do surgery, not even.
Now they got. Now they got tape that replaces stitches now.
Yeah,
kind of crazy.
Yeah, laser. Go ahead, James.
I would say that when you look at AI, yes, it gives a ease to a lot of different jobs, but I don't trust it in the sense of just yet. And the reason why is because, and I ask this question to everybody, will the AI have an astrology? Like, I think my man Styles P said it best.
Have a who?
Hold on. I'll say it best like my man Styles P said it on the Roots song. He said, I'll say it in my way. He said, will an AI have an astrology, meaning have a personality? And when it messes up, will it give you an apology?
No.
Does your cell phone have an astrology?
Yo, these cops be killing. These cops kill black people on the street, and when have they gave an apology?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about from
Never.
the standpoint of AI.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but I'd rather have like
when you give an AI demands or commands to do certain things, will it understand you as a person?
Yeah.
In the sense of like we all know about astrology. Astrology bases itself off of the characteristics of a person.
Uh-huh.
And like BGS, you have a characteristic as a person. I do. Same thing with everybody else here on this hangout. We all have characteristics because we all have an astrology.
Can I ask you a question?
AI, it doesn't have an astrology.
Can I have your question?
Understand where you coming from, and if it does mess up, can it apologize to you?
James, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yes,
why
sir.
Does that matter?
Because in life you need something to relate to. If you have an AI saying, if every AI was like Judge Dredd or Minority Report, would it be safe? Would it be okay? Can they relate to you?
Why does that matter? It's going to happen anyway.
Yeah, we've already started to relinquish control of our certain decisions that we have, and we allow computers to do it for us.
Whoa. Mr. E hasn't gotten in, and he's next. Go ahead, Mr. E.
I just want to say,
James. Mr. E is next. We come back around.
Yeah, okay.
We work this. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I just remember after BGS introduced me to this type of automation and everything, I've been stumbling upon articles about jobs that are safe from automation. I went back in the Investopedia. It says like healthcare workers, teachers, creatives, social workers, and counselors, lawyers, supervisors, computer systems analysts. And I saw one article that said that judges are going to be safe from automation and everything because there's still going to be a value of human element, but from my understanding, it's going to be very low. So I just want to know what BGS.
The thing is, it's not going to eliminate all the jobs. It's how many do you need?
So I'm just saying, what jobs you believe, from your analysis, will still be humanized? Like you don't have to get very, very specific with just like a field.
Okay, what's basically gonna happen is that you will create your own job, and human ingenuity cannot be replaced. So a lot of stuff is gonna be a lot of your economy, instead of being global, it's gonna be local. So in other words, your community, say growing food, particular kinds of food, serving food, all that kind of hospitality stuff, a basic small town kind of atmosphere where you have a local economy. I think that is where people are going to have jobs. It's going to be a local economy from person to person. Now, when you go global, go outside of that, then if you have something that will appeal to people that are across the country, an idea that appeals across the country, a product or service that appeals to somebody on the other side of the world, then it will go back into the marketplace. You got to compete against who? The robots and AIs. That's going to be, and nobody really knows how this is going to work. The thing is, the only thing they know that either it works or you're going to have a collapse, one of the two.
Okay. Yeah, because I got into with a gentleman today on Facebook, and he was saying that he was confident that that technology doesn't replace, it only repurpose jobs.
That's bullshit.
And I try to reiterate, because I use the documentary post, I believe it was from PBS, whatever, about how the cotton gin affected the workers and everything.
Yeah.
And he just believed that because of cotton gin, jobs were just repurposed, and they could have found work somewhere else and everything.
The unemployment rolls have grown ever since the Industrial Revolution. They've grown and grown and grown from zero. I mean, actually, you didn't have enough people to the point where you don't have enough jobs. Edward, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, as somebody that does digital marketing, and I profit off of using labor or skills from people from overseas or all over the world, using software and technology, and I'm sure Michael can understand this being on the other side of it, like the IT field, like this stuff. You got to be a producer. This idea, like, marketing, like a lot of the artistic type jobs, like marketing and sales, where there's always going to be a human element. If you're trying to get somebody to buy a product, like for the most part, those jobs might be safe to a certain extent. But what happens is those jobs are even going to be minimized because people will be able to leverage more and more and more. And that's what BGS is talking about as far as less and less jobs, because people can do more and more and more. And AI is just, even like the video game development world, AI allows you to do more with less people and get more done. And that's what you have to consider.
And the thing is, what people don't understand, do you know why your economy has to increase 3% every year?
Why?
Because your population grows 3% every year. What happens when your population? What happens when your economy does not grow 3% a year, and 3% and young people of all colors come onto the marketplace? What happens?
Revolution.
Your unemployment grows, right? That's how come you have 95. That's how come your unemployment rate for people under 25 is at 50%.
Hey, BJ, I got a question. Where does all these not millennials, but these baby boomers come into play? Because I feel like a lot of these baby boomers are like a big peppermint that the American system has to swallow.
Because baby boomers have all the wealth. They come in.
Even I saw that video, BGS.
Even Tone said the same thing. He said, in any particular race, especially the black race, all your wealth now lies within the baby boomers. I can tell you that, because
even if you get a lot of the social benefits when they're starting to get older.
Because they owe the baby boomers. Believe it or not, they owe the baby boomers 30. What is it? Last count, they owe the baby boomers like maybe $20 trillion in Social Security benefits that baby boomers paid into. If you calculate the
and that's what you think about.
And how much did they steal in 2008 with the crash? Because that was another consolidation of wealth.
It wasn't a consolidation of wealth at all. I mean, what happened was that they were trying to settle all the. There's an internal economy, internal debtors, and the external debtors. If it was all internal within the United States, they could have settled that. They could have just wiped out most of the shareholders, had them take a haircut, close some banks down. It'd have been rough for like 3 or 4 years, but they would have set it. But the thing is, the external debts never go away, and the problem you have with the external debts, and they were basically borrowing money. Fed was pumping out money to the banks so they could satisfy the external debts
at 0%.
You have to understand banking. If a bank is underwater, how does a bank make money? Bank makes money
through investment,
loaning out.
Loaning out money, but they make money on the spread between what they get the money for at whatever interest rate and what they loan it out to. Bank gets its money when you borrow it and you pay back the money from your labor. Your labor is money. Money is not created until you work for it.
We're a debt economy. You can't create money without going in debt. That's why all car loans is based on a computer. Like they make it up on a computer. Like they'll say, "Hey, we'll give you 30,000." They just give it to you. Well, they don't give it to you directly. They might give you enough to buy the car, but if they really wanted to actually stimulate the economy, say if you spend 20 grand, they should give you the rest of that 10 grand in cash and actually let you use it.
One thing, it does stimulate the economy because you get a product ahead of time and you pay it out over time, and that's called the velocity. That's get into define. That's the velocity of money. It makes the money move faster from hand to hand to hand. So basically, they can pump. The faster the money moves, the less money has to be in the system. So you can actually extracted through a fractional reserve system. But the thing is, at a certain point, when things bog down, when there's enough products and there's not enough people working, the velocity of money will slow. What you have is the velocity of money slowing down. And actually, 2008, it had stopped. So basically, your economy was dead. When they call it currency because it's like a blood system. What happens when your blood stops? You die. Your economy was dead, and they had to put the economy on life support. That's what your zero interest rates was. You had to revert. All the banks were dead. All the banks.
So what was the bailout? Was that like
pacemaker?
Which bailout? Which bailout you talking about?
Yeah, because they did Q1, they did Q1, Q2, and Q3.
Talking about
the one that Obama did.
Trouble. Well, he actually wasn't Obama. It was Bush.
Bush did the first one.
Troubled assets, TARP. Troubled assets, whatever. The G20 demanded that, and that was only a down payment. What the Fed did as far as doing currency swaps and interest rate swaps, they actually sent out about $4 trillion, but nobody was looking at that. So troubled asset, the troubled asset program, the G20 wanted skin in the game. If Congress was not going to be behind it, everybody was on their own. So that's why Paulson and everybody else had to beg, got on bended knees and beg the Congress. If you do not pass this, or if you don't pass this, the G20 is going to throw back all our dollars, and the world global economy will be dead, and then you will have issues on your hands. So if you don't pass it, they had to have Obama, and they had to have what's his name come in and start bending twisting some arms. That your economy was dead on arrival, and this is basically the paddles. If you do not give this an electric shock by passing this, you will have a shitstorm. Because all your banks are going through systematic collapse, and nobody's in America has seen a bank run in about 100 years. You do not want to see a bank run.
No, because there'll be nothing.
Yeah, I was thinking about that based off that video.
One at a time.
Yeah, I saw. Well, when I heard that video, I was just like, oh my gosh, like I've been thinking about like just kind of scratching, like itching to like pull some of my money out of the bank and then just keep it locally, or just like within a safe or something like that. But I think I've always feeling that.
I think I've said this before. Okay, I said this way for all you people with Bitcoins and gold and all that stuff. First, I said everybody ever talked to for the last 25 years about bug out bags and shit hits the storm, shit hits the fan scenarios. Okay. Right. First thing you have to have is food and water. You gotta that's without question. Okay, food, water. Hard goods are going to be or key first of all. Okay. Second thing is the first 30 to even maybe 60 days. Cash. I'm not talking about, because most people use cards, right? Most people use very little cash. Cash will still work because cash is still acceptable. So if you come out with a gold coin, people will not take it first. They're not. Not
immediately.
Thing. Not immediately. It's better to have quarters, nickels, and pennies than have a gold coin for the first 60 days. Okay. After that runs out and nobody trusts that system collapses, then you get to the silver, then you get to the gold, and then you go back to bartering. That's the way it's going.
Right, because the true value of those type of assets or precious metals won't be valued properly until you have that ultimate collapse, because it'll continue to rise while it's collapsing and everybody's still using cash. So people that are on credit cards, don't know what the hell to do and don't have any cash. They'll be shit out of luck. But then the people that have cash will be good until they don't have cash, or until precious metals are the only thing that is valued.
And if shit hits the fan, what do you think they're going to go after? They're going to go after your gold coins or your food and water first?
Food and water.
They're going after the food and water.
Food and water. So the thing is, your bug out bag has to, first thing they said is if to be in the city, okay, you want to be ahead of the curve and you want to get the fuck out of the urban areas as soon as possible. As soon as you know there's going to be some kind of turmoil, bank run, collapse, whatever it is, get the hell out of the city. So basically, you should be like Michael. You should have land someplace where you can drive to, hopefully. Okay, with whatever you need. If it's, you don't have to have a generator, all that shit, man, or solar panel, whatever you're gonna have. You need to have that stuff already ready to go, because once shit hits the fan, you will not be able to acquire it.
Right, and that's what I've been like. That's what it's just so easy to get it now that it's kind of like such a slept-on thing, and you're looking at it and it's like, I gotta get, like, if I didn't have the ventures that I have going on right now, I'd have a piece. Maybe a piece in Florida if I could afford it. It's very expensive down here, but definitely in like states like Maine where you can get a shitload for nothing, but it's cold as hell up there, of course.
So what you want? If you can put up a not a vacation, but a simple structure that's sustainable. And then what you want to do is you want to even if you can't keep them up, you want the structure of your raised bed gardens are already ready for you to go. So when shit hits the fan and you can get there, you can bring your wood stove or whatever you need in your truck and drive there and drop that stuff off. Immediately break out your seeds, man. Start planting your garden immediately, because the thing is, you want food to start growing by the time your food runs out.
Yeah, because what I've been watching a lot, of course, is Pastor Dowell. He's like big heavy on that, and I'm actually watching one of his videos on silent while I'm listening to you guys. And having the greenhouse, having the structure, the raised bed gardens, one makeshift shelter that's easy to drop and very cheap is to get those containers, the trucking containers. You can get a 45-foot freaking container for like $2,000 in some places. I mean, it's not ship ready, but like at least you can plug some holes. And if you want, you can actually have them repair it, plug it to where it is shipping container ready. Which means that it's not susceptible to leaks and stuff like that.
If you had the vehicle to actually pull the damn thing,
Well, yeah, but you can get them dropped off. You can, like, I was looking again in Maine. Like, I don't know why I love that state as far as I just love the prices. But looking in those places, like, you can get it from a local place and they'll drop it off to your parcel of land. In Florida, you really couldn't actually have that though, because of you couldn't live in it, but at least you can use it for storage, and it has to be properly secured because we're a hurricane state.
Plus there's local communities all over the place. Actually, black local communities actually start thinking like this and actually starting these rural communities where you can go to and you can actually learn to farm or learn to grow food, all that stuff before you even need it. They're popping up like crazy on it because people are getting scared.
Check out Pastor Dowell if y'all don't know about it. I mean, but he's big on it, and he actually allows people on his properties, and he actually connects with other communities, like you said, BGS. Sorry, Edward.
No, you're good. I'm getting tired. There's still like a stigma with black people when it comes to like going in like trailer parks and stuff like that. So you got a lot of black people that's kind of like, well, that's not what we do, and it's like you got to force them.
There's a very good reason why, and my brother from South Carolina can tell you that, right? Because and
Georgia,
because because that picture. Remember that video I talked about? Looking back, that very first video. That's how my mother was raised, as a sharecropper, but she was raised there without a father. Okay, because her father died. So, she with 9 kids picking cotton, and basically what they were eating and how much they were eating. That's how my mother was raised. So that's how come they have a stigma about trailer parks, about being in the country and all that shit, because basically they transmitted that nasty taste to their children because they never wanted to go back. They never wanted to see it. I think it was one person that was on the Hangout says that it was Angry Man that said that somebody said that when they were young, they didn't have toilet paper. Basically, how come they stacked up rolls of toilet paper? Because when they were young, they didn't have it. And that's true. That's what I remember the Sears and Roebuck magazine, the old ones were for. In the outhouse.
Yeah, like I talked to my parents and like they don't want to go back to Jamaica at all.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why not? And they're like, listen, you never lived there for a long period of time. You don't want to go back to that type of shit.
Yeah.
Even though we have the family house down there.
Yeah, because it brings up bad memories. I know my mother, she won't go near our house anymore. She refused. She don't want to go down the country if there's not a toilet. She don't want to go because she don't want to deal with that shit no more. She's almost 80 years old. She don't want to deal with that. And I understand she transmitted that to us about not liking that kind of stuff, even though that's the way she was raised. She could survive. She could survive like that because of how she grew up. But they have a stigma against it. But that's why. That's how come they don't want trailer parks. And plus, trailer parks is where white people are. They really don't want to be around them. Those are weird.
That's what it is, man. They don't want to be around the white people. They don't want to be around.
Yeah, I mean, y'all ain't. I hate to say, y'all ain't seen racism, man. Y'all ain't seen racism. Why I hear my grandmother describe, y'all ain't seen it, man. If you go back to the mid '50s. In fact, that one of the subs actually, we're talking about that thing in 1952 about the chick marrying white husbands and stuff like that. He was telling a story about even though his grandmother had married a white man, the grandfather on the other side, his paternal grandfather was hung in 1957 for smiling at a white woman.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's very crazy.
And I asked somebody. It was Garage Autonomous. I said, if he could start naming black men that were married to white women in the 50s, right, or 40s and 50s. I said, if you can show me where one black woman was lynched or killed for having relationships with a white man, I said, I will never talk about this subject again.
Oh, they can't because they can't do that because they can't find it.
Yeah, I mean, I get black feminists and all that kind of shit, man. I said, I understand where you're coming from, but I said it irritates me. What irritates me is not about black feminists and what they think. It irritates me for you to be blind and stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Stupidity I cannot stand, and the stuff you're talking to me about is stupidity.
Yeah.
Read the fucking literature.
Yeah, and even for me and when I was in school and all that, studying slavery, looking at the pictures, I have yet to see a black woman that actually got lynched. It was
they were lynched, but they were lynched as a family. Black women got lynched, but not nearly in the rate. There was one.
Yeah,
there was one in the 20s, not 1918, where the sharecroppers wanted to form a union and go on strike. And the KKK went down there and they lynched about 350 people, families. And you saw just a string of men, women, and children lynched. I think that one tree there's like 50 bodies, where they just lynched a whole small town.
Wow, man, that's crazy, man.
Because the KKK was not just a racist organization; they were actually put in place to keep the sharecroppers in line. So it was on behest of the government. So the KKK was not acting by itself, and only when I think it was they broke the back of the KKK after World War II.
And most black people didn't have guns back then to defend themselves, right?
No, they didn't. Most of the guns came back after World War II when the soldiers brought their guns back.
The KKK killed a lot of radical Republicans as well.
Yeah,
lynched a lot of them.
Yeah, it was a political organization. That's
right.
That's what they don't want to talk about until it wasn't necessary anymore. And then they do what they always do. They turn on them. That's how come the KKK. That's how come you have a lot of militias that do not like their government, because their government will turn on you, and they know it. And it's going to come to a point. In fact, we used to say a long time ago, man, back in the study groups, that when, especially when the militias were really, really strong, that when white people get into it with each other, it's time for black people to just bow out, like Donald Trump. I'm telling black people, don't, Put your
Don't
head
get
down.
involved in the
Don't
middle of
get
that fight.
involved. Don't get involved in that fight. If you
Yeah, because when white people are angry, they're angry. They start bringing up the Constitution, and then they start practicing in their militia, getting in their army, starting to fire. They'll train them. They'll train their girls, their kids. Like they'll die over that stuff.
Mm-hmm. And when you hear them talking about their guns, they're not talking about going after black people. They're talking about their government coming back to get them, because they know what their forefathers went through. They were the former, though sharecropping is based on serfdom, the manor system. And it was not slavery, but it's a step above. And those poor white people were serfs, and they know what they went through. And they don't want to go through that shit again. That's like they have guns. That's like they in America. They came to America to escape that stuff, and they do not want to go back. So I tell black people, stay out of the way. Okay,
man. BGF. I
Yes,
don't know, man. How do you like get rid of this stupidness? I mean, I think it's just trained. People are trained that way, right? I mean, stupidity is trained. So how do you untrain that?
Well, we said it's miseducated. Well, the thing is, it takes time. Like what I do with you guys, I don't try to convince you of anything. All I'm trying to do is change your worldview a little bit at a time, just a little bit at a time. Because they ask me, why do people come to your channel? Why people do this, that, and another? Why do they call you what it is? I said, because I've been vetted. I said, I get vetted constantly, because you guys, as soon as I say something, you guys are going to go right to the Google and check it out, see if it's true. And I've been called a couple times. I misspoke. I said, even on the freaking Hangout, somebody will hear me say one thing, and it'll cause this. I said, dude. I said, wait. As an 8-hour Hangout, I said a couple of sentences, and now we're going back and forth over the period of 2 weeks, because I say 2 sentences in a Hangout, like I got sheets of paper in front of me, and I'm checking my notes as I'm talking to you. That's it's
no, I mean, like your conversation with Butterfly or whatever. I mean, how do you go through that? I mean, I wouldn't even last 3 to 5 minutes. Just even if you tell them that, they just undeniably try to deny it, and just
because I have to treat her like she doesn't know anything. I have to treat her like a child that doesn't know anything, and I keep reiterating the facts. And eventually, and I keep asking them, where do you get your facts from? And if you can't prove it, then you have one or two choices. You get angry and whatnot. Okay, you getting angry, you getting upset, it doesn't remove the fact that you don't have any facts. Where are your facts? Well, I know what I know. I said, what you know and what you know doesn't mean squat to me. Okay, because I'm not in your head. Only what you can prove. Can you prove it? Well, no, I can't prove it. So eventually, you have to buckle down. I used to do my girlfriends all the time like that. So they think that they're gonna get emotional, and I'm gonna shut down 35. No, I'm gonna cross my legs. We're gonna sit there. As long as you don't hit me, I'm gonna keep bringing up the facts. I'm gonna keep questioning your facts. And women do not like the word why. Why do you feel that way? Why do you think that way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't question your leader, BGS. That's wrong. But I think that's why I said that video is important, because there was just so much patience in that, and how to actually handle situations like that with somebody, not necessarily just women, but just people with that mindset,
right?
Where you just keep on pounding the facts into them, and you don't have to be rough with it, but just keep on reiterating it, and then sooner or later, after a while, they're going to start asking you questions because they know you know.
Yeah.
And they'll admit that you know, in a sense.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's like tennis. It's like a long tennis match. They keep serving, you keep knocking it back. Keep serving, you keep knocking it back. And all you got to do is stay in the game. And if you don't know it, well, if you don't know the answer, you ask them why. Where do you get it from? Prove it to me.
I mean, how would that work on like just the average common black people or just normal people?
It depends on the men. It's harder if they're emotional because they're more aggressive and more reticent. Men don't do well when they're emotional, because men tend to want to fight, and they basically go in their foxhole, and they don't care. Okay, like there's a difference between going up with Butterfly and Kavina Man. Now, the thing is with Kavina Man, he knew he was wrong. He knew it was wrong, and
So men is harder.
so I basically had to let him go. Okay, you know you're wrong. Everybody knows you're wrong. They've proven it. It's come out of your own mouth, and basically you won't admit it. So the thing is, it's not that I'm not. You already know what the truth is. You just won't admit it. So basically, I'm wasting my time. So you can go. And he left. No sense for him staying because he left. In fact, what killed it is I read his own document. This is the article that you sent me, and what does it say in the article that you sent me? What the tax break was for? Exactly what I said it was for, and I said and why they could not pay for the tax break because the budget cuts are to reduce the deficit. It said it right in the article, which is what he was arguing against. He said that's not the reason. I said your very document that you sent me that I read over the air, so I read it word for word on the air, said the exact same thing that I was telling you. So at that he just wanted to get his coins and go home. Okay, dude, take your coins that you think you have and go home. I said, I reminded. I said, you know this is on recorded, and people are gonna play this back, and you're gonna get clowned. Okay, but if you're cool with that, I'm cool with that.
See, that kind of reminds me of this video I was watching. It was about like they asked this old KGB member. He was like, "How can you brainwash Americans?" He said it's easy. He said he said all you do is basically you corrupt their morals, like to make them so low that good is bad and bad is good. And then he said, and it's to the point where you can show them the facts and they still won't believe it. He said, so,
yeah, for most people, yeah.
That's how my brother is, man. My brother very emotional.
Yeah.
He gets really loud.
Yeah.
Because he believes that if he gets louder than everybody else, that he's won the argument. And if I just sit there and I let him go through his little thing, and then after he's done, then basically I have to kind of walk him through the logic. To kind of and then kind of demonstrate, you see how your way simply it just doesn't work. You standing here, you're hollering like a Project Hood rat.
Yeah, that sounds like we're talking to a New England Patriots fan or a LeBron James fan.
Yeah.
So brainwashed, I guess.
What I found is that you first have to identify: are you speaking to somebody who's coming from a position of subjectivity or objectivity? With BGS is objective. He has references and articles and everything. What we call emotional is really just a subjective thinker. They think within themselves. So it's kind of like when I get into it with Christians. I can't speak worldly to a Christian. I have to use their Bible. That's their reference. And so any argument that they have, you have to go with what they say. So a lot of times with a subjective thinker, you just let them talk. They eventually hang themselves. And you can say, well, at first you said this, now you're saying this. So bridge the two for me. Like how do these two things exist in the same space? And that's when they get hung up, and you don't put yourself in a position to where they can get hostile to you because it's what they're saying, what they have said.
Yeah. I can't wait to get Brooklyn Blue on, boy. Eventually I'm gonna get her on because she is pissed. She is pissed off about my BGS for women. I have a whole lot of women that are pissed. I said, you don't have to go to the channel. Okay? As they said, why do you like this Queen Rashida? You can't serve two masters. I said, my master is the truth. I'm only serving one. I'm not serving. I'm not lying. I am not lying to the men. Okay? I do not lie. If I was lying to guys, especially you guys are smart. If I was lying to you, you guys would have called bullshit a long time ago. And what they think is that I'm easy on you guys. That's what they think. I'm coddling you guys. Where you telling them what they want to hear. I said, if you ask them, do I tell them what they want to hear? They'll tell you you're full of shit. Because I'm tough on you. I'm tough on you guys. I don't have to call you names. I do challenge you guys. I challenge what you say.
We know when to stop.
Huh?
We know when to stop.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
They're gonna ride it. What I tell people is that it's like eating a well done steak. They have to chew on it. For people who really gonna get the material, they have to chew on it for a while. They're not gonna get it right there because that cognitive dissonance, it's a real motherfucker.
Yeah, that cognitive dissonance is real.
Yeah, when you're dealing with somebody right there, you know, the deeper you shatter that reality, the more you gotta give them time to sleep on it.
You can't change
somebody.
You can't change somebody's worldview in one video. You can't change somebody's one view in a couple of weeks. It takes. I mean, from where I'm sure you know.
Peeling a damn onion.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's basically
you're crying during the whole thing.
It's melting. It's melting a glacier. You know, drop by drop. And I'm gonna say, you guys have to take yourself on a journey. I cannot change your worldview. I can guide you to change your worldview if that's what you want. Because I'm a Gnostic. Gnosticism and stuff that I show, you have to want it. If you don't want it, you're not going to get it. You have to want it. And the people that's what I'm saying. The channel is only built for maybe 500 people because only 500 people will actually want it. A lot of people are interested, but there's a core of people that actually want their worldview changed because they want to know. There's not that many people, and there's not that many women. I'm surprised I got as many subs on my women's channel as I do. I
send your videos out, and like I send it even to one of my homegirls, and she says, she's like, yo, thank you for always sending this. And it's mostly the economical stuff or the economics videos and posts that really tell, you know, hey, what's going on, what to expect and everything like that. Because she's also a woman that works with teenage kids. And it's like, it's important that she sees this because it's like, hey, listen, you need to start telling these kids what are going to come on, or at least be prepared for it and how to answer them.
Or maybe they're just trying to find something to dox you on.
If like I was telling Garage Autonomous, I know he's been spamming my page because I basically blocked him. I just got tired of his bullshit. I said, doxing me is not going to do anything. If you really got some courage, man, argue the facts. If you can argue the facts, I got 350 videos. If you can refute all 350, man, I will close my channel. Because you're superior to me and you're better off doing it than I am. But if you can't argue the facts, go away. Because I'm not really here to damage women, you know, I'm not really here. I'm here to teach you guys. And most of the stuff I put up that's about women is to teach you. I'm not interested, even though the language might be strong. If they hear it, that's fine. But I'm there to model, you know, my emotion. And a lot of times when I go on my rant, it's emotional, but it's so that you guys can feel the words that I'm saying.
Emotionally logical.
Yeah.
I say it's conviction.
Well, the thing is, my biggest videos is when you guys can actually hear my compassion or hear my emotion coming out through my words, even though it's logical. But the thing is, you guys, that registers for whatever reason, and I'm here to actually teach men. Women, I don't really care if you hear it or not hear it, or you get your feel. Like I tell women, I don't give a fuck if your feelings get hurt because you're not supposed to be here anyway. I'm not talking to you, as you tell Debbie Rose. I am not talking to you. So if your feelings get hurt, too bad. Go to another channel. That's why I opened up a BGS for women. Now you can go to your own channel. You can request whatever you want. I'll talk in a language that would be suitable to you because it's your channel, okay? I'll talk, if I talk strongly, I will talk strongly to where you can understand me, okay? When I'm talking to guys, I'm talking to them. If you don't like it, tough shit. I'm not talking to you.
And compared to Angry Man and Jap, you're kind of mild with how you talk to them. If they like the way they come at their neck, so it's like compared to them, like you're mild.
What is it?
That's the thing. He doesn't even have to be that way because if you hit him with logic, there's really no need to even be emotional or like overbearing or I guess more masculine or aggressive. Actually, is probably a better word.
Yeah. Well, me talking to them is like their father talking to them. It brings out more emotion. Okay. Jap and Angry Man's like their boyfriends talking to them. They can kind of get over that. But when I say something, it cuts them. Like when I say something to my children, it cuts. Okay. I don't have to hit them. It cuts because I remember my son, he brought over my grandson without pull-ups. His grandson's like 3 years old and he's And he said he's potty trained. I said, that's true. But saying when you bring a child into a different household, they can revert back. I said, you got to bring something as a backup. And my grandson just peed all over everything, right? I said, how come you didn't bring pull-ups with him as an emergency? He said, bring up pull-ups with him as an emergency because you know he's not potty trained in this house. He said, well, he knows how to go to the bathroom. That doesn't mean he's going to do it for us. He does it for you. But the next time he brought him over, he brought pull-ups, okay? And he said, oh, you didn't want to? I said, you didn't want to hear my mouth. He said, no.
Well, I guess what annoys me is just that, like when you talk to women, if they don't get their point through to you, or you're like a wall to them, they just switch to another topic, and it's just so irritating that they don't try to stay on track just to get your attention to go to something else.
Because
so it feels like you're wasting effort on something that you know that they don't want to hear.
The goal is to win, but the thing is, my thing is that if I say that if there's a big enough detractor and it's going to go on long, and I will open up a hangout for you, I have to keep my word. I said I told her that's the only reason you even on here, because I should have just bounced.
I want next on that too.
Huh?
I want next on that when you're done. Or on that.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like they're making an argument just for the sake of another argument. You know, it never really ends, and they just want to talk to you. It's like they feel lonely or something.
So basically you have to use your male will and realize you just got to wear them down with logic. You got to be patient because if you get emotion, the biggest thing is they draw you into the emotion. Because they're upset, they're illogical. You get upset and you get emotional, and it becomes a screaming match. They bring you into their world instead of vice versa.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's why Mike said it was important, because I demonstrated how I bring them into my world rather than me going into theirs.
It also goes with what BGS was saying earlier. Why they hate the question why? Because why is a logical question. And I have a video that I bookmarked of a guy who talked about how women argue the way they do, because you notice they skip from when they have an issue, they skip from point to point, attack, right? Because when they argue, they want you to do something. It's not for understanding. It's not for the meet. Okay, we come to an agreement. Now they have a specific task they want you to do, and that's what they're going for. And so they're just making these light attacks to see which one will land. And that's where they go deep and really give you some depth.
Because there's emotional arguments. So when they attack you and you say why, and you go in, you bring them down a logical path, they will jump to another path. So you start all over again.
So they take it personal, and then they try to make it personal.
They want to win.
No, is that what you mean by emotional? It's just that they take every question personally, and then they try to make you answer the question that's personal.
Well, yeah, they'll take it as an attack and then play the victim after a while. Like, why are you talking to me like that? Lower your voice, things like that. Like, you're so harsh, you won't let me talk. Take a breath, and then ad hominem attacks will follow after that.
So basically, so in other words, she talks over, and said, "Are you gonna let me talk? Are you gonna let me talk?" Right. In other words,
and then she'll be like, "No, because you're wrong."
And then okay, I'm wrong. So how long are you gonna talk? I said, and then you shut it off. I said, okay, I'm gonna let you talk, and you tell me when it's okay for me to answer that. If that way you're not engaging anymore. Okay, you're listening, you're not engaging, and they want you to get, because they're trying to draw you to be emotional like they are. In fact, I don't know. Going to my BGS for Women page, I just did one called "Communicating with Men," and basically, I was trying to tell women how to communicate with men. I said, women. I told women, what you guys do is express feelings, and what you're doing is you're wrapping your point inside all these words that express your feelings. So what men have to do, they have to do all the work of digging through all those words, all that emotion, and figure out what you're trying to say to them. I said, if you try to get your point across directly, you have to run all your emotions through your logic brains, cut it down, get right to the point so that he can evaluate it. because
I had this conversation with my mother. I just told her, for every question you ask yourself why twice, and then tell me what you wanted to ask again. And they would never have anything to ask. They just it would just be something that they want to say out of emotion or
out of
something
emotion.
that matter. Yeah.
And sometimes when you're listening to, I used to tell you guys the exact opposite. If you want to listen to a woman, what she's trying to express to you is how she feels about something. So if you want to short circuit that, she's gonna say, I think. And I said, no, stop. How do you feel? How do you feel about that? You short circuit, and she will go right to it. She will start evaluating her feelings logically, because you're turning on how do you feel about it. So she has to examine her feelings, because that's what's coming up. And you keep doing that, and you will have her dig through all that to get to a point.
Right. She can answer her own question.
Well, but basically she can propose a question that you can actually do. Like I was telling us, a lot of women run that stuff through my logic brain so that I can give them a logical answer they can go back and give their boyfriend or husband. They use me. You go ahead.
What I do is, what I've kind of realized that is a lot of times, and I learned this with my lady. Usually I just let her get it all out, and then I'll address each point. And sometimes she'll just say, you know what, maybe this ain't the right time to deal with it.
because there was no point. She was trying to tell you how she felt.
Right. Basically, it's just feelings. It's all her arguments just really don't necessitate any sort of reason.
No.
So she's just emoting at that point.
Why you not talking to me? Why are you not talking to me?
She'll realize
I had a girlfriend
she'll stop herself, and then later on, maybe a day or two later, we'll revisit it, and then that's when I come in, and then I'll lay it all out. I'll walk her through it. This is something I had to learn. I learned it over the last couple of years how to do it.
Yeah.
I used to yell and scream back. Shit.
Well, you know what? Because my niece was, I think I'd mentioned this before. My niece was having a problem with her husband, and I said the way you're talking to your husband, because you haven't developed communication, is that you're trying to have him. Basically, what women do is they hoard, right? They hoard problems, right?
Yep.
They'll be emotional about a problem. They won't say anything. A month later, they have 10 different things that they've hoarded and stuck in their brain, and they want to dump them in your lap all at once, and have you solve all 10 problems. I said, no, what you need to do, I said, what you need to do, and this is the way you handle a man, and see if you guys agree. Okay, don't spend 2 hours talking to him. It's better to spend have a set time, 30 minutes every day. It'll say, like, I heard from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. It says it's going to be 30 minutes from 7:30 to 8. Whatever doesn't get talked about from 7:30 to 8 will be revisited the next day. But I'm giving you a time limit that you know when it's going to start, when it's going to end. And it's going to be every day, so that I don't dump all this stuff in your lap all at once. And it gives you time for me to bring up something, and gives him time to think about it throughout the day. And so when you come back the next day, now he's thought about it. He's ran through some scenarios. He can give you feedback. He can't give you feedback right there because he's not even aware of a problem. He doesn't have time to even digest it. But if you do it every day, over time, one at a time, all your concerns will get solved. How you feel about him, how you feel about the kid. If you do that, meet every day for 30 minutes, it'll get solved. And basically, I told her to it once. It was like 3 years ago. She's never asked me about her husband since. In fact, they get along extremely well. It's their mother that they have, his mother that they have to talk about most of the time, because now he's the best husband. And all it was changing the way you communicate.
Well, but that assumes that she wants a solution.
Well, even
Okay.
okay.
I should say that works for women who want a solution.
Or in other words, even if she doesn't want a solution, even if she wants to express how she feels for 30, in other words, she could talk about anything during those 30 minutes. How she feels, if there's a problem, she can emote. But the thing is, you can't do it to a man he's going to tune out after most men will tune out after about 30 minutes because you're not getting to a point. But if he knows when if he knows when, 30 minutes. If it's every day, a man can take.
Depend on the man too.
Huh?
That depend on the man too, how much he can take.
Well, the thing is, most guys, hear me out, see if I'm correct. If you have a woman, if you have a significant other, significant other, you have to go see every day, to go home to every day. If you know that you're going to sit down from 7:30 to 8 o'clock every night, you can prepare yourself to sit down for 30 minutes from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. It's only going to last 30 minutes, and we're going to discuss whatever. It's going to be every day. That way she doesn't dump on me.
Yeah, that's easy. That's easier to mentally prepare. If you're going home knowing every night you're gonna go home to a 2 to 3 hour argument, you might not want to go home at all. You might go to the bar, start drinking, be like, "Damn, I'm gonna sleep in my car tonight."
Yo, dudes will do that. Women don't understand that. I've never understood why women will wait till you get off of work and say, "You know what? As soon as he gets off work, I'll pay him door." Because
she has time to contemplate it, build up an emotion, all this stuff, get angry over time. Because she didn't just start just before you got home. Okay, she started in the morning. Okay, and she's been 13 hours, and this has been a build up. And by the time it's like time for you to walk through the door, she's already ready to explode.
Yeah, what the hell? I mean, I've had it where women, like, on 2 different occasions, 2 different women, but like one woman, I told her, I was like, "Yo, listen, calm down, say whatever you're gonna say, come over here and let me rub your booty," and like that calmed her down. Like she said whatever she had to say, and then she just wanted to get close to somebody, and I was like, I knew that's what it was, because you could see through the bullshit. It's like, all right, you just want somebody to rub your booty, no problem, I'll do that. I have no problem with that.
And she doesn't know how to say it.
Right. But you know what, too?
You just want to be close.
A lot of women don't respect that. Like this is what you were talking about. That's why when you made that video about the light thing and the time when you and ALC and Rob women that take that so much for granted now, it's to the point where this is why I talk about paying for pussy, because that I value my time. So when you come in with that bullshit and you don't have the time in, as far as like I've known, because there's women that I've known for a long enough time, even if I don't have sex with them, they put the time in, and I know they're valuable to me. I'm not talking about me simping with those women, but I'm talking about business relationships that they produce for me, that I give them my time, versus a chick like an Amber Rose chick that thinks, "Oh, I got a good looking body. You need to, just because I got, all right, bitch, sit your ass down and be humble," like that damn song.
Man, that picture Photoshop.
She don't look like that. She don't look like that no more.
Nah, I seen a real picture of that bitch. Like, she got cellulites in the booty, she got holes in the booty and all that. That picture is Photoshop.
Amber Rose is the
you talking about Amber Rose?
Light skin. Amber Rose is that light skinned chick. When you get a chick with a body like that and light skin, beware, because as they get old, that shit and gravity will take over.
Oh yeah.
That shit is not tight with Amber. That's why I've never understood why people gawk over Amber Rose like they do.
Or any woman for a long period of time.
Because in her clothes, basically she pops out. She got a humongous ass, she's humongous titties,
and the big titties,
and she got a cute face, and that's kryptonite. Black
She's a tragic mulatto. She's a tragic mulatto. She's a quintessential definition. And black women keep her hot. That's black women that do that shit.
Does she even consider herself black? She considers herself mixed.
Yes, and that's because black women have so much validation issues. They, like Chrissy's talked about this, where they'll loop Amber Rose in.
She did it.
Even black.
She looped her in.
Yeah.
Who?
Kristen. No, you said Chrissy. My bad.
Yeah,
the girl that's
CK looped her in.
Is that the one? Is that the one that rocks that shirt that say "the girl that swirls"?
Yeah.
No. Chrissy's a dark skinned chick.
And Chrissy's dark skinned, but
Chrissy with the fat ass. They're bitching about colorism and won't show her face. Which I understand why she won't show her face. But any chick that, as far as I'm concerned, I need to see what you look like. Because because a lot of times this is they fat and they just using colorism as a cover. That's my personal opinion.
Well, yeah, who's that fat ugly chick that Obsidian be burning? He calls her Dark Hideous.
Oh,
Deborah Nelson or something. Deborah Cooper.
Deborah Cooper. Yeah.
Oh, yo, she's ugly as hell.
Yeah, I call her Old Yeller. She can't stand me for calling her Old Yeller. She got hot when I call her Old Yeller.
Yo, you know another one. And this is a strike against Boyce Watkins because Boyce Watkins is the one that put her on. Fucking Cynthia. I've never understood why Boyce Watkins had her on.
Cynthia G reminds me of a transgender. Are we sure she's actually a woman? She looks transgender to me.
She's a former bed wench.
Yeah,
but she looks transgender on the low.
And that reminds me of a 80s cartoon villain.
Basically, she's trying to keep her looks up because I've seen her modeling pictures. She's a woman. She got a decent little body.
I've told Cynthia.
Cynthia G?
Yeah, she got a decent body.
Hold on. Talking about because there's a Cynthia that was in Kanye. What's that thing? Flashing Lights.
That's Rita G.
That's Rita G.
Cynthia G. Rita G is aged very well. And the way she acts. Oh my God, that's a role model for a lot of black women.
Yeah, she's a cool chick.
That's a role model.
Yeah, she's a cool chick.
Like Rita G, that is a role model right there.
Yeah, we got too many grown chicks that want to be Cookie from Empire.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. She's single for a reason.
Too many grown chicks that haven't grown up.
Yo, just like Vivica. Vivica's single for a reason.
Yeah. These chicks with good personalities are single for a reason.
Yeah,
Vivica's single because
Holly
she
Berry
is hoping one day that she can get back with 50. 50 came out, I think, last year, and said that Vivica still stalks him and everything. Mm-hmm. Whenever he makes little statements or whatever, she'll come out and try to rebut his statement, and she ain't even been in the picture for years.
Yeah, but
Vivica is really head over heels in love with 50.
The imprint.
When she made that anus comment about 50, she burnt that bridge. Bridge. That's never coming back. Fucked up with that.
The imprint is real, boss.
Yeah.
The imprint is real. In fact, the ex she had I was keeping my youngest grandson, right? I was babysitting for my youngest daughter, and the ex had to come pick him. Had to come pick him up from my house, and you can still see it. It's like I'm like, never again. Never again. Don't even look my way. Don't even look at me like that.
Boy, hey, you know the tragic. You know the really tragic actress, and this is kind of like somebody I use when I make arguments against Chrissy. Shania Lathan. Shania Lathan is a very beautiful black woman because she bought into this feminist bullshit. She's not out there with that, but she's alone.
That's my girl. I love her right there.
But she never took off the work.
That's like my little crush right there. Shania Lathan, she bad as hell.
Yeah, she is.
Because her mama's bad. Her mama was a bad number man back in the day.
And Gabrielle Union. Oh damn.
Oh man.
Gabrielle Union, the only reason why Gabrielle Union got somebody is because Dwayne Wade's a fucking idiot. And Dwayne Wade is like Usher where he's got these mommy issues where he like
what's that girl's name from Bronx Tale? She played like Tommy's girl in Belly. She bad, the dark skinned John.
But it translates into black one older black men want older black women. Like that's an incestuous.
Well, you know what it is, Edward? It's if you grow up with a crush on somebody, say you're a younger dude, and whoever you had a crush on, say a singer, actress, or something like that, you never stop wanting her. So because we've been imprinted by her. So
okay, explain Usher with all the chicks he had. They can't all been trusted. Okay, that explains Philly.
It's real simple. The pussy was good. Okay.
Oh yeah. What that nigga X say said the pussy was good.
Yeah, that does not explain.
But it was only for one night.
I hear what you're saying.
I can explain
That's
it.
not explain all these
I can
dudes,
explain
man.
it because Usher's from my city, all right? And niggas from my city are warped.
Ain't
right?
Tiny older than T.I.?
Like
but Tiny had money at the time.
Yeah, and she was at the peak.
Tiny's the ugly light skin chick.
It don't matter. She had money at the time.
I just want to point that out there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, he's doing best.
Well, she used to look better though before she started doing
she
shit
did
for
look better.
herself.
You can't look at her younger pictures. You can't evaluate a woman.
What group was she a part of? She was a part of a singing group. I forgot. Not no TLC or some shit, but
No, it wasn't
some
TLC.
singing group.
It was what was
some singing group?
Some bullshit that nobody ever talks about.
No, they actually had a couple.
Yeah, she was in that group. It was called Escape.
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 They were actually
Okay,
good.
yeah.
They were actually good in the
No, they were good.
I mean, my thing though is
They didn't have a long run, but they were
I put my foot down on this, BGS. Black men, not all black men, but we got a sizable portion of black men that have this I like older black men shit. And you see it with the little boys where these women are predatory, like where they have their single mothers and they're like turning their boys into husbands.
Well, let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. The difference between an older woman that knows what the fuck she's doing in bed and a younger woman that you have to teach. Okay. If a decent looking older woman comes at you and she's been around, she know what the fuck you do, she gets you in the bed, she will turn your ass out.
Yeah, she will.
I understand what
oh god, yeah.
And outside of that,
she will.
and the pepperoni that,
it takes a long time to get out of that spell. Next thing you know, you have a kid, you've been married a couple of years, and say, why am I with? You've learned
a lot of black male economics have been destroyed over that bullshit because these women know how to manipulate these dudes. Like seriously, like I'm not saying it's all
manipulate or suck dick,
but it's a different because you can say that across the board with any older woman. Like you can say that with any older woman, but with black men have a certain attraction to older women. I think
not just any older woman because like there's certain women like there's one customer.
All black men, but I'm talking.
No, there's a nurse at one of my customers.
All men fall to it, man. All men fall to it.
And another thing, listen, if you get a woman that knows what she's doing, you'll think about that for months.
Edward, you'd be in the car singing love songs to that joint.
Yes, you will.
Yes,
you will.
Call her back the next week, hit her up at her job and shit. Hey, why don't you return my call?
There's a big difference between a young girl sucking your dick and an older woman going deep throat on your ass.
Also, you gotta take in the body count, man.
Why do you think so many rappers was like, yo, I gotta get that superhead?
Yeah.
Y'all are not acknowledging the gynocentric relationship between black men and black women, which is unique.
I understand that.
Gynocentrism has nothing to do when you're fucking. Like it doesn't even matter. To be honest,
you gotta factor in.
Yo, that shit goes out the window.
There's some Jones that know. Yo, there's some women that know how to flex that pussy muscle and make your dicks. Yo, some of these Jones know how to flex that pussy muscle, B.
Edward, it's the same thing. It's the same thing as you. Is you being in your 30s and being experienced and going back and get a 19-year-old girl. If you experience, you will turn her little ass out.
Mm-hmm.
I understand. Dang, but there's other elements in there that you're just saying. Fuck those elements.
Do you really understand that?
No, he doesn't.
Yes, I do understand. I've dealt with it.
I had it. Like it opens your fucking mind.
I'm more attractive to older women than I am. I have always had it so much easier with women like 5 years older than me.
We ain't talking about 5. We ain't talking about 5.
Well, I'm talking about No, well, I'm talking
this
about
is
5 or
projection
10
then.
years. That's why I always thought, oh, I realize now a lot of these chicks, what it is, they used to be colorists more back in the day, and it was before that switch. I've always had it a lot easier with older women, so I understand what you're talking about. But a lot of these dudes are not emotionally developed, and and what you're saying wraps them up. And then to the point where they don't know what the fuck they doing. Because Russell Wilson era is a perfect example.
No, because like when I had my experience with an older woman, I didn't have a condom at the time, so we just kept it oral and shit. But trust me, the temptation was there to stick that motherfucker in.
Yeah.
But
what
it depends on the person.
Depends on the person.
And real talk, that's a big reason as to why black women get to the ages like 45. Like they don't like usually at 35, most of these chicks should be switching when it comes to how their mentality is, but they don't really switch until they 45, 50 because they know they can do if they're like a Shania Lathan or Gabrielle Union in looks, or they get in that fucking gym or been in that gym, they know they can go down as far as younger like that because they know it's dudes that will fuck them, and black women see validation through sex like
but women like Sinai.
That's why they don't stand.
The psychology of an older woman, the reason that you don't see the pairing that much is because most young guys do not have the finances that the older woman needs. If you have if an older woman has a younger man has the finances that older woman needs, he will get the full treatment, and you ain't never had an older woman come after you. And
by the way, Gabrielle Union is not Chili. Gabrielle Union are not those Rita. I could believe what you talk about with like a Rita G level woman. Gabrielle Union and Rita G. I mean, not Rita G. Gabrielle Union and what's her name? Chili. Those are not the type of women that are doing that shit. Like they're not that. Those are not the type of women that I'm talking about. They're like in between what you're talking about. So
what I'm saying is it's real easy to explain why Dwayne Wade got with Gabrielle Union. He always wanted her. Yeah, it's real simple. He
probably watched all the movies growing up and was like, "Yo, I get the pull Gabrielle Union. It's a no brainer."
With Russell and Tierra,
just like Lala and what's his name in New York.
Yep,
he always wanted her. And
Carmelo.
To me, I think that's simping though, because my thing is,
it's not.
Fuck these dudes.
What you like?
If you
that's what Kanye said about Kim. He always wanted Kim, so that's why he wiped her.
If you always
circle back to Kanye,
what's the point? What's the point of having a ton of money if you cannot get what you want?
Exactly.
Right.
But let's define what you want. There's a difference between fucking these hoes where these hoes want to be hoes. Because a lot of these think that's what they want. They want
Edward. If you take like a Janet Jackson, right?
Is Lala Anthony worth $100 million? Just know.
Is who? Is Lala
Anthony worth $100 million?
Yeah, because he always
is that pussy worth $100 million?
It's not the pussy. It ain't the pussy.
It's not free fantasy. He's filling his fantasy. And he has the money to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's why most black men are broke.
No, white men do it all the time too.
The same shit.
It's a free market, man.
Money get the baddest bitch.
No, white guys get the best bitch a lot quicker than a black man will.
That's bullshit. That's not true. Donald Trump will tell you that's not true. How many wives did he have?
Look at it like this.
He rated like 3 in.
If a house is valued at $100,000, does that mean you have to pay $100,000 for the house? If a house is valued at $100,000, does that mean you have to pay $100,000 for that house?
No, you could pay 75, 80.
No, with black men, we play 300,000 because we got sentimental value because we're fucking stupid.
Come on,
that's what we do. That's what we do. I mean, the result.
Now, Edward, that is stereotyping. You got to say some, not all.
Tell me a white chick that's been married 3, 4, 5 times.
Madonna.
What's her name back in the day? What was her name?
Elizabeth
Taylor.
And Dolly Parton, right?
Dolly Parton's only been married once. and she's been married to him for like, I think she married him when she was like 18 years old, and she's never had another husband. In fact, she said, "What does he do?" She said he works. Basically, he's happy. He does road construction. He's been doing.
I'm
that
just
for
tired of
30
black
years, been
men
married.
overvaluing bitches. That's what I'm tired of.
You basically,
But it's a free market though.
it's not a transaction. Basically, a diamond is just a rock. Why is it valuable?
Because of public perception.
Because
Yo, it's like
Well, a big part of why it's
valuable.
valuable because they keep it. They don't keep a lot of. They control the
all right.
market,
Let's
which is
let's
also, by the way, 5% of black men have passports,
all
which
right.
is why they
That
don't
Edward,
value.
doesn't, that doesn't
Edward,
mean
Edward,
anything, Edward.
More
Edward.
specifically,
Yo,
more specifically,
Edward, when
the
you was a
buyers think it's
teenager,
valuable.
when you was a teenager, what actor did you have a crush on?
What is that a slick? I hear what you're saying. I know what you mean, actress. But
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Vanessa
I'm not.
Williams.
You gotta answer the question.
Vanessa Williams.
All right, so imagine if Vanessa Williams called you up right now and was like, "Yo, Edwards, I want to go out on a
She's
date
kind
with you." And
she's kind of aged out now, but yeah.
yeah, but I'm
No,
just
no,
saying.
she has to say the right words to Edward. Say, Edward, I want to build with you.
Let me do better. Let me do
Oh,
better.
she, you know, she slept with Jordan.
Hey, Megan Good. Megan Good.
All
That
right,
thing's on clearance.
Megan-
all right. Let's say Megan Good called you up right now. You wouldn't go try to date her?
I mean, dating and marrying and giving all my wealth away are two different things.
I want to say you
But
have to
there's-
give it all away. Say you were worth $100 million. Would you marry Megan Good if you had the opportunity?
I would get a really, really strong prenuptial agreement.
So yes.
Yeah.
So you would marry her?
I would have to feel her out. I don't know if she's crazy. If she's
Bullshit.
if she looks no, I swear to
Bullshit.
Oh,
If-
yeah, Megan Good can get it. Sure.
I'm calling bullshit.
God,
I'd nut all over those cheekbones.
all I want to
Oh,
do
my
is
God.
fuck. All I want to do is
Yeah.
fuck.
That's not true. That's not true. Not true.
That is true. If
That's
I want
not
to
true.
fucking and marry, is
you
completely
no, you
different
want
thing.
if you have a dream girl, you want that dream girl to yourself. That's
If
that's
I fuck her, no,
Oh, you
yeah, but no. If I
Yeah,
fuck her,
bullshit.
Oh, speaking of some up and comings, yo,
That may have
did
been-
anybody see them Gonzalez twins that play ball at UN? Oh my God!
What's that? What's her name? Rosario.
Dakota. No,
Rosario
Dakota.
Dawson
It's
ain't all
Dakota.
That
She ain't
girl
all
is
that.
the. Yes, she
No.
is, man.
She
She
used to
reminds
be.
me of Vanessa Del Rio.
Every
reminds
she
me of
look like a
Vanessa
flower.
Del Rio, man.
Yeah.
She is fine.
Oh,
as
you're
hell,
talking
man.
about Rosario
Rosario Dawson
Dawson?
and all that.
Yes.
I'm
She
talking. No,
is.
but I'm
She is
talking
fine,
about them.
especially in
I'm talking about
He's
Sin
them
kind of
City.
hard in the
twins.
face though, for real.
I'm talking about them Gonzalez twins.
Janelle Lake can look better than Rosario
Man,
Dawson.
I don't think so, bro. I don't
No.
think so.
Rosario Dawson has angles where
Dawson
she's
looks
kind of
like a
hard in
chick
the
that
face.
won't age well. I know Rosario Dawson's attractive, but I put her in like the Paula Patton category. And
She looks like Wonder Woman on the first Injustice game, man.
Yo, you know who's banging that? Rudy Huxtable's banging as hell right now.
But she's crazy as fuck, though.
Yeah, she is. Well, with the makeup
Yeah,
on,
she
she
not
is.
crazy, man.
If you take her out of the makeup, she wouldn't be as banging.
And that's what I'm saying. Shania Lathan is very attractive without makeup. It's what she looks like. Megan
Oh,
Good
that's like
is
Alicia
very
Keys. Alicia Keys is ugly as hell without makeup.
Alicia Keys is upgradable 7.
Upgradable 7, yeah. Upgradable
I mean,
6.5.
he looked good enough that she took
adjustable
the
seven.
beats away from his dark skinned chick. Chrissy was bitching about that. She was angry about that shit.
Well, what?
Alicia Keys snatching Swiss beats.
Swiss beat.
Why?
Because see, that's that light skin niggas go, light skin niggas go,
Oh,
light
yeah.
skin women.
Alicia
Ain't
Keys
Swiss
got
Beats
Man.
man?
Yo,
Open
there's
up
some
the wounds.
there's banging dark skinned girls like that girl from Bronx Tale that played DMX's girl in Belly. That girl bang.
Kelly Rowland is very attractive.
Yeah, nobody gives Kelly Rowland any shine for her beauty.
And she could sing. And she could sing
She
too.
has small legs.
And I don't know
Kelly
about
Rowland's
y'all,
very
but
good overseas.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm waiting for the day where we can all agree that Harriet Tubman is the sexiest woman on the planet.
Man,
We
get
ain't
the,
gonna ever agree.
you gotta get this
Will
real.
so how soon will hell really freeze over?
Yo,
I agree. I agree. When you on the Underground Railroad and you ain't seen a woman like 4 days, you're
Man, Serena, man, please.
Hey,
Serena
find me a sheep. Find me a sheep.
Who else?
I'll take a sheep.
God damn.
Who else is a good looking dark skin?
No one is safe in a BGS
hangout.
hangout.
Yeah, man, people be trying to
But like, yo, you gonna
That
bust that
from
thing open?
Atlanta is all
I mean,
right.
think about a BGS.
Oh, that's her
Think
name.
about a
I
BGS.
thought, yo,
As
her
much
name's
as these
Terrell
girls
Hicks, yo.
complaining, as
Oh,
much as these
you know
girls
who
is
look good?
complaining,
You know who?
it almost
One at
seems
a
as
time.
if
One at a
that's
time.
what
One at a time.
all these girls is complaining. It almost seems as if that's what they want. They want somebody like her to be the sexiest woman on the
Oh
planet.
God, yeah. I look big.
You know
Yeah.
who look
Them
good?
women, they
Anybody
get
with
mad.
any features, or any type of
No.
body structure is a threat.
Well, that's not reality. Women are not those. Like,
Yeah, well,
those women.
honestly,
I mean,
if
they're
women
not.
had it their way, a level playing field would be everyone be blind.
Everybody keep telling Bria Miles. Bria Miles is okay.
Bria
Yeah,
Miles is all
yeah.
right.
She's all right.
People over elevate
Bria
Bria Miles.
Miles. Yeah.
Because real talk, Bria Miles is another one that as soon as she stops working out, I mean that shit's going everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks. So Bria Miles is a better.
Bria
She's a white
Miles
man.
smoke too much weed, man. She a weed head. Bria
And
Miles
she
a weed
strikes
head.
me as somebody that's arrogant as fuck. Like she really does. Like somebody that she thinks she's overvalued because she's got a white guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Bernice
Who's Bria
Burgos,
Miles?
she's built. Bernice Burgos. Oh, Janelle Monáe is a chick that if she wasn't so lesbo/black feminine, she'd be all right.
She got a nice little body. Yeah, she got a nice little body. But
Janelle, but
Nah, you
Janelle
can't
Monáe,
choose
she's
that. That's
still
part
into
of
the
it.
bullshit.
I don't like tiny women like that. But she's too little.
But
That's like
yeah,
saying
she's
old
too
girl
hooked
be
into the
fine if she
bullshit.
wasn't ugly. You know what I mean? That's part of it. You know?
So people go crazy
Darkhideous.
over Bria Miles. Like she looks.
She's
all
okay.
right. I mean, but
She's okay.
Bria
well, I mean,
Miles
not like
is all
she's
right.
not
Bria
bad.
Miles is all
Not
right.
to discount her, but it's just like I've seen that in the club. It's not that expensive.
Bria Miles ain't all right. Bria Miles ain't all right. 'Cause Bria Miles, her hips are a little bit too fucking wide for me. Did like
They always struggling.
Yeah,
That's
Bria
trash.
Miles. They put out Bria Miles because she's got a white guy, so they try to overvalue her because of that.
Nah.
See, we can get black white men too. Look at Bria Miles. That's why they always bring her up.
Did she get
Yo,
divorced?
even
Who was they?
so we could talk about non-black girls. Let's talk. Look, Eva Menendez bad as hell too.
Oh yeah,
Christina
word.
Hendricks.
She was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eva Mendes was, but she's.
She got old.
Her and Sanaa Lathan about the
what
same.
chick did
same
did very
category.
well. That was talented. But she went crazy. Amanda Bynes. Amanda Bynes in today's social media world, she had a combination of funny looks, talent, but she just went nutty.
When she became an adult. Yeah,
Oh,
she made that transition pretty well until she.
Lindsay Lohan and Mean Girls was straight, but she got
Oh my lord! If there's one white girl I wanted to fuck, I was Lindsay Lohan, man.
But she had a body.
bro.
Like,
Hilary
Duff.
Oh god.
White girl.
Hilary Duff.
See Stephanie from Full House. Who's seen Jodie Sweetin? Who's seen her lately? That bitch bad. In Fuller House.
Well, yeah, because she got titties added onto her. That's why.
Elizabeth Olsen, the Olsen's younger sister, she's in the Marvel movie.
Man, they got.
They ugly as shit. They
They
look
own
crackheads.
Yeah, they own
Well, I'm talking
something,
about the younger one. She
Oh, okay.
basically what they
Those
would
twins
look
are ugly,
like
though.
without crack.
Oh, okay.
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, Scarlett Joe is.
Man, Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, she'll get it.
You can
Not
get
without the makeup.
But she's had too much shit done to her.
The cheeks and everything without that makeup, the cheeks make her look kind of funny in the face. Like
Well,
she
if you see
Kim
Scarlett Johansson in Home Alone 4, man, her face had to grow into her lips.
Although there's one chick, man, that doesn't look that great, but she could get it, man. I could get a weekend, get me, I get a whole hotel room for about a week, man. That's Niecy Nash with those lips and those titties and that big old ass.
Yeah, she's all right. She seems like a chick that would age well.
Well, she got big ass lips. She got big ass titties. She got a big ass. I said,
She looks a lot better.
You're not a glamour girl, but guess what? We gonna turn off the light. We're gonna lock this door. We're not coming out for a week.
She trouble though.
I'm gonna tell you
She trouble though.
Yo, for real, like Fantasia. Like Fantasia got a banging body. It's just her face.
Yeah, but
she's intelligent.
Yeah, Niecy Nash can get it. I looked at it and said, shit, she can get it for me.
When she trouble though, you gonna pay for it. You gonna pay for it a week later on.
He said she trouble. Wait, that's why he said a week. That's why he said a week. After that, no communication.
Nah, you gonna pay for it. You gotta compensate.
Niecy Nash, she said, they asked Niecy Nash, how do you keep your married life together? She said, I give a blowjob every morning. I said,
what?
Goddamn.
Girl, yes.
God damn.
I said blowjob every morning.
Spell that for
and happy. Yeah.
Let that make that nigga leave the crib happy as hell with a smile on his face, whistling to work and shit.
What does it say? It's two things. It said there's 2 ways to keep a happy home. It said keep his balls empty and his stomach full.
That's right.
Yeah, for some reason women got
That's
this
too much work
mind
for women
state.
nowadays.
Yo, they be posting shit like, oh,
Well,
the
she missed
girl
one.
that cares about you is the one with the smart mouth. Like, not really. No guy wants to argue with his girl every day.
She missed one. As long as we
I
keep
let a
your,
girl.
keep
I
your
let
ears
a
bored.
fine one go because of that shit. It's just too much stress. I got enough to deal with. I gotta come from work, and then I gotta hear you or deal with the fact that bullshit between me and you. Nah, man, that did not last long.
Isn't she a loudmouth hood rat though?
Okay, well, no, it's that said feminist shit, that snarkiness, man, that feminists are on. They teach them that you have to speak your mind, and
Nash, isn't she the hood rat?
they think, excuse me, we're talking about Niecy Nash.
Oh my bad, Niecy Nash. Isn't she like a loudmouth hood rat? Because I just searched her up. I didn't know she was black. She the fat lady from with the big lips and shit.
Ooh, Lord have mercy. Man, you see that big ass and them big ass titties and that big old mouth. I love
I
it.
be on that every night.
I love a woman who I can stick my hand in her mouth and she can suck. If you can do that, I said, "Oh Lord, have mercy." Okay.
Oh, that's great.
A hand?
God dang.
That kind of mouth. You look at her mouth. You can put your whole hand in her mouth, and she can probably suck it. Maybe not your hand, Mike. Them big old paws, man.
You said Niecy Nash?
Niecy Nash.
She's a comedian. Ain't she a comedian?
She was, but she's in that new show, Claws on HBO. Yeah.
She was on that show with Cedric Entertainer.
She can get it. She can get it.
She can get it. Them big old lips.
Imagine what she could do with a doorknob.
I don't even think about it, man. Women like that I can't talk to. I cannot talk to.
Nah, but she's a hood rat though. She got the weave.
I don't care.
I
do not care.
His weakness has been discovered.
We're not talking astrophysics with her.
That's why he said a week. He said a week. He said we ain't gotta talk.
Yeah.
He said we ain't gotta talk.
Just gonna yank it out anyway.
Just wake up in the morning, sitting in the park, waiting for.
Oh yeah, that woman. Yeah, that's one that you would fuck because you want to break her ass.
If you can.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about on that. There's a lot of women. Yeah, I can understand. That. Yeah. That's just the one you don't talk to them. You just gonna like every time they say something, you like.
Yep.
Knock it down and just say, I can.
Yeah, you go more one on them. Be like, yo.
Yeah.
What it do?
You just only want me for my.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
That's it. Put it to sleep.
You can say anything you want, but I'm grabbing that ass and raising up them thighs. I'm going balls deep in it. You can say oh yeah, long as it stays wet, we good.
That's it.
You talk that shit. You cuss me out, call me all kind of names. Long as it stays wet.
Yep. Will you leave her the $80 on the night plan?
I'll double it.
That's the. Yeah, she was on Reno 911. Look at her. Yeah. She got these booty pics. What the fuck? Yo! I understand, Master P.
She said, I understand.
Man, she's out of the world.
Golly.
He said, I don't understand. I overstand.
She's 3 for 3. She is 3 for 3. I call it 3 boy. Big lips, big mouth, big titties, and big ass. It's okay.
In 2018, there's 2 words I don't want to see associated with each other. Black feminists. I don't want to see black women and feminists associate with each other for 2018.
There's not that many black feminists, but the mindset trickles down. That's the problem. They're not feminists.
Yes, the educated, the college liberated ones.
They like the tenants. They like to talk.
Are they like the black conscious women that think they're black feminists? Is that how you would define it?
What I'm saying is some feminist mindset. They don't. Basically, they've been raised that way. A lot of guys who don't realize they've been raised that way. I said, you're talking this. You're talking that shit. I said you don't realize you've been raised to be a beta male. And you're talking like a beta male. Right. Well, I think things should be equal and blah 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 blah. So get out of here with that. Go back and get re-educated.
That's not gonna get you the coochie.
It's like the dude that Like the dude said, well, my mama told me to always put the toilet seat down after I finish peeing. I said, fuck that. That's a
Oh, Bobby Boucher.
I use the
That
toilet.
sound like Bobby Boucher.
I teach. I said I use that as a test, and women say, "Well, I can't stand for the toilet seat to be left up." Well, you don't need a man.
Man, I'll break the toilet seat. I don't give a damn. I'll break that shit and take it.
Yeah, my point is, how hard is it to push this toilet seat down? They be getting tight. They be like, I almost fell in the toilet. Be like, bitch, look where you sitting.
You know what? Come in the next day and put a night light in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Plug in a night light.
And even if you did shut the close the toilet seat, they still would have to lift it up to get to the other part anyway.
It's a control thing, okay? It's a control thing. And I use that as a test. He said, well, you need the toilet seat down. I said that's a disqualifier then. Well, we don't need to be together.
It's
It's
a control. It's a control thing. And hell, I used to piss on the seat. Fuck that.
Man.
I hope you open that window.
You savage, bro. You savage.
I guess you don't want me to lift up the toilet seat. There it is.
Man, whoever seen that movie Little Monsters back in the day, like they put the plastic over the toilet seat, had bitches sitting down on that shit.
Oh yeah. The prank.
Oh god.
Oh
god. Oh god. Oh god.
How you gonna tell me? How you gonna tell me what to do with my toilet seats in my house? Get the fuck out of here.
Man, that's where they start leaving their panties and shit over there. Like, let me start leaving one thing at a time at this nigga's crib and see what happens.
I'll piss on the panties.
I don't care if it's her house. You want a man in your house or you don't. You don't want a man in your house. The toilet seat being up comes with it. It is what it is. Just like if you in my bathroom, I know there's gonna be hair in my sink. Okay.
And hair in the tub.
And hair in the tub. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, hair every place, man.
And a lot of TP you gonna have to buy.
Yeah, you ain't lying. Ain't that some shit? You gotta buy extra toilet paper when a woman comes in your house.
Yeah, you gotta buy it in bulk, man. You gotta get your Costco membership.
Yeah. It's like I said, my partner he used to hit me to that. He said, yeah. He said, God damn. He said, I get a decent roll of toilet paper, man. It lasts me 2 weeks, man. Them bitches use it up in 2 days.
Yeah,
they had to have a bitch in my house. He said they be doubling. Yeah. Every time they take a pee, they got triple.
God dang, women even here shit in the shower. You shit, then you take the shower. You don't have to use much toilet paper.
I know. Look, that's a man trick right there. He said, "Let me shit first."
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit in the shower. Oh my God.
Shit, shower, and shit. Save on water.
Shit, shower, shit.
Oh my God. Yeah. We done. What do they call it?
Travel the world.
Well, we done gone down the rabbit hole on this one.
Hey,
well, the women aren't in here. I guess they're not upset, man. I thought they would come on the hangout. They had so much to talk about.
Oh, they don't want to be put on the
still watching your videos. They're probably doing research right now.
No, they're probably hitting them up in the email.
Well, I didn't think they would get that upset about the Jet magazine article. Man, they really would.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Why you think Uncle Dave did that in the rabbit hole?
Oh, he did the article, the Jet magazine article in the rabbit hole?
Oh, man, he did Jet, Essence, all of them magazines, bro.
And books too. Yep.
Yeah.
Which one of those magazines
I got like all the Vimeo pages.
One of the magazines wasn't paying their writers.
That was Ebony. That was Ebony.
Ebony.com? Yeah, okay.
That was Ebony. Yeah, them lousy bitches over there. They,
they've been doing
that. They've been doing that for a while though.
They do their own sisters like that. Huh?
Yeah. They've been doing that for years, man. They don't pay their writers and stuff, And now it's starting. The thing is, it was a white woman that put that out there. They put that out there. That they weren't paying their writers. So their writers were having to go through a whole bunch of changes just to get what they were owed.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That sounds like some typical Chicago bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
So
rich ones too.
let's see how far we can push the issue without somebody complaining.
Yeah, on nickel and dime shit, man. Write your own fucking freaking book. With your no talent ass, man. Say her and who's the other one? There's no talent. The one Obsidian goes after all the time.
Jamila
Who's
Lamie.
one, man?
Jamila Lamie.
Jamila
Lemieux's one of them. That's SWP's girl that he goes after all the time. But
CK?
No. The one that Obsidian goes after. What's her name?
Feminista Jones.
Feminista Jones.
Oh, my bad.
Her silly.
Oh, I never really
Isn't
heard
she
of
having
her.
a kid right now?
man, because you still got Sister Dolomite. You know what I'm saying? You still got Sister Dolomite. He mentions a lot.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, but that chick's so stupid, man.
Obsidian's fun. He goes in. When he goes in on the chick, he go in.
No, he goes in. Yeah, I don't go in like that. because they're not really worth my time. It's like,
no,
that's why I got on Karazin. I said, now Karazin, you are smart. The shit that you're talking, you're a lot smarter than that. Because I know where you went to school. You don't get into Loyalty to Marymount just on no humbug. So why are you dumbing yourself down?
Because she want to get that money from black women.
I don't think so, because it's not that much money she getting though.
I think it's she's seeking some type of validation though.
I mean, she reported 40 G's or something like that a year.
That's not bad for a YouTube gig.
I mean, that's not bad. You know, if you just want to live and do something for fun, but you try to make an enterprise.
She don't really have to if she got like dual income and everything like that.
She got her husband, so yeah, that's just
right.
Yeah,
that's just her money.
It's like 40. Yeah, 40 G's is not bad. I mean, if you got out there,
especially if you're doing off of like videos at home.
Yeah,
but like you said, like
another book though. Yeah,
I mean, like you said, she live off her husband now. But if it was like enterprise, and man, that 40 G's ain't nothing, man.
No. It's 40 for for writing for women. If you keep it conscious, you should see like 60 G's a year.
And she might have another job too.
Yeah, if I really wanted to get out there, that's probably, if I got up to scale, and I wanted to actually go travel from town to town, to be about it averages out to be about that 60 G's a year. But you have to do enough dog and pony shows to actually get that kind of cash.
Did you do a video? Did you touch on that Boyce Watkins and Yvette Carnell beef yet?
Oh, I think I did it in a hangout. I didn't do it in a video. I don't know.
I think it's been mentioned.
I don't know. I did it in a hangout. In fact, me and Edward had discussed it. Edward had brought it up. We had a long talk about it.
Yeah, because recently it said his car just got repoed.
Boyce Watkins?
Yeah.
You know what? For what he's been charging for his, he must be paying people because he does seminars where he's at. He's been charging like $200 a seat. So
damn.
So he's earning enough money. I don't know why his car got repoed unless he is paying people. I don't know what he's doing with his cash.
No, that happened. He said that happened a while ago. That happened some time ago, but he's doing pretty good now.
Yeah,
he's giving me some really good advice because I've talked to him. He's from here, so, but he's giving me some good advice, and he gave it to me for free.
Yeah, I mean,
so he's a great guy, man. Aside from that stuff that he does on YouTube, with some of that stuff I don't agree with. But I think his heart is in the right place.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he does. I mean, he's when you're in the community, he's done a couple stuff here and there. But the thing is, I know he's making money because a friend of mine, she did an event out here, and she had him here, right? Yeah. And what I heard was he got paid, and then but he didn't promote him being there. So, but he got paid, and basically he promoted more of his products. His product. But I'm saying he sold books and stuff like that. But I'm saying he had a seminar the day before, a day or two before, and he was charging like $199 a seat. Yeah. So if you're charging that kind of stuff, it doesn't take very much for you actually recoup some money. You get 100 people in.
Well,
You know,
he can't.
Depends on your
cash.
operation cost.
He
Though.
can't get a job. He can't get a job. Nobody will hire him anyway. He got.
He can get a job if you
Well,
got
yeah,
a
if
doctorate in finance. You can get a job. He won't. He
Yeah,
probably
but
he probably
can't
makes.
talk what he talking now though.
That's true, but he probably makes way more. I would suggest he probably makes way more money doing what he's doing. If with his credentials, and you're in the community and you're traveling here and there, you're making you're making minimum. I mean, you're making minimum at least $2-3 grand a pop.
I know he had a falling out with that one guy. What's his name? That used to read his news articles. Yasirima Yakur, whatever his name is, the rapper.
Mm-hmm. The light-skinned dude with the hairline, receding hairline.
Yeah, with the braids or whatever.
Yeah, he always wears a hat.
Yeah, because he like did a video Facebook Live talking about voicing it and not being paid for articles and stuff like that.
Well, it's possible. Well, man, I've heard stuff in the background, but when it gets to when it gets to the stuff like that, it's the details. Did he get paid? Did he get paid what he said he was going to get paid? How did the business work out? I don't know
what was
the
contract.
Is. It was a contract, a verbal contract, because a lot of times it's not a paper contract, it's a verbal contract.
And then sometimes
it's messed up the conscious community.
Sometimes it's really what it is they didn't get paid what they expected to get paid.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like that,
Well, I'm saying,
question, BJ.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I'll ask afterwards. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, if Boyce has a platform and he's got 100 or 150,000 followers or something like that, and you get known on his platform, you should, instead of bad mouthing a dude, branch off and do your. If Yvette Carnell and Tone had not even said anything and just built their brand, stay associated with it, build your brand, you're going to make the money. Stop. I know you like to talk and stuff like that, but you have to you have to write a book, produce stuff that you can sell, and get on the Dog and Pony Show just like everybody else. Go out there and make your money. Get on the plane and get in front of people and make your money. You sell your books. You will make at least $2,500, minimum $2,500 a month, minimum.
Yeah,
doing that. If you just do that, minus your traveling expenses, you'll make that. I know you make that. If Yvette Carnell gets known enough, you go over to Africa or the UK, you can make your money back with no problem. There's plenty of people that are hungry for it. All you need to be is known, because there's a vacuum with people writing books and doing this kind of documented information. There's a vacuum.
Well, she's starting to do that. She's starting to kind of do that now with her Breaking Brown website. She's starting to get, because she had Monique on her. She had Monique on her and gave Monique an interview.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that.
Stuff like that.
There's stuff that.
Go ahead, Mike.
The stuff that kills me about like Yvette Carnell and some of the other people is like they bash these little things that you can do to actually save money, and it's like it's not that what Boyce is saying is bad, or even what other economists or pseudo economists say is bad, like the whole save money by not going to Starbucks and shit like that. People really discredit that way of thinking because they think it's too small.
Yeah,
but people like other people, the ones that have the large sums of money now. Their people did it generations ago, and then look at what it's done. It's really about discipline. Not so much about saving a lot of money.
You know what? The best book, the best financial book that any person can actually have, bar none, where everybody should start, is Your Money or Your Life. How to watch your money, and the best exercise, financial exercise anybody can do. I do mean anybody can do, is take 30 cards, write down every penny you make or every penny you spend for 30 days. After that 1 month, you should do your 90 days. But black people are so ADD that you can't go 90 days. They don't have enough discipline to go 90 days. 30 days.
Exactly.
30 days, write down everything that you spend, everything that you bring in for 30 days, and then take a piece of paper, look at your cards, and immediately you will know where you're wasting money. I always tell everybody, plug the leak before you start trying to take the boat anywhere. Plug all your leaks. If you plug all your leaks, cut down stuff that you do not need, or stuff that unconscious money that you just waste out of hand, you will, you will immediately start saving money. You will immediately have money to invest because
Yeah,
money.
like fast food, like that's where you got to cut out that, like some of that fast food. Going to like the gas stations when you pump gas, buying all that little candy and shit.
Yeah, because when I at work, I used to what taught me is that at work, I did the exercise. I did it for like 60 days, right? And if I found out I was spending $2 a day on just M&Ms going to the local machine, at work, right?
And you was getting that convenience charge.
It's basically I was spending $70 a month on M&Ms. I said, okay, we cut out M&Ms. Okay, and then I started calculating different places where you just waste money. And all of a sudden, you realize you just found $200-300 a month.
Yeah. I tell people
there's an app that you can download on your smartphone.
Mint.
It's called Clarity Money.
You could also do that with Mint too.
Right.
Yeah, Mint will track that. It'll track it from your bank account standpoint.
Joe Dominguez, Your Money or Your Life. Go to Joe Dominguez. I think the book is like $10. In fact, I bought that book. I bought that book like I know I bought that book like the 2 books I bought like 6 times. Okay, because I loan it to women and they just never give it back. That's one, and then and The Alchemy of Love and Lust is the second one. Women get it. Let me borrow that. This is a good book, and I never see it again. I always have to buy it again.
Yeah. I be saying that to women. I be like, I said the real reason why the Bible said no sex before marriage. I said it's because they knew women couldn't tell the difference between love and lust, because they think they in love but they just lusting. Basically, what you like to say, the imprint.
Yeah, the imprint, and that's what they wanted. They wanted the husband to have the first imprint. Because
that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense if you want to keep a marriage together. But the reason you have all this stuff, you have all these sluts, is because marriage is dying, because the need for marriage, the institution is dying.
Because a lot of women are in the workforce now.
Well, because marriage is designed for children. If you don't have any, or you only have one, then it doesn't make sense to be married. It doesn't make as much sense to be married.
It's like that video you just posted the other day where she was basically saying marriage was basically to protect the children.
That's why I posted it. Everybody focused it on the interracial relationship, and she's a white woman, and she how dare she say she's raising 2 black women? I said because her children are mixed with black, and America sees them as what? Black. They're black women, according to the United States. Well, they're mixed. The United States does not recognize mixed. They just started to, but they really don't recognize mixed children.
That one drop rule. One drop rule been in effect forever.
Yeah.
One drop of black and you black.
And she's a PhD in psych. She's a psychiatrist. She knows better than anybody. She's not talking. She's not talking out of her ass. I'm saying you're talking out of your ass. And she's a PhD, and she's got 2 daughters that are mixed. She researched this to do up the wazoo. She knows what the fuck she's talking about. She was spot on. Wendy Walsh. I just happened to, because I had a sub that was gracious enough to donate some money and wanted me to write on interracial marriage, and I had been pondering it for a while. There's other things that had come up, so I said, "I'm gonna say I'm
to get BGS money."
Huh?
You got to work to get BGS money, man.
I know. It's. But anyway,
take this shit.
Take this shit. Anyway, I said since I waited so long, I had waited a couple weeks. I said I'm gonna give him. That's how come I released 3 on the same vein. I said I'm gonna give the person their money's worth. So I did. So I did read the article, did what I thought about interracial marriage, and then I found Wendy. I had listened to Wendy Walsh, and she had mentioned about marriage itself, and then about interracial marriage. And then I found somebody sent me the article about Ebony that from 1952, the Jet magazine. So I said I'm gonna give that person 3 for 1. So I did. I even my initial video, I said I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this one. I said I got 2 more to do, and I guess everybody went nuts, man. It's like
Go ahead.
I said, why did you do this? I said, huh?
Every time you release a video like that, that's a backhand of Brooklyn Blue, because I know she hates that shit.
She actually went on my BGS for women because I was talking about esoteric masculine, right? And she wrote this big old long thing, man, saying that men stay wanting to be the first cause, and basically he don't know what the fuck he's talking about, and women should do their own homework and stuff like that, blah blah blah. I told her you don't know what I said, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't have anything to back anything up. You don't release you don't have pictures, you don't have graphs, you don't have books, you don't have nothing. I said everything I show, I have multiple sources to back it up. So when I talk about esoteric anything, I show multiple pictures, multiple examples of not only the concept, like the beginning of the concept about esoteric masculine. You know what I showed? I showed the lines of force of an atom. I said an atom is not solid; it's a magnetic force field that acts as what we think is a solid. I said that is your esoteric masculine at its base. And I started there.
You talking trigonometry to a bitch that don't even know arithmetic. Like,
well, he's talking chemistry.
Yeah. No, well, you get what? Well, hey, I know I outed myself with that, but my metaphor still stands.
I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, she don't, and she's going off of emotions. I mean, she's a hurt chick. She's in that Deborah Cooper, and I get what you're saying. I mean, you're doing that.
Please don't say Deborah Cooper. That gives me nightmares. Yo, that bitch is ugly shit.
Yeah, she is.
Man, I've never seen her before. Is she that ugly?
Yes. In fact, you go to her latest video.
Fraggle Rock looking bitch.
You go to her latest videos. She's somebody that didn't age very well.
But, and she talked about how she loves herself a thug.
I guess so.
All that hate basically stays inside. Remember what happened to Darth Sidious when like all that dark side of force, that electricity didn't make him that ugly. That was the electricity.
That was the dark side.
They got rid of the magic. That's really what he looked like because he was so strong in the dark side. That's why Obsidian died.
Yeah.
Are you calling the dark side corruption, man?
Yeah. Well, that's why I put it. That's why I put old Yeller as a picture. It says she's an old Yeller bitch, and she knew exactly what I said. Yeah.
Jason Black, I gotta mention Jason Black as a contractual obligation.
And that's a drinking game. Everybody get you take your swig.
Jason Black just did a broadcast. No, seriously, Jason Black did a broadcast talking to an old, like a feminizing chick, and this chick wasn't completely out of pocket, but he broke that chick down, and them other younger black women took her ass to task, man, and she didn't know what to say.
Yeah, I heard that one. That one was good. Like I heard you say that on Angry Man, and then listen to that actual that whole radio show, and like that shit was hilarious because
she'll know what she's talking about.
He's a fencer. He knows how to break these bitches down. And you notice, if you notice, just like BGS does it. You notice how they don't like, and y'all are better than me. But Tariq, BGS, Jason Black, y'all don't. The way y'all talk to women, y'all don't really go at them like y'all go at men a lot of times. Like y'all let them say they bullshit, like little rope y'all letting them hang themselves with.
Yeah, exactly.
Need to break their fucking bullshit down, have them answer it. And a lot of people say Jason Black is hateful. I'm like, if you actually pull up
another shot.
No, he doesn't talk.
He doesn't talk down to women. No, he actually Jason Black. That's how come a lot of women follow him, because he doesn't talk down to them. He gets on guys way tougher than he gets on women.
He castrate men.
Yeah,
he castrate men.
Yeah. Especially that dude with 12 kids. She was like, man. You have an STD. You have an STD. Like, you don't even have to tell me. You have one.
Yeah.
I was like, God dang. And the dude didn't deny it or nothing.
Yeah,
He was going after the Miami dudes, like them Haitian dudes. He said, and he was bringing up like the great Haitians of like 1804. He said, y'all are shitting on these people because y'all are like, every time I turn on First 48 in Miami, it's y'all with this bullshit. Like, he was breaking these motherfuckers. I was like, damn.
Yeah, that Zoe shit is kind of crazy down here. It really is. I mean,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Mike, finish.
Oh, I was gonna say no offense to Wilsonian, but like that Zoe shit has really gotten kind of crazy down here. It's kind of like what the Jamaican culture was a while back, but even more so.
What is it? Explain it to me.
Zoes are like pretty much like that's the name Haitians have given themselves. I don't know where it stems from, so if Wilsonian's there, say something. But pretty much Zoe is like. It's kind of like back in the day when you were in Florida. A lot of Haitians used to say they were Jamaicans because it was kind of cool to be a Jamaican.
Okay.
Now there's a lot of Haitian pride, which is great. But now it's gotten to the point where it's kind of like, yo, it's a little bit too crazy, and it's like, it's really just everybody's. Even if you're not Haitian or if you're not Zoe or whatever, even if you like fucked with one. Like, you know, it's getting into rap music. It's kind of like how associating yourself with Bloods and Crips and rap music kind of like co-signed, like it would co-sign you in that game or in that genre. Being like knowing Zoes and being associated with them as co-signed people in a sense, and it made them like
everything but building in South Florida. Like,
yeah, it's kind of brand building. But yeah, I mean. Haitians, I know a couple of Haitians that do quite a few stuff, but then yeah, you do have
in other words,
a bit of a negative connotation as well.
There's a couple, but as a group, they have a bad reputation. As a group, if somebody would have said, "Who do you all fuck with down there? The Jamaicans or Haitians?" I'm like, I'm good on the Haitians. Where the Jamaicans?
So it went from the Cubans to the Jamaicans to the Haitians now, huh? Because Cubans just have a bad reputation.
Is a lot of the black Cubans want to associate with Cuba, and they don't want to associate with being black.
What I'm saying is back in the 80s, that's where Scarface came from. It was the boat people, the Cuban boat folks that came over committing crimes, and it was cool to be a slick Cuban. Sell drugs and all that kind of stuff. And then it went to the Jamaicans in the I guess the late 80s, early 90s with the Jamaican posse and stuff like that. So I guess now the Haitians are on the same kind of tip.
Right.
Yeah, but Jason Black, it's like talking to him is like the way you got to understand Jason Black is it's like imagine if you're talking to a football coach and you down 25 points to a team you should be beaten. That helps you accept what he's saying, but a lot of times even black men will get out of pocket about what I've turned him on in my car and black men, oh my God, like they can't take that. And to me that's a litmus test for how like tough these dudes really are. They got a problem with
I hear him, I fucking laugh. Like I hear him go off on some of these dudes and fucking lose it.
Well, the thing is you have to hear the setup. In other words, you just can't because Mike's a coach.
Oh, they hear it.
No, what I'm saying is, hear me out. Mike's a coach. In other words, you cannot go off on the guys the first day. You have to earn their trust, earn their commitment, and then you can dig in their ass. You just can't come off the first day and dig in their ass, okay?
Because they'll understand why you're doing it.
You understand why you're doing it. And males, if they know that you have their best interests at heart, you can dig in their ass as long as you can. As long as you're making them better and they can see the results and they trust you, they will let you do it. Women won't do that.
I mean, average men.
Yeah, I usually start the season off and tell them like, hey, listen, you suck really, really bad, but I will help you get better. And stuff like that really helps you because when you're digging into them, it's actually making them stronger. I've said stuff like that before.
But right now, he's digging into the black nerds, man. The black nerd coons is what Jason Black is going off because like that Black Panther trailer launched, and I like the trailer. I mean, my thing is, I'm a little bit torn on what he's doing. I get what he is doing. But all these black nerds are getting mad because he's attacking like the extraordinary black nerd group, basically saying these motherfuckers want to be hung up under white daddy rather than actually be because Jason Black is kind of a nerd. He says this, so he likes that shit, animation, stuff like that. And he said a lot of these groups they identify as black because they identify as black based on their being rejected by white people, not off I like this nerdy stuff and there needs to be more black representation, or we need to talk about the black side of it, like black actors and stuff like that play these roles. You get in these groups, and it's very true. It is very true. You get in these groups, it ain't nothing but whiteness in there. They ain't got no black shit in these groups. So what he was saying, yeah. So what he was saying was,
listen. Listen to K.
Let
him finish, bro.
No, but what
listen to K. Oh, sorry. You go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I'll end with this. The thing he was trying to say about the Black Panther movie, a Black Panther trailer, is understand that black people didn't create this, they didn't create the character. So you got a lot of lesbian shit they're trying to put in there. They already been trying to put it in the comics, and they use that black liberalism to push that bullshit. So he's trying to black people be smart about it, and he's coming after the black nerds because he
you just bored out, but you finish it like your last 20 seconds because we didn't hear you.
Oh, well, what I was saying is basically Jason Black is saying they put in a lot of lesbo shit and a lot of, Dr. Francis Quest Relsing is, and they embed it into it, and these black nerds don't really talk about that because they want to be accepted by white people. Yeah. So what they do is they pretend none of this shit exists. So they're not a black nerd like a blurred. Dudes that say they're blurred, they're not blurred because they appreciate their blackness. They're blurred because their blackness is why they got rejected from the overall.
Oh, yeah, and they become part of the white counterculture. Go ahead, JD.
But anyway, I was saying, listen. Those y'all who actually listen to KMD, go listen to his song "Black Bastards" and tell me that is not an that is not an accurate song for this topic.
Did y'all see the trailer, by the way?
Didn't know it was out.
Oh yeah, y'all need to see it. I like the trailer. I mean, I see some of the shit he's talking about, but it ain't like hit you in the head with it. Just like how everybody thought Wonder Woman was gonna be a feminist fest, and it turned out not to be. Yeah. I like what they're doing. I like it. Like, it's cool.
Well, the thing is, Marvel is bought by Disney. Disney is gonna be on some feminist shit. They just are. So
yeah,
man, Disney is fucking Marvel up at this moment, man.
Yeah, but they're making money.
At this point, DC is reigning supreme.
No, what the fuck?
Yeah, wait till Black Panther hit. When that shit hit, that shit gonna do better than Wonder Woman.
One at a time.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
One at a time.
Are you talking about the movies, or are you talking about everything else?
Everything else.
Oh,
Movie-wise, I'm waiting for the Black Panther.
That I can kind of agree with, that DC is doing better. But what I will say is this is the one thing in the trailer that I love, and I will forgive some of the other stuff. First of all, it's not as pronounced as Jason Black trying to make it. But what they said about Wakanda is, okay, so the trailer starts out is the dude, I forget what his name is, but he plays a lot of that mocap shit. But he says, what do you know about Wakanda? And then the other dude is the diplomat talking about
El Dorado or whatever.
Yeah, goatee shirts, like shepherds, cool outfits, third world country. He said, no, they hide all that shit. It's like El Dorado. It wasn't in South. The idea was that black people basically hid Wakanda so these white people couldn't get into it. And I love that shit. I love the concept of that shit. Because Wakanda is the most technologically advanced country on the planet in the Marvel universe. A lot of people don't know.
Do you think they'll drop a little thing that says, "Hey, listen, these are the Moors," some shit like that, some type of connection?
They're gonna be over. Disney is an old enough company that they understand shit like that, so they're gonna be watching Ryan Coogler's ass. Yeah, but they also are not gonna throw the movie under the bus because they invested $100 million in it. So this is a part of their universe. So they're not gonna do a Nate Parker.
Okay, go ahead, JD. I know we want to get in.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Look how many Marvel heroes they sent out to Wakanda, and how many of them got defeated. Fantastic Four, they went in there. They went in there. The Black Panther defeated them.
American Male. Hey, Edward. American Male said he getting drunk because he keep mentioning Jason Black.
But anyway, even Captain America was sent out there, and he also got his ass whipped.
Yeah.
Also,
is the same dude playing in this Black Panther the same dude that was in that
Avengers?
Iron Man movie?
Yeah.
No, that's not the same dude. This dude was in 42. Chadwick Boseman is in 42. Jackie Robinson.
Because they put Black Panther in the what was that,
He
Civil
played
War?
The Avenger movie, War.
I mean, the event Civil War.
Civil
He
War.
played-
It's the same guy, right?
Yeah.
It's the same
He
guy.
played James Brown too.
He played.
Chadwick Boseman's like
Boswick.
40. He's up there. He's older than he looks. But he's a great actor. And Michael B. Jordan is in this movie too. He plays a villain. Michael B. Jordan's in it. Lupita, Angela Bassett's in the movie.
Oh, they're getting everybody, huh?
He said, "Where's Wallace String?"
Yeah.
Yeah, they even got a dude with like a plate in his mouth, in his bottom lip. That shit was crazy.
Yo, it looks like Forrest Whitaker's in this joint too.
Yeah, he is. He's in there too. Yep.
They're getting everybody.
They're building out. They're trying because they're gonna try to do 3 movies if there's.
Ain't it an all black cast?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen the trailer. It was crazy.
Dark skin black cast too. I don't care. It's light skin, but I don't want to hear Kristen talking shit.
Yeah, white people get mad, but it's like, yo, white people get mad at that shit when they've been having all white cast for years. Like, they could put out a movie tomorrow and be like all white cast, one black dude.
Well,
they're gonna try to shut the black folks up and give them the superhero. So we're gonna have to run with it.
Yeah, and Black Panther.
Well, also it's not even shut the black folks up, but there's a market for it. I mean, why would you put out a movie? Why would you put out a movie and there's not a big enough market for it to, substantiate?
Plus they run out of characters.
I should say.
Plus they run out of characters. Yeah.
Luke Cage was kind of like a test for it to see how that would do, like an all black show, and it blew up.
Yeah, but like also you gotta understand, with Wonder Woman being as successful as it is, the Dulan Malad, they like the way they got them kind of like the Amazonians. The one thing I don't like is that they're trying to play the lesbian angle, but I don't think they're gonna push that as much as people think they are. I think that's just like when that background.
Oh, those the 2 protectors of the Black Panther. Those 2 with the females. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of matrilineal shit with
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Not matriarch, not gynocracy, but a lot of matrilineal, like true matri.
Yeah. Of course, this will be the movie where they start really do some lesbian shit.
Yeah, you got to because black women are laying for this movie. They're laying for this movie.
Sure, I won't be surprised if Storm will be in this movie.
If they would have had the rights, it would have been perfect. Like a Storm Black Panther thing. I'm trying to think who you think would play. No, Storm is not really dark skin. Like Janelle Monáe could have put
Halle Berry,
Storm's always been dark skinned.
Halle Berry's the best Storm we've seen, though. I got to give her credit.
But Halle Berry. I mean, we ain't no Storm. I mean, I think a better Storm could be portrayed than Halle Berry.
Her Storm.
She wasn't bad.
Oh man, she was good. She was a hell of a Storm. I like Halle Berry's Storm, boy.
I mean, for that time.
And even the young Stormer is pretty good too.
Yeah.
I call it Baby Storm.
Baby Storm. Yeah, Future Past. Yeah.
Storm and Blade. That'd be a good Marvel. Storm versus Blade. That'd be an interesting Marvel comic.
If what's her name is if Marvin Gaye's daughter was still young enough, Marvin Gaye's daughter would be perfect to be a Storm. With that body on her. Sheesh.
What about Zoe Kravitz? Nah.
Nah, she's a little small, but yeah.
You need a chick that's tall, man. Like it's like 5'8" at least.
Gabrielle Union?
No, she's a little too old.
Gabrielle Union ain't even that great of an actress, real talk. But I don't like Gabrielle. I don't like Gabrielle Union for the same reason I don't like what's the chick name that she's with all white people. She's bad with you. She was in Star Trek. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
Jackson?
No. She talking about
Zoe Saldana.
I don't like Gabrielle for the same reason I don't like Zoe Saldana, because black men put her in a lot of shit, and she shits on black men too much.
So
this is what my point is. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, like, when you got women that talk about black men don't put black women in enough shit, I'm like, we don't do it because you all don't reward us like y'all reward Derrick Jackson for lying to y'all stupid ass. Y'all don't. Y'all look for the nearest white.
And Derrick Jackson don't he got baby mamas too? He got He got a couple baby moms,
Yeah.
and but he don't even talk about him. And these women think he's single with no kids.
They
Oh,
don't
Jason
care.
Black got in his
They
ass
don't
too.
care.
Jason Black got in Derek Jack's ass too. Talk about he's a ex football football player that looks like he retired. He was getting it.
Take another drink, American Male.
He was, yeah, man. Yo, man, Jason Black and Professor Black Truth are the truth.
Yeah, I gotta give him credit. Yeah,
Yeah, Derek Jackson, he out here just saying whatever to get some pussy. He be like,
no, he
listen,
want money. He don't want no pussy.
Yeah,
he want money. We want money.
that nigga he said, why should it matter if a woman brings you food on a paper plate? And he got all these women talking about, oh, you should be happy I cooked in the first place. Like,
this fool did
what are you talking about?
Video of 7 reasons black men should date single mothers.
Oh, yeah, I didn't watch that.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that shit reposted on Facebook, and I just shake my head like, these motherfuckers.
That nigga said, one, they know how to cook. Like, what the hell does that got to do with dating a single mother because she knows how to cook?
That
Man, they taping for real.
He had to make up some reasons. He had to make up some reasons.
What I was thinking about that video is I was thinking about what BGS said. It's 25 years ago, back when black women weren't out of pocket. Yeah, that video might be more true. That shit is not true today.
No.
Man, that nigga wouldn't even date a single a mom with kids. Like, know.
No, he wouldn't. But the thing is,
wouldn't be for long.
He's a pimping simp. That's what he is.
He's the mix of Jason Whitlock and Steve Harvey.
Yeah, he's a pimping simp.
Edward,
you know what?
question.
I can't knock him. I can't knock his hustle though because he ain't simping for free. Okay.
Oh my God.
I gotta raise my fist at Derek Jackson. One thing, brother, you're a man after my own heart because if you're gonna simp, don't simp for free.
Oh yeah, he's straight lying to these. He's straight lying to these chicks. And like I said,
yeah, it's crazy. Women are like, I can't believe I found the man that reads poetry and all this other stuff. I'm looking at like, all motherfuckers will fall for anything.
For a small fee.
Like it's not even poetry. It's like, you know how many motherfuckers on there be on YouTube that read poetry? No, you're just attracted to the dude.
Like the nigga said, roses are red, violets are blue.
No.
He said, I used to have a bitch, but now I got you.
No, it's for small. For small things I will bring dear to thy God to thee.
Talking about black. Derek Jackson's proof that black women are full of shit when they say I'm
Oh yeah. He's proof that black women are gullible as hell because they can't take criticism, but if you tell them anything they want to hear, it's a rat.
Oh yeah,
they'll pay.
They'll pay you.
Man, Derek Jackson needs to listen to John Witherspoon.
Mm-hmm. Well, what
Jackson, I mean, straight up, man.
Like now what Jack would say, tell that nigga to donate to the church.
He should whip that pussy.
One at a time. Repeat that because we didn't hear you.
Like this, Derek Jackson needs to take a line from John Witherspoon. Don't let pussy whip your ass. You should be the one who should be whipping that pussy.
He getting paid, man.
Well, the point is the point Jason Black was trying to make is that you got too many black men that treat black women like a profit center. They don't see black women as we need to lead them. Yeah. We rather push them off the cliff if it's gonna make some money, and that's what Derek Black represents.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Black women,
and I'm of that mindset nowadays too. I have no problem with
black women buy into it.
What is
it? I will lead them off the cliff. I will sell tickets for them to go over the cliff.
That nigga said,
because that's what they want to do.
Cliff. He said, "This is Sparta."
No, I'd be like, "This is capitalism."
This is why Christy and Cynthia G are fraudulent. Because rather than being you heard me first is in this category too. Rather than be leaders and actually tell black women who Derek Jax is, they promote Derek Jax. And I hate to say it, I love Olivia Alexa a lot, but Olivia Alexa does the same shit. They all promote his ass, and I'm like,
because they're all attracted to him in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, they all follow the same thing.
He's the rose in the middle of the freaking that grew out of the concrete. Like, he's rough, but he's so soft inside.
Well, what he said, Jason Black said,
it's not to hate on him. It's just like, come on, man. I know you running gang.
Hey, how did Prop Joe say? Listen, a proposition will fall kindly on your ear.
Yeah, but that's
well, you
how
know,
make
like
chicks
I got a homeboy. His wife posts a picture on Facebook. You know, beautiful black couple, and you see all these women underneath. And I'm looking at the picture, and I'm like, I'm with this dude when he's fucking other chicks. Like, and you know, I don't say nothing because it's cold, whatever. But like, I'm like looking at it, like, do y'all don't even know?
Man, that is intelligent.
But they like the pretty back.
That bitch know.
Dream.
That bitch know.
Right.
That's the American dream.
Most of these bitches know, but they don't care
Exactly.
because they want to portray this perfect relationship on social media.
Just let me be the side chick.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she wants.
This should be wild, man.
Yeah, I respect the quiet.
And you already see that new show coming out, Side Chicks of Atlanta or whatever.
Is that gonna be real, man? Is that real?
That looks real. They interviewed them bitches.
Side Chicks of Charlotte.
Yeah.
Side Chicks of Charlotte.
That's definitely.
Man, I don't really watch those shows at all. Period.
If that happened, black women, you need to just jump off a cliff, man. That's ridiculous.
As I said, BGS, I will sell the tickets.
No. See,
I will have the shuttle and everything that'll get them to the cliff from their car.
I'm gonna say this: all these, BGS, you said something in another hangout, and this rings so true and everything. You said what they're going to do, what the women are going to do through Section 8, is they're going to try to team up and try to live together. Well, I feel there's a big correlation with these reality TV shows. They're going to actually start living it. That's it.
Really? Okay. Huh. I mean, that's their only option, man. Is team up, start living together.
Right. And I mean,
teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah,
right. But it's not going to work though because each woman is a boss bitch.
Yeah.
And they call themselves a boss bitch.
Alpha women,
and I already
exactly.
know within a month or two they're going to fall out, and everybody,
Well, some will, some won't. But you got to understand things about women. Women will fall out. They'll be angry with each other for 2 weeks, and they will come back together in a consensus. That's what they do because it's emotional.
Right.
Which
is why, like, even people like David Carroll,
they'll cry after a week together. They'll cry, eat. I don't even know why we were yelling.
To me, it's life imitating art and art imitating life, man.
One time, Mike first.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why you have somebody like David Carroll. He'll mention it like all the time. Like, you guys are so effeminate because one minute you're at each other's throat, next minute you're licking each other's wounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm paraphrasing that.
Yeah,
so.
that's true.
But
go ahead.
sorry,
go ahead, James.
No, I was just going to say that, well, when you equate or when you throw men in the equation, that's when everything goes off the rail right there.
Because they feel like they got to compete.
Right. And that's when, because see, a woman from her mindset, it's not about, you have a great guy. I wish I could find a guy like that. No, to her, she's saying, no, I wish I could fuck your guy. You see what I'm saying?
That's the difference between men and women. That's the difference between men and women right there. Because men might look at a guy and be like, man, he got a great girl. I need to find a girl like that, and then go look for a girl like that.
Yeah,
these women be like,
my
fiance
had a roommate, and I was coming through, I guess, a little bit too much, and her roommate moved out for probably the same reason.
Yeah. So at the end of the day and everything, the men equation is going to play. And then, guys, let's not forget, we like women and they're prissy and everything, but if you had sisters and you had cousins or whatever, we should also know that women can be some of the trashiest people ever, especially in the bathroom.
I bear witness to that.
So when you have 2 to 3 women living together, how long do you think that's going to last?
Oh, hell
I bear witness to that.
All over the toilet.
They can fight for years.
Oh my goodness, man!
They years.
Well,
they be like, they be like, this trifling heifer.
Yeah,
right.
That I see.
Period rags and stuff.
Yeah,
that's what they go through.
Well, they can go through. Yeah.
Oh damn!
He said, wicked women putting period blood in stew. Don't that make the stew witches brew?
That's real though, man. That's
you literally have too many lyrics, bro.
That's how come I could never. That's how come I could never eat from a chick that's from Southern Louisiana. Eat her cooking
because they put that shit in stew.
They put it in stew. In fact, my girl from New Orleans. That's what she told me. You gotta be careful. They do put it
Yo,
in stew. It's real
BGS.
shit.
I
Yeah.
can agree with that because what can I say, man? I am from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh yeah,
He
you
gonna
know.
say he
moved
gonna
to
say
Denver,
that
Colorado.
nigga gonna say
But
he
yes,
had a pot of that shit.
they actually do that stuff down
Yeah, they
there.
do that.
So you
Yeah.
gotta be careful.
Yeah. Yeah. She wasn't the only one person I heard it from. So yeah. Yeah, she was from the West Bank.
Be like, yo, today, baby, I want chicken. I don't want that. You can say that for tomorrow. We eating chicken today.
Yeah, man, you gotta be you gotta, if you're gonna because I know a couple of brothers that went over to Africa, man, and got poisoned, man. If you're gonna go over there, man, and you're gonna shack up with a chick, man, if you're gonna eat her cooking, be loyal. Okay.
Yes, yo,
They will poison your ass.
Yeah, some of them women actually eat the placenta too, yo.
Yeah. Or they believe that basically binds you to them. That's voodoo. That's why they put the period.
Some people will take that out and fry it actually.
Oh, the placenta. Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen that before.
Yeah, well, yeah, when they eat bodies, man. They in other words, you gather that person's energy inside yourself. So.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, that's true, and especially coming from Africa, for if it's a great leader, and they actually kill him, they'll chop him up, man. They'll eat his inside parts.
Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a African warrior that some part of Africa. I vaguely know the story, but they were saying that one group or whatever, if they had war with another tribe or whatever, and one tribe leader or the chiefman kills the other chiefman, he would castrate him and take the remnant of it and drink the blood to take his energy.
Yeah.
So imagine a dude ripping somebody's nuts off and dick and drinking the blood from the
There's the old fashioned Eucharist.
We would say like in Jamaica we'd say like tiger bone and shit like that.
Yeah.
That would be like the tiger's penis.
Yeah.
Like you take it, harden it, and then like put it into a powder.
Yeah.
And then actually put it into your drink, and then that would help you get an erection or make your erection stronger.
Anyway, how many y'all seen?
We said now we got Viagra. Now we got Viagra. We don't need to do that shit.
Right.
Wait, what I was saying, how many of y'all seen The Last King of Scotland?
I wanted to see it. I didn't see it, but I know what you're talking about. But I didn't watch the movie.
Straight up, it doesn't matter if you're a black man or a black woman down there in Africa. You fuck up, they will take away your private parts.
Yeah.
Keep in mind. I believe it was the king's wife who slept with that white dude. And as soon as the king found out, he took her wife. And by the time that white dude woke up, he found out that her private parts has been completely ripped out of her.
Whoa.
But man, I'm like, damn.
No, they don't play.
That's like, phew. Yeah, that's some other shit right there.
They don't play. That's how we keep people in line like that. It's really
that's like ripping somebody's skin off their body type shit. Like that's painful.
Well, that's true.
They'll burn you alive. Certain tribes.
Yeah, that's how you keep order.
No, that's how most people keep whoremongering away from its culture. Do you guys know what whoremongering is? Do anybody know what whoremongering is? A lot of guys don't talk about that.
That's when the dude fucks around with different women besides his wife.
No. That's not whoremongering.
Okay.
No, it's what these women are doing now.
Go ahead. Give us a definition.
The whoremongering is doing goodly favors towards women, any type of women, in hopes of getting sexual gratification in the end. And that's how most guys here in the Western culture act. Most guys are trying to do goodly deeds towards women in hopes of getting sexual acts in the end.
You could have just said simping, and we don't know what you meant.
So the simps are in trouble.
See, we call it simping. Women call it courting.
Yeah,
No,
the simps are in trouble.
no, they don't know what simping is. No, courting is not simping.
Yeah, courting is not. Courting is just. But I mean, I wouldn't call courting simping, but in the sense of how this system of dating works, I would say most men in it are whoremongers. You see something you like, so you try to make contact. You try to get in a good position. Maybe she'll call you for something, so you hook her up and do good things for her in hopes of one day of hitting it.
That sounds like niggas in the friend zone talking about baby.
It's simping, yeah.
Right. And see, right. That's what whoremongering is, and that's what I'm saying. So just kind of give that definition.
Man, and yo, I can't stand it when you fucking with a bitch.
They don't realize what they're doing. Yeah.
I can't stand when you fucking with a chick and she got like guy friends, and like every time you get like in an argument with the John, she talking to these niggas and they be trying to put some bullshit in their head so they can smash.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, can't you understand what these niggas is doing?
She does.
How dumb are you?
She knows what they're doing.
They know. They know.
And they know.
They definitely know.
Hey, it's a game.
I tell her,
and I tell him if
they actually bank on that.
If he's gonna come over and smash, pay the light bill, okay?
Right. I tell her, see, normally, and BGS, you know that there is like a 90% chance that when a woman finds a guy friend, it's normally from work. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So when a woman comes to you, or any of you gentlemen, you automatically got to look at, okay, wait a minute, you telling me that you are best friends with a guy when you work with 1,000 other people? So this one guy is the one that you want to hang around with so much? That's BS. That's bullshit. Because if girls know the game, they just they call them what? You're my work boyfriend.
Man,
I've seen it before. I've seen it before where women, they will mess and flirt and do little devious things at work with their work boyfriend. They come home to you and he won't say nothing. She ain't gonna say nothing about it because it's at work.
Yeah, it's at work. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like that. That's that
lunch break goes down on lunch break.
Shit.
Yeah, and they don't just flirt too. Most of them.
Oh yeah.
That's right.
That's the only time. That's the only kind of work friends, female friends I really have is at work, because basically I'm getting paid. Okay, so talking to you, I'm still getting paid.
Man, I knew this one girl since like I want to say like since I was like 6, 7, because my mom used to hang with her mom. We went to Latchkey, right? So like how you still communicate, because she's one, like I looked at her like that's my sister or whatever. Like she never would understand like when she got a man why I would fall back and not communicate like that. She's like, we could always be friends. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I don't want to fight no nigga because he's thinking I'm smashing you, because we could be friends and all, but it's like I know how niggas think. So at the end of the day, if I'm calling you talking about, yo, let's hang out, this nigga's gonna be like, why is my bitch chilling with this nigga? Da 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 da. So to avoid all that shit, I used to just fall back. Like, look, we could be cool. Like you can hit me up every once in a while, but we ain't gonna be hanging out like that. You got a man right now.
What you tell her is you tell her that with even an ex that wants to hang out and she's married. What you tell her, I respect. If you don't respect your dude, I do.
Exactly.
Because I could easily be in his place, and I don't play that shit. So you know what?
That's right.
We're friends. If you want to hang out, you got to bring him along.
That's right.
I will not. If you're serious about him, if you're not serious about him, that's one thing. But if you're serious about him, then we don't. Right. I'm not hanging out with you by yourself. Because I remember
Karma's a bitch.
Karma's a bitch. I remember, you believe this or not, man. I might have told you this story. Okay, me and the old lady had been split up, man. Like Jesus, she had her boyfriend. It had been like 6 or 7 years, and she was living with another guy, right? And I had a family reunion in Colorado, so I was taking all the children, and my son who had a job, he couldn't go, so I had an extra ticket, right? They already purchased the flight tickets, right? And then my daughter said, "Well, my mommy says that she could use that ticket. She wants to go."
Nope.
I said, come again. She said, my mommy says she wants to go to the family reunion. She said that she could use that ticket. She want to take a vacation. I said, does she not live with a man? Is he not paying the bills? And I said, yeah.
Right.
I said, even if she doesn't respect him, I do. No, she can't go. I took my daughter. My daughter had my daughter's 17 and she had a boyfriend. I said, he can't go. Go ahead, take your boyfriend. He can roll with us.
Mm-hmm. Or I was gonna say take one of her friends, or if she had a best friend, you could have took her best friend too.
Well, the family kind of liked this dude, so we had vetted him. We kind of liked this dude, so he went to the family reunion with us. He went on since it was the last second, and my son couldn't go, which I was pissed. I said, "How come you didn't tell me you had to work before I bought the ticket?"
Or at least put request off, like put that 2 weeks notice in.
Yeah, something like that. But she was pissed. My mama was mad. She said my mama was mad because she couldn't go. He probably had some plans lined up. He probably had fun at the crib that day. Who?
Your son.
Oh well, no, he wasn't living with her. No, he was living with his grandparents because he is an issue, another man in the house and stuff like that. I think he did it for a couple years. I think he couldn't live underneath him anymore, so he went to live with his grandparents. He wanted to live with me, but she was collecting child support. She didn't want that to happen, so you know what? Forget it.
Oh yeah, because if they would have found out he was living with you, that check would have been off.
Well, we never went to the court system, but the check would have been off. You're right about that. But yeah, she planned. So women are. I know how women are treacherous like that, man. You living with a dude, so you're gonna go on vacation for 4 days with your baby daddy. I said, it's not gonna happen, because I know I wouldn't like that shit.
That's sort of like when Nicki Minaj did the Safari and shit. How she, like that nigga used to write all the rhymes, made her beats, like basically got her, like helped her get to where she was, and then she cheated on that nigga with Meek Mill.
Okay, we hope we got paid. Hope we got paid big time.
He probably did get paid. I hope he got paid.
Well, then hell, as long as he got paid, it wouldn't, if you did it for free, then I'd have been, she'd been a dead chick. But if he got paid, it is what it is. Go to the next woman.
But it's kind of like karma, because then Remy Ma come at her with that sheep and shit, like. Mm-hmm. Man, and then her butt implant exploded on stage.
Oh, did it? It flashed.
Damn. Who's
Nicki Minaj?
Nicki Minaj. Like there's articles on that shit. You didn't hear that? Oh, that's what Remy Ma put in that line. She was like, Meek said he couldn't fuck for like 2 weeks because your ass exploded.
Okay.
I better not find it on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't think it's on YouTube. She's pretty enough without all that shit. Why did she do all that stuff to herself?
That's like Little Kim.
She didn't think she was pretty enough.
Yeah,
that was like Little Kim.
That's the shit that kills me. Like
Little Kim.
That's the shit that kills me. Like women will blame. They will blame their lack of beauty on like you or like men didn't like me because of this. And it's like, no, you didn't like your fucking self because you didn't have to do all that. And like you look at somebody like Tiny and you look at her old pictures from Escape and you're like, you didn't have to do all that. But now she's got big old fat lips and shit like that. And then she's also older, so she's a little bit bigger than she was.
She gave herself blue eyes. She gave herself the blue eyes like white people.
Oh yeah. That's what. If you ever want to see read a book, man, that gives you female nature and black female nature, man, read The Bluest Eye. That is female nature, man, encapsulated into a black female nature encapsulated into a book, man. The jealousy, the whoredom, all that stuff, man. The wish to be white, all that stuff is all encapsulated in that book, man.
Man, you know what's sad? I don't know if y'all know her real name, but if you remember that the black girl from Saved by the Bell, like Lisa Voorhees, you see what she looks like now?
Oh yeah. Well, she's sick, isn't she?
drugs and
No, that's not drug.
self-depression.
That was plastic surgery.
Oh, okay. She was pretty.
Yeah, she was exactly.
She was beautiful.
Exactly. She was pretty as hell. Then plastic surgery turned her into what she looks like now.
Wow, because she was gorgeous.
Yep, that word. Yep, I mean, I seen it too, and I'm like, man, this is some where are they now type of shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because when she was,
Her face is like discolored or some shit.
Yeah, she was in the, like How to Be a Player. She was gorgeous.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back, Edward.
You had to make a drop off, huh?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He went radio silent, so he's working tonight.
Oh yeah, man. You'd be amazed how many like the only reason I do this is because, man, I be getting like $25 tips and shit.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, picked up really good looking chicks. I picked up East Columbia chicks, man. They were good looking as hell, man. Shit. But
yeah, my homeboy used to do that Uber shit. He's like, yeah, you know how many times I fucked women? It's like he's got like a little portable condom holder and shit.
Yes, you can.
Speaking of Uber, you see that one football player paid that dude almost a stack to take him like a couple hours away.
I've done a 3-hour trip before. I had to take 2 soldiers, and they gave me $50 tip for it. I had to take 2 soldiers to Camp Lejeune.
Okay.
Man,
which Camp Lejeune is 3 hours away to the coast of North Carolina. This is where the white people are really racist.
Okay.
So this is that North Carolina that you talking about.
Yeah.
You know, the KKK over there. They'll lynch your ass over there, man. Shit.
Bro, North Carolina to Virginia, they're crazy, man.
Man, I believe it.
No. That's also where the Marine Corps, the second biggest Marine Corps base is. So in Camp Lejeune and everything, I wouldn't say like I was a Marine and everything. So when I wouldn't say that it's racist, but a lot of people are very, very militant. You can run up on a colonel, go on a freaking Applebee's, and he in your face like, "What the hell you doing, devil dog?"
Well,
you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta explain yourself, and you can't talk shit because you don't know who he is. And when you find out who he is, you lock up quick because he could put you in the stockade quickly.
Because he has a higher rank than you.
Right, he's a colonel. That's next to general.
They did a
right.
They did a study and it said that black soldiers are punished disproportionately compared to white soldiers.
No,
Why should
that's not true. That's not true.
That's true.
If you don't, no, that's not true. That's not true.
I've got enough people in the military.
Man, I heard the women military women are one of the biggest whores in the world. Like,
yep, that's true.
That's true.
That's true.
Wouldn't you drink water in the desert?
That is true.
That's true.
That is true.
I'm not trying to tell you about you being in the military, but like I'm not saying they like out there with it like it's obvious. That's the thing about a lot of this shit. Shit ain't obvious. A lot of people are very slick with their shit. It's a lot of what doesn't get said. A lot of times.
Women in the military. Women in the military are very obvious about it.
I'm not talking about women in the military.
He's talking about, he's talking about the what's name. Let me say this to you, brother. Okay? When you are in the military, bro, everybody is equal. The staff sergeants is drinking. They have cookouts. They be talking shit. When the generals get together, they be talking shit. And sometimes when they come to, that's right. Sometimes when they come to us, they be like, man, stop saluting me and shit. That's how they be like, yeah, they're cool as hell. The only time you get in trouble, even the police out in town, they're former Marines. So in that sense and everything, everybody is on one level. The only time you're gonna really get in trouble is if you do some fucked up shit like shoot somebody out.
You know why, Edward? You know why if you have to treat soldiers equally?
You might as well say police.
I want to say, you know why? Because in ROTC, if you're a commanding officer, you have to form a cohesive unit, and by giving the different disciplines for different people, you'll fuck all that up. So you can't.
I understand what you're saying,
especially when you're in war.
Look, if you have heard otherwise, that there's no equality between the military, let me tell you something. If you have heard otherwise, I guarantee you, whoever told you that is a fuck up. I guarantee you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me. Okay, answer me this then. Tell me why there's only 5% of special forces are black.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant.
I'll tell you.
Yes,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you why. I will tell you why.
Go ahead, James.
I will tell you why the special forces. Okay, first of all, black people, when they go into the military, the first thing they ain't thinking about is freaking special forces. A lot of the reason why it's predominantly white is because a lot of those guys who go in have family members who were in the military, and their grandfather was in World War II. So guess what? In order to get the honorary statuses that their father and their grandfather, great-grandfather had, they want to go into all that stuff like that. But black folks is like, the hell with that shit. They like to,
it comes down to choice.
It comes down to choice,
literally.
One at a time.
I'm happy being opposed, sitting in the desk, and when we have to go over here, we'll go over here. That's cool. But a lot of black people ain't all about no freaking sniper and freaking special force units and all that and everything. Man.
We got different.
You may have a small percentage.
Exactly.
You may have a small percentage.
Take a breath,
hold on. BGS. You may have a small percentage of black guys who are interested in sniping.
James. What I'm trying to do.
You don't let me respond.
Edward. I'm talking to right now. Okay. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to keep everybody from talking over each other. So what I need to do when you give an explanation, try to make it succinct so they can respond and they won't talk over you. Okay.
Okay.
So finish your thought. Finish your thought. Then James, and then Edward, and then SPI.
Okay, the point that I'm trying to say is, brother, I understand how you feeling. However, there's a reason for everything. You know what I'm saying? There's a cause and effect. Well, the effect to this situation is the reason why there's not a lot of special force black people is because they don't go for it. They don't go for those particular type of things. They like to be at the trucking unit or the tankers unit fixing stuff. They like all those things. Now, don't get me wrong. You are correct to say that there's not a lot of people. However, there is a small percentage of black men who like to go into the Rangers and the sniper unit and the special forces unit. But most black people, when they get there, they ain't even thinking about no special forces.
Okay, take a breath.
That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Edward.
Real talk, James. Look, I'm not gonna go too deep in the military because I'm not in it. But I feel like you can say that about anything. You that black friend that white people would trot out to pretty much run interference for a lot of shit, because the way your ideology is not really.
Don't get personal, Edward. Don't get personal.
I'm not getting personal, but what I'm saying is, this is not like a lot of these. Look, I'm gonna tell you what I've been told. Is I've been told white people don't trust black people with that type of information.
Well, that's true.
As a group.
That's true. But you're not in the military, and we got.
You're right. And that's why, so I'm gonna fall back on that.
But we do have somebody on the line that is in the military.
And there's plenty of black 5-star generals.
Yeah. But
thank you. Yes.
Go ahead.
And they are privy to information.
All right. So I know what Edward is saying, and it's cool. You know. Again, I'm just gonna reiterate what everyone's else saying, but you can't. It's another subject here that we're talking about. Yeah, you have no idea who you're talking about, and the information you're getting it from happens to be from fuck up. So I can't even trust that source. So
see, I wish.
Wait.
No. It's not a.
Come on, man, pump your brakes.
It's not a. You think it's a personal attack? It's not. I'm telling you. You wait. The way you told us the information that you told us, I can tell. Me and him can tell that whoever you're talking to, whoever told you this shit, is a fuck up. It's very obvious. Okay.
You ain't been in the military, Edward.
I've been in the military 10 years. Did so many missions with so many people, so many different races. I've been in whole companies that have been. I probably was the only Mexican several times for several years in several different places. So I've been deep into it, and I've not once. Honestly, could I tell you that there's been, some repercussion because you were a certain race? Not one.
When you're looking at the military, you cannot treat one person better than the other, especially when you're going to war and you have a unit, because you can't be sitting there with bullets flying over your head, second guessing your leader.
Yeah.
There's no cliques in the military. That's what you tell me.
Okay. The reason for what I've been told, and I probably know about. Hold on a second. I know about 10. I know about 10 guys that are former special forces. Okay. And the reason that most black guys do not go into special forces is one, because they don't want to work that hard.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not the thing. They just don't want to do it.
Extremely difficult. A lot of white guys actually train a year ahead of time to get into special forces. Ain't many black guys that will do that. Now you do have them, and everybody that I talk to says the training is extremely hard and it's anybody can apply for special forces. Anybody can apply for special forces.
And I want to entertain what Edward's saying.
And if you can go through the train, if you can make it through the training, training is so tough. If you can make it through the training, anybody that makes it through the training is in special forces.
And there's plenty of black Marines too.
So there's no
cliques in the military.
Now let me entertain Edward.
I want to say, hold on, before you finish,
Go ahead, James.
Brother, see if you can correlate with this, Edward. If it was all about indifference, in the military sector, then you wouldn't have people of color going no farther than sergeant. You wouldn't have anybody being warrant officers, and you sure wouldn't have anybody being able to be colonels and generals.
Ask a simple question. So there are no cliques in the military.
Right, that's what I was about to entertain you with. Okay, so
go ahead, brother.
Now, have I known racists in the military? Yes.
That's all I was saying.
Closet racists, right? Where they have to keep it in the closet.
Yeah.
Like we everybody knows who they are. Like,
yeah.
There are sometimes everybody knows who they are, and but they know what's up. So. They stay in their in their lane, and they keep it to themselves, even though it's obvious as hell. But it never comes out.
But at the end of the day, a racist white boy wants you to be the best soldier you can because he wants you to watch his fucking back, and they're the ones that will push you even harder. Those are the ones that push you harder because they don't want to. Because a special forces guy told me that. That they don't like inexperienced people with them. They want the best person they can find, no matter what color they are. Because at the end of the day, you have to watch their six. Go ahead.
That type of environment that equalizes.
And once they get off that battle, once they get out of that war and back home, it's business as usual.
Right. And here goes another one, BGS, and see if my military guys can correlate with this. War eradicates racism. What you go in, what you believe before the war, or before the hostility starts, is one thing. But when you are in the foxfire, and there's a black guy sitting beside you, and you got to go over here, and he's watching your six. Afterwards, if you make it based on faith or whatever the case may be, you look at that black guy a little differently, and everything that people were telling you before, you like, fuck that shit. That's my brother, goddammit.
Those hard situations are equalizers.
Right.
Sure.
War eradicates racism.
You know what I heard, FBI. Let me run this by. You know what I heard? This is what I hear. When they're out in the field and they got shit to do, okay, they work as a unit. Now, when they get back to the NCO club and they get drunk, they'll fight like cats and dogs. They'll call each other nigger, whatever they have to call each other, and fight. But when they have to line up for formation, all that shit's over with.
Yeah, that's what we call taking care of things in-house.
In-house,
so, so like we do.
Isn't that like, that's family? That's what family does.
One at a time, Jamie.
Marine Corps, take it to the tree line. Yeah. That's right.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, because I said basically that's what family does. You might get in a fight with your brother today, but if you see somebody jumping your brother, you're gonna get right off the stoop and start getting it in.
Yeah.
And here's another note, BGS. You know your history, brother. You definitely know your history. In World War II, there was a difference between the black pilots compared to the white ones. They didn't like them being there. They felt that they were there based on pity.
Yeah.
So when the time came to fight, and the black pilots had to back the white pilots up, and they saw how good they were, all that racism they had back then went away, and they even invited them into the freaking drinking halls that were only white only. Said, "Fuck that shit. These are my brothers." What's your name, bro? They were bonded to those dudes.
Yeah.
They were bonded to them. It wasn't about
I hear a lot of police officers say the same shit. When I ask
Come on,
them,
what's all the noise I'm hearing?
I don't know.
That's not me. I hear a lot of police officers say the same stuff when I've asked black police officers, why don't you have your own fraternity of police? Because you know how the stuff is in-house. And they say the same stuff. Like they use like the organization. Yeah. And I understand the military is completely different than the police department.
It is.
So let me say that. I get that. But what I'm saying is I hear a lot of the same rhetoric, and a lot of them dudes be coming out of military too. So it's like they got this mindset where it's like I see blue before I see whatever. And it is what it is, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And I'm talking now about the police department. I'm not talking about the military, because that's what affects us on the ground more.
Well, my neighbor, he's an Air Force.
That's also a different environment.
He's an Air Force captain, and he says exactly the same thing. And if there are racists, okay, you know, you come in with your prejudice, but when you put on their uniform, you got to do your duty. It is what it is. And the person that gets the most shit are fuck ups, just like SPI says. It doesn't care. They don't care whether you're white, yellow, or whatever color you are. If you're a fuck up, those are the ones that get the shit.
That's right.
Because they don't want fuck up. Nobody wants a fuck up in their unit, because everybody.
Yeah, that's a fuck up. You can pretty much, the easiest way to tell you what a fuck up is in something like the military or police officers. You know, I'm sure a police officer ranges here and there, but it's pretty much a liability, and it's a huge liability.
Yeah, they can get you killed.
So that has nothing to do with racism at all. Now with cops, I can't say that about cops, but when it comes to the military, you're a liability if you're a fuck up, and we're gonna treat you as such, not as your color.
That's right.
Well, there's a lot more room for error in the police department than it is in the military.
Oh yeah.
Also, I think it's the environment too, because that's
the biggest difference. Like there's a lot more because it's a different situation. So I understand that. And I understand the military is not, you don't have that kind of room for error. So when I talk about this stuff, I'm talking about it on it's like really something that's really hard to compare, and that's why I kind of flipped to the police department, because that's more accurate to what I'm really trying to talk about, because the military is so little room for error with that stuff. You can't even really measure like that, and that's what you all are really kind of speaking to. So I understand that, but you know,
I mean, if you want, now racism comes in, and from what I understand, racism comes in and say if you want to be like the general's assistant, the colonel's assistant, or something like that, he's gonna pick the guy that's his color. But you know, when it comes to the
way they talking, it's like that on. That's not true.
Oh no, that's true. That's politics. That's politics.
But
yeah, I think you're referring to preferential treatment. That's something
preferential treatment. Yeah. That does go on. Preferential treatment.
That's more tribal attitudes than necessarily. I put that more on the tribal attitudes, racism, which I split that a little bit, because I get it. You can't put a whole bunch of black people when it comes to like the college of like military, like 5-star, 4-star generals. Like that's like a unique brotherhood kind of club, kind of like a presidential kind of thing, I would think.
Well, if you're a general, normally if you're a general, you've gone through the military school, so you're already in the club even before you hit the rank and file.
It was like the first black woman to get like 4 stars in the Navy or something. I forget what they were harping about that.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna pretend that like I can articulate that. A lot of that is conjecture coming from me. So I'm now as far as the damn police department is concerned, yes, them motherfuckers ain't got no black officers really should have their own fraternal order of police within the fraternal order, in my opinion, because they let a lot of that shit go. They do, and they know they do.
Yeah, they do.
They know what a lot of people do is wrong. That's why you got some cops going off like that dude in California where he went ham.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Where did he come from though?
Military.
Special forces, right? Special forces came.
Which is another reason why they keep that percentage down.
Well, no, it's because I believe a lot of those guys that were in Dallas and those guys, the guy that was in Baton Rouge, I think they were special forces too.
Because when you're in special forces, they watch your ass when you get out the military.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Yeah. So I get the hard part because a lot of folks will tell me it's some stupid shit like it's because black people don't like to swim, so they can't never really be in the Navy SEALs. And I'm like, but we're more athletically better.
In fact, a lady I work with, her son.
They do say that.
In fact, the lady I work with, her son became a Navy SEAL. He actually passed it. He went through the whole training and he became a Navy SEAL. I think he wanted to see if he could do it. Like I think a year or two before he got out of the Navy.
I could believe what James is saying as far as it's hard.
That's what he said about it.
I know it. I'm not questioning that, but I did it. That's like the only reason. I could believe that's 60% of the reason. I don't believe that's 100%.
Most black people go into the military not for prestige, but because they want a job. Most of them. I would say that.
I went in as a young boy, didn't know anything about life, and I felt that going in would help me find a peace of mind. It helped me to meet people and to understand structure about working and all that stuff like that. So my intention.
This reminds me of a story.
Let him finish, my Latino.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? That was the reason. I never went in like some of the old warheads who's still there now. They wanted to go in because they wanted to go on the war just like their father did. That wasn't my intention. My intention was, hey, I want to find me as a person, meet people, go places, do things.
I don't think that
that's exactly what I did. And most black people have the same mindset. Most black people going in have the same mindset. They like, okay, I got a job. I can take care of myself. My parents don't have to worry about me.
Yeah.
I'm doing something good. My mom's proud. My parents and family is proud. And that's the reason why. Now, as far as special forces, some of them will go in, but most of them they never intended in going in based on that. That's
black people. What percentage of black people are in the military? Like, as far as like, what percentage of military are black? I've been told it's 20%.
Nah, it's less than that. I think it's like 13-14% now.
Was it 20% at any point?
Well, yeah, we used to be 20%, but the thing is,
but it's 14 now. Okay, okay.
A lot of, the biggest reason is because now they're shipping people off to Iraq and Afghanistan. You got to go over there and fight, and a lot of people don't want to go in country, so you have a lot of people that got getting in. So that's like probably how come the percentage went down.
Okay.
And I don't know if they changed this or not, but they actually changed the retirement package also. At one point in time, they flipped it from if you retire after 20 years, you'll get paid for life for retiring. But then they flipped it when I left back in 2003. They flipped it and said, well, now whoever comes in, you won't get your retirement package until you hit 75. So to me, I said, man, that's going to hit a lot of people hard. Who wants to go to the military for 20, 30 years, and then you can't see none of that money until you hit 70 to 75? That sucks.
I mean, that don't make no sense at all.
That's if you make it. That's it, because most black people don't make it to that. Real talk, black men.
Yeah. Well, that was the issue going in when I left. That was the issue. They may have changed it now, but
I heard they were trying to give more incentives for them to get back in. I heard they were giving bonuses and stuff. But like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, bonuses just went up to $90,000 right now.
Really?
Like this month.
Yeah,
because you gotta go. Yeah, because you gotta go in country. Yeah.
Yeah, suddenly the bonuses just went up like crazy. And I did want to address
go ahead.
Edward's thing about the black guys in the military, why they were going in. So I remember this one story where I remember I was the first 2 weeks of boot camp, right? And we all had to sit around and we had some downtime, like 30 minutes. Because one of the instructors was late, and the drill sergeant, you gotta always be doing something. So he goes around. He's like, "All right, everybody, stand the fuck up, one at a time. Tell me why the fuck you signed up for the military." And there was probably like I think 8 black guys in my group, and then every single one of them, they were just like, honestly, I was bored at home. Another one was like, you know what, I was getting into trouble, and I was like, I need to do something about this. At face value, they didn't really have a real reason to be in there. But I respected their reason because it was just like mine, where I respected them more than the other guys. Who were like, oh well, my parents did it, you know, my grandfather did it. I respected them more because they were able to look into themselves like I did, and I was like, you know what, I do need some direction. Because everybody else had a really good reason, supposedly, right? And you know, I remember when I was in Iraq, the first 3 months, and those black guys who I was friends with out there, who I was working out every day. You know, we had 16-hour shifts. Those guys who were like, you know what? As soon as I get the fuck back home, I'm getting out. I only got a year to go. Yada yada yada. Those guys, all of a sudden, they started to find out. Holy shit! You know, and it wasn't even them. It was other people around them. It was me. You know, other people around them. We started to notice, holy shit, these guys are pretty fucking good at their job. Like, why don't you stay longer? Like, you're actually really fucking good. And those are the guys that don't even realize it until right before they're about to leave. Those are the guys that they just like, you know what, fuck, you're right. You know, I should probably stay. And they sign another contract. Those are the guys that get promoted really fast. Like, those are the black guys that do really fucking well. The ones that realize it too late, right before they're about to leave the military, like, oh shit, you know what, I am good at this shit.
Yeah.
And those, you know, like everybody that after I got out, everybody that I still talk to, man, they've been promoted like 4 or 5 times already, and they're black guys, and they came in the same time that I did.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, the military has it down to a science, man. You know what you need to do to get promoted, and how not to get promoted, because it's all down in the manual. I mean, down to the last, you know, how you put on your socks.
Yeah, you can come in with promotions if you got college credit.
Yeah, well, you come in as an officer. Yeah.
I've always wondered, why is it that some military personnel don't really understand their benefits, like when they get out, when it comes to things like real estate and stuff like that? Because I'm gonna tell you, it's a lot of black guys I know that it's like, don't y'all have some kind of veterans, like?
Yeah,
they don't brief you. They don't be knowing their house benefits. They don't.
It's because it's called the VA loan.
They don't want to tell you. They don't tell you. You know.
They don't tell you. It's that simple. They just do not tell you.
They really don't want you to know. Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Because they want you to keep you in there.
Let me tell you what happens when you get out. Let me tell you what happens when you get out. When you get out, they don't brief you, which they're supposed to, but they don't. They don't brief you, but there's, you know, about all the extra benefits that you have. That's just from the military side. We're not even talking about veteran side. They're supposed to tell you, you know what, if we owe you extra money, here's how you check if we owe you extra money from shit that you probably turned in. By the way, if you had any bonus money and some taxes that you never got back, you should hit us up right now so we can, you know, hand you out a check right now. They don't tell you this shit. It's not until like 2-3 years later after I got out that, oh, by the way, we owe you like $3,000.
I was downtown in the Loop today in a meetup, and this chick, she was in the first Desert Storm. She said she didn't use her VA loan and it's expired. She didn't. You got like 10 years to use it. She never used it.
Same with the GI Bill.
Yeah,
but they don't tell you none of this shit. They don't. It's not in the best interest for them to tell you.
No, it costs.
Yeah, because they get to keep that money and keep that in the bank and earn more interest.
Well, the thing is, they don't have to pay it out because it comes out of taxpayers' money.
Right.
It's not that they own. It's not just. The taxpayers owe it to you, but it's the taxpayers' money.
I can think back right now, and all the greatest benefits that the VA can give you. I remember I didn't even learn that shit till like 4 or 5 years after I got out.
They give you a book if you ask for it at the VA.
If you ask for it, exactly.
Yeah, a big thick ass book with all the benefits in there.
But most guys don't even know that there's a book. I didn't even know there's a book. I just found out from you right now.
Oh,
shit. You see, you gotta study. You gotta study that playbook. You gotta study that playbook.
Well, that's not the point. The point is that they don't. It's, you know, they don't tell you this shit because they don't have to, and it's not in the.
I had a dude on Facebook that I know that got out of military. He was asking about different programs to get in the, you know, to get a house. And this dude's got money. He's not broke. And I asked him on the messenger because I didn't want to embarrass him or anything because I've known this dude for a long time. I said, dude, didn't you just get out of the military? And I'm like, what about this and that? And I said, look, I ain't trying to tell you because I ain't been in the military, but I'm like, man, you got to have some shit. Because I asked him, was he dishonorably discharged? He said, hell no, he wasn't dishonorably discharged. I said, yeah. And it's amazing. And I'm like, these people will come out of families that have military background. So it's like, how is your family not telling you this shit? Like
some people not like really versed, you know. Like I know a guy that he was in the 70s
By the way,
or
Jason
whatever.
Black has videos about this with military people talking about this. Had to say
This
that.
motherfucker said Jason Black.
Take another drink. Take a drink. Take a drink. Mill, take a drink.
There goes another shot.
All right,
There's another
great.
shot.
Great.
He has with soldiers talking about
this shit.
this. By the way, just to give you information.
You're gonna make me an alcoholic, bro. This is too many shots.
All right, I had a Long Island earlier, man. I got all my shots.
He's just doing it on purpose now.
Long Island.
No, I'm dead serious. He's got a video with 3 military people and 1 real estate agent, and they talk about all not all the benefits, but like the VA loan and what they can do with it and shit like that. I'm just saying, it's there. Just saying.
Yeah, some people just not really versed into real estate. Like the guy I knew, he grew up in the project, so I mean, you know, he ain't came from no household that had houses. Some people
I can understand that.
Some people just kind of used to apartments. I mean,
yeah, a lot of New Yorkers they don't know nothing about well, not all New Yorkers obviously, but I'm saying they don't know nothing about owning no shit.
No. I'm gonna have to. Yo, I live on the East Coast. I'm gonna have to correct you about that. Niggas from New York, a lot of them dudes own like they can sell their house up there and get like $250,000.
A lot of them
come down to where like, because I'm kind of like near Philly where the real estate value isn't really that high in certain areas, so they can come down here buy 2-3 multi units. And then that's what they do, and they become slumlords.
Most black people are down here in North Carolina because they've been pushed out because they were outpriced when it came to the rent because they didn't own where they live. I'm not saying all black people, and if I said that, why you responded that way. But the average black person in the Northeast, black people have this thing about they believe in renting, and it don't matter about owning shit. They do. That's why all ownership is so fucked right now.
Correct.
But even if you own, like even in the state of New York, even if you own a house, here's what they're doing, Edward. This is what they're doing. What they're doing is they are buying up all the houses and they keep harassing you about selling your house. Mm-hmm. You don't have.
I know that they do that down here.
You don't have to sell your house, but this is how they get you out. Down the street, they're going to build a condo right down the street from your house, and your annual property tax, you're going to realize your annual property tax went up $8,000.
Wow.
And they're saying, well, I don't have this. How did this go up? And they'll tell you, well, there's a condo down the street, and you live within a certain distance from it, so your area has been taxed this now, and if you don't pay it by this date, you're going to lose your house.
You know what that.
Let me tell you
what that's called.
One time.
Hold on. So they can't pay it, and what they in turn have to do is sell their house at a low price to those foreigners who are trying to sell it anyway.
If the average black person, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna fall back on it. The average black person, if I ask them what is it about credit and what is it about getting a mortgage, they cannot tell you. The average, they don't. This idea that I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying that doesn't affect some black people because I've seen it. But the idea that the average black person has even a basic information as far as how to get a house, they can tell you how to get a car. But they can't tell you how to get a house. They don't.
Edward.
One at a time.
Like two things with that. Like what James was talking about. That's called zoning. That's basically called rezoning. So what they'll do is they'll rezone the areas to make it more of a richer area, so they can.
Oh, I know all those tricks. I get what you're saying, and that's what he's saying.
But here's why a lot of black people don't really go with the home ownership. How many of them have the down payment? Like with a FHA loan, you need 3.5% down. Conventional, you need 5%. Now, if it's a personal, you need 10%.
You don't need anything down.
But it depends. But USDA loans you is basically no money down. But I don't want to buy a house with no money down because that means your monthly mortgage payment's going to be more, and you're basically and you're going to be paying longer. So it's
Yeah,
like
you're gonna be paying PMI
All right,
too.
so I got
I got a quick.
BGS.
I want to. I'll give you 30 seconds.
SPI first, and then
I'm next. I'm next, motherfucker. Don't jump on it. All right, so BGS. Do you know the percentage rate of black home ownership? By the way, because I have an argument. I have an argument towards that.
You know what? I don't know what. In fact, Tone just talked about it offhand. I think it's like. I think it's like 20%, maybe something like that.
Okay, because this is the same thing that I see with Hispanics. So I don't know that it's even a black thing because most Hispanics that I know that even came into home ownership, they didn't know a fucking thing. When my mother bought her house, I had to teach her absolutely everything. I had to clean up her credit. They didn't know shit.
I had to do that for my mother too.
Most Hispanics, they don't know what. As soon as you say mortgage, what's that? Is that a loan? And that's as far as their knowledge of a home, buying a home is. They think it's just a loan. That's it. Okay. They don't know how to purchase it. They don't know how to clean up the credit. They don't even know. They didn't even know that credit was even important. None of this shit. So I don't know that. I mean, I'd like to argue that I don't think it's just a black thing.
Okay.
You're right.
It's a class thing.
Hold on. Hey. Edward first, and then.
I really want to answer that. So what he said about the down payment, yes, you're absolutely right. That is outside the information piece. That is the biggest thing. That is the issue. Let me answer that issue. Up to 5 people can actually apply for a loan, for a particular loan, and those 5 people do not have to live in the loan, so they can combine their.
Wait, hold on. Let Edward finish the SPI.
So they can combine their income. So let's say I'm trying to apply for a mortgage, but I can do it grandfather, or I can the credit stuff is on. I can get them, and they can add their income on it, and I can just pay. They call it. I forget what they call it, but you can do that, and that's across the board. It's not no unique state shit. So,
yeah, but that's according to averages, though. In between those people, though, I can tell you that.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, this is how, like, it was explained to me how a lot of black people with certain incomes, or white people, are able to get a lot of these houses. This is how immigrants, by the way, get
I was
these
going to say
houses.
that's what Indians do. That's what Indians do.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And another thing Indians do, since you brought that up, I'm so glad you brought that up. One of the things Indians do that is so smart is Indians will buy like a $200,000 townhome in like Research Triangle Park, which is very high end. Is where all the corporations are out here that power this area. And what they will do is one Indian will hold the mortgage, and they will have 2 Indians that will. These are all 3 young Indian guys, and the reason why the Indians that don't hold the mortgage will go with them is because they will work at these jobs for like 2 years, and then they'll go to graduate school because it helps them get to a better graduate school if they got years of experience.
But so I don't consider Indians a minority.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, you got these dudes that they will pay $1,200. And then what happens is they're making $800 in equity because they got 2 other guys that are making $400. They're paying $400. Those other Indians are saving money, and then over like a 2-year period, that Indian guy has made around $19,600 based on that math. Black people have a stigma against cohabitating unless they absolutely have to, like in the Northeast.
But here's a counter argument to that. Like, it doesn't just have to be a townhome. Say if you want to actually get a mortgage, you want a place to live. You know how you were saying black people love apartments, so why not buy a multifamily that has 2 units, live in one of the apartments, rent the other one out, and now your mortgage is paid for, so now you're living for free.
I know a lot of people that did that.
The Indians do exact the rooms. You're saying can work, and I've seen black people. My grandfather did that. You're absolutely so it can work in any situation. The problem is black people don't think this way because they don't know it. Because a lot of people
minority thing. That's a minority. That's not a black.
My family did that. We all lived in one building.
Well, I'm talking particularly about us. I understand that other groups might have it. One thing, the Hispanics, by the way, that I've noticed out here, the Hispanics don't have the same stigma when it comes to trailer parks either. So Hispanics are able to get their starter stuff and get their money together with that and build their money up until they get to a house by starting trailer.
One thing African Americans can learn off some of these other races is we need to have more black people in trades, because a lot of times they can buy a fixer-upper at a cheaper price, fix it up because they're going to do all the work themselves. Where we'd have to basically hire contractors to do that, so it's going to raise our costs a little bit. So that's something where we can
You
learn.
got black people that's in these Habitat for Humanity houses. I know a dude, and oh my God, this dude, because he's got 5 kids with a chick he can't stand. But he got a Habitat. No, but he got a Habitat for Humanity house.
And about a million other guys.
Well, what I'm saying is he's got a Habitat for Humanity house in which that house is damn near paid for, and he was only paying $250. It's not on Section 8 or nothing. So it's a lot of things if you actually look. And like I said, most of America in general, the way they control shit is they control shit by information and hiding information, just like what FBI said with the military shit. So, but the information is there if you know where to look, and that's where a lot of these immigrants be getting these advantages.
But think about it.
One at a time.
All right, I'll speak.
I'm getting the high life.
Yeah, but think about this. Like, when it comes to the black community, what do people rather have? They'd rather have that car because people can't.
That's what I was gonna say.
Because people can't. But listen, it's because people can't see the house, but they can see your car. So they want to be seen.
Fucking
so it's
Jaguars
like,
and Cadillacs and fucking Beamers.
Exactly. Like you heard what Jack Ramsey said. He said the reason why most people ain't wealthy is because they're driving around in their wealth. They're giving all their money to their car payment.
Talking about against Tone, and this is what Tone didn't fucking understand, by the way.
I said that the Tone.
Tone's an
doesn't
idiot.
understand it. Yeah, well, I said that to him. It's not that black people don't have wealth; it's how they spend it. Go ahead, Solar. You were trying to get in.
Yeah, it's like this dude. He was dropping me off. I needed to take a Uber back to my car. Just tonight, he said he had a $40,000 car note. My first question I asked him was that, do you have a house? I couldn't do that, man. But
I know.
I was thinking, I asked him, did he have a house? He said, no, he lived in an apartment with him and his old lady. And he actually got the same situation.
That might be his mama.
Well, yeah, because he pretty much got like, chick
hold on a second for you guys. Kung, what's wrong with your fucking mic, man? If you're in the circle, we tell me we can't hear you. What's wrong with your mic, man? We can't control it from our side.
Hey, it's like that last video I made where people don't act.
A lot of Section 8 dudes be doing that too.
You gotta act your wage, and people don't know how to act their wage. Like if you got a top ramen noodle wage, that's what the fuck you should be eating. Okay, you shouldn't be eating lobster though. Pretty much 3 weeks out of the month. In the last 5 days, you're broke as shit.
My boss,
and now you want to eat top ramen. No, you should have been eating top ramen the whole time.
Yeah, my boss is so slick because my boss that I had when I worked for Xerox used to always get complimented by the black women, by the way, of this dude's got like a basketball build, like 6'5", linky, that sort of thing, and he used to get complimented on his clothes. And then when we were sitting in his office one day, because I worked under him, and I was saying, yeah, man, where you get your clothes from? He said, motherfucker, I get this shit from the Goodwill.
Yep.
And I started laughing my ass off, and he said, what I do is my wife, I let my wife shop at Macy's and stuff like that, and I keep that shit under control because I can always I get my shit from Goodwill. You need to calm your spinning ass down, by the way. And basically, he said, all I need is my Escalade truck. And this dude made like $90,000 a year, by the way. All I need is my Escalade truck, and then I'm good. And he doesn't get all his clothes from the Goodwill. He gets like the pants and stuff. So he blends it. But the point is, that's the type of stuff that most black men don't think about. Now, let me preface this with another dude that I worked with that was actually my age, but he was in a higher position than me. This dude had a Chrysler 300, brand new, good car, good, he could afford it. Check this out. He got engaged, and then now he already had his girl, already got the engagement. Yeah, very beautiful girl, black girl. This dude then got a $80,000 Jaguar, like one of them new Jaguars, the way the new designs are. And then he got married, and then he's sitting here the next couple months sweating balls after he got married. And then he was in the office because he was an operations manager, and I was like a sales manager. This dude was a regional manager, and he was in the office with me. He said, "You know I fucked up, right? You know why you stressing out, right? Because he was talking about some other bullshit." He said, "Why? Because you bought that fucking car, and now you set that your wife's expectations high rather than incrementally raising that. You should have been like me, and then let her have some clothes and have this and manage her damn expectations. So now your ass is struggling.
You should have bought her a Toyota.
That's why you in here bitching in mind. Like
you
need to act your wage.
Yeah, go ahead, Kung. Now you in. I see your mic, man. Unmute yourself and say what you got to say, man. You've been talking.
I was
shit.
laughing about that.
Yeah, you've been talking shit. Well, you couldn't get in, so now you're in. What you got to say?
Kung Lao, Mortal Kombat.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Just
yeah, thank you for the book recommendations, BGS. I've been fucking with you. Anyway, I mean, the thing is, I'm a very frugal person, and even I have issues like savings and all that stuff. I'm very frugal, and I'm a very well-read person.
Who's cooking, man? Somebody's cooking in the kitchen.
Somebody popping popcorn.
Oh, my bad.
Mute yourself, man.
I'm putting this Tostitos on.
Man, I can hear your Jordans a mile away, man.
Yeah, go ahead, finish your statement.
But anyway, a lot of the stuff that I'm hearing is like generic statements like, oh, you know, a lot of black people get a car. You know, a lot of black people get their money, buy a car and stuff like that. And I'm saying, look, I'm very frugal.
Yeah.
I have a used vehicle.
That's you.
I buy a lot of clothes. I buy some clothes from some thrift stores and stuff like that. I'm kind of old fashioned. Some of the clothes I buy brand new. And it's like I'm not balling out of control.
I know, but how many people are like you?
Right.
Not
you're the exception.
Exactly.
You're the exception.
That's what we're talking
And
about.
how can you not save though? Like, if you're that frugal.
He's the exception. He's the exception. That's all. Like, you know, the last time I bought me some jeans was 2 years ago.
No, straight up. Like, but how can he not say? Like, can you explain that? Like,
no, he can save.
I do save, but you know,
he said he had a problem saving. That's what you talking about, Mike?
No. Well, yeah. Let him. I guess that.
No, the thing is, I do save. It's just, you know, it's certain life circumstances. You know, like I might save some money here and there. Might save 1,000, save 2,000. Car issues might happen, or it might be some stuff happen because I live on my own and I've been living on my own.
Okay. So I got an answer to that because that's a legitimate. What you're saying is very legitimate. This is what I would say to you. Number one, saving is not just about putting money in a savings account. Like what I just said about that cohabitating situation. The first thing said you live alone. What do you live in? A 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom?
Let's see.
Sound like you're trying to get your lies straight. But okay.
2. No, I'll say 2.
Okay, so that's telling me you can make it 2 if you had to. Okay, you should get a roommate. Now, here's the deal. Hold on. Before you say anything, it's easy for me to say get a roommate. And when you black, you know how black people are. Like, man, I don't got no family around, blah, blah, blah. So do you got an answer for getting a roommate? Yes, there's an app called Roomster.com in which if you download this app, it's
Airbnb.
free. But the difference with
Airbnb is to rent the actual property, but Roomster, like you want to have a roommate.
Yeah, and the thing with Airbnb is you're gonna be getting people in and out, but that's not what you want. What you want, in this situation, that's not. With Roomster.com, Roomster is for people that are looking for roommates to room with, and you can set it up. It could be 90.
You cut out, Edward.
Yeah, go back to making your Pop-Tarts.
It's kind of like if you wanted to play
go eat, swallow some drinks.
So the reason why I say that is you can set that app up. So what's my point? My point is,
so Jason Black,
if you don't mind me asking, how much do you pay for your rent? If you don't mind me asking.
All right, one at a time.
If you don't mind me asking, how much do you pay for your rent?
Oh, my rent is really inexpensive. It's less than $200.
Oh man,
you live in grandma's basement.
So basically,
I'm gonna get away from that. I'm okay, fine. You said that. That's good.
You're not earning enough money.
That's good.
You need to earn enough money.
So you can get a roommate, charge them $400, and you can save $400, and you can save $400 a month or $500 a month, depending on what the market rate. What is the market rate?
Where you at, Mississippi?
What is the typical rent for your area?
I'm in Louisiana.
What part?
Okay, so what is the typical rate for that area?
What part?
Hey, Kung Fu. Honestly, like, do you live at like a grandmother, like one of your grandmother's old houses or something like that, where you? Because are you not paying rent? You're just probably paying a bill.
No, I pay all my expenses. I have
So
enough.
is it your shit?
I pay all my expenses. I have
So
enough.
is it your shit? Is it your
house?
shit?
Is it a family house or is just your
Yeah,
house?
like that was kind of left to you or something like that for you to pay that low.
Nothing left it to
Yo, hold up a second.
Right. Okay.
Yo,
That
what
makes
part of
sense.
Louisiana you're
So
from?
you're just paying taxes, if anything.
Yeah, JD's in Louisiana. What part of Louisiana?
Yeah, so my point is you could get a roommate in there, you make it 300, 400, that's $400 you saved you right there.
Yo, hold up, Edward, hold up.
More than that. More than
Go ahead, ask the question, JD.
I was asking, what part of Louisiana you from?
South.
What part?
South. He probably doesn't want to give it up. I mean, that information.
We won't kill you.
You near the boot? You near the coast? Where you are? You
South Louisiana.
Okay. New Orleans.
What part? New Orleans, Slidell.
We have no
Morgan
idea where
City.
you are, man.
Just a bit above it. Like the thing is, I could have some money. I could save money and stuff like that. But it might be different jobs, situations, circumstances. I was able to save some money here and there. It's just, you know what I'm saying. Sometimes
Do you have?
It's a
Do you have
job.
emergency funds?
It's a
Do you
job
have
situation.
emergency funds?
He's not making enough money. He's a job situation. He doesn't
Right.
have
Like, are you like probably making what, 30,000 a year or something like that, or more?
No. Plus, I had some situations where I hop from job.
That's a lot of money.
You need to get some more knowledge, man. Read some books.
Yeah, that's why
And gain your knowledge, gain your skills and knowledge.
Yeah, that's why.
Plus, you're not planning right. It's your
I mean,
planning
real
that's
talk,
fucked up.
Boyce Watkins is a really good dude for you to look into.
Boyce Watkins.
I'm dead serious because he'll open your he'll serious if you or go to Robert Kiyosaki and pick up one of them damn like shit. No, not Robert Kiyosaki. Fuck all that what I just said.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, Robert Kiyosaki is straight dope.
Hold on, guys.
Dave
I'm trying to
Ramsey.
figure out. Hold on,
Dave
man.
Ramsey.
I'm trying to figure
We need
this
the whole
out.
story. We need the whole story.
Yeah,
Dave
because
Ramsey
it
is the
seems
dude
like
we need.
something is missing. Because if you're saying that your rent is $200, you have your own place, it's not your mom's place, and you just stated that you make plenty of money to get by and all this stuff like that. What's the situation?
No, the thing was the jobs. Like there were a lot of times like I'd save some money at work. And then, like, due to whatever circumstances, I'd quit or I'd, get
Stop quitting.
Yeah. Hold on. Let him talk. I'm hearing this.
This dude
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
He putting them in the
I
chair.
want to
brother.
do all of that, but okay.
Edward. Oh my goodness.
Shut
Hey, brother,
the fuck
go ahead,
up.
Man,
You having a
Edward,
breakdown?
down.
No, Jamie sound like somebody's Jamie sound like somebody's parent is like just frustrated.
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to hear this, man, because the Hangout BGS is all about solutions, and we're here. He's blessed us to be here, so why don't we try to help this brother instead of just saying any independent thing? Because I mean, it sounds like his situation is something that has a solution. We just need to hear him out. It's all about listening. And that's the key thing.
He don't want to say nothing. He don't want to disclose.
But he was about to say something. He was about to say something. Maybe we can help him out. So you said that your problem is you keep losing jobs, you get fired or whatever because you clash head with your manager and stuff like that. Is that go ahead and finish what you were saying, brother.
Look, like the first job I had, like the first thing was like my situation, like I went, like I wasn't really expecting to just hop into the workforce like I did once I finished high school, but certain circumstances, I don't want to get into detail. I was like, look, you got to stand on your own too. Like I wasn't really used to that, so it's like the first job I had, I didn't spend my money properly, which I didn't get anybody pregnant or no stuff.
Right. That's every youth. That's every youth, brother. Don't go ahead. That's every youth. Go ahead.
All right. What else?
But as I've been getting older, though, and as the jobs, like I got new jobs, stuff like that. Now it took me a long time to learn to be more frugal with my money, with my assets. I had to buy a whole bunch of books, to learn how to get the money and stuff like that. But now I'm frugal. Now I'm saving the money now. And I'm in the process of obtaining a trade, but I have to read.
So what are you doing
in the military?
That's good.
So hold on. So
what
are you doing with your money that you're being frugal with? Okay, that's what I want.
And also, how old are you?
25.
All right. So what are you doing with this extra money that you're being frugal with? What are you doing with the money that you're being frugal with?
Saving, but
Okay.
I haven't had any 401k. Like I don't have I should.
That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. That doesn't matter. So what else are you doing with this money?
I was just going stockpile, just save it.
Stockpile what?
It's an emergency fund in case.
Okay.
You out of a job.
I could tell you two things. One, you're not investing your money. It's in either in actual things or in yourself. And two, I could tell that you don't plan for emergencies.
What do you mean by emergencies, brother? Elaborate on that. What do you mean by that?
Like
he's saving money.
For example, I save money too, right? But I have a black budget and I have an emergency budget. An emergency budget is exactly what it sounds like. A black budget is non-existent money. I don't touch that. I don't invest it. I don't do nothing with it. So does he have those two things?
Right. I see what he's saying. So like for example, I have 5,000 aside and everything, and I don't touch that money at all. And anything I get from my paycheck, that's the money I have. That's the money I have. I don't. Black money is basically what you put aside, and it's money that's.
So $2,000 wouldn't be a real obstacle.
Yo, just like me. I have both a bank account and a savings account.
One at a time.
Damn, angry man gotta.
One at a time.
Hold up. Let me finish. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, you should have a black budget, you should have an emergency budget, and you should have savings. They are not the same thing. If you start doing that, I think you'll be better off. And stop fucking with old ass cars. Buy yourself a good car.
Yeah.
This is what poor mentality and poverty thinking does to you. You buy a cheap car because it's cheap. I'm just trying to be cheap. Because I'm trying to save money. No, buy yourself a actually really good car.
Yeah.
And have a black budget. This is money that's non-existent. You don't touch.
You really need a good car in a daily drive.
Then you gotta have savings, which is not the same thing. And then you got to have an emergency budget, which is not the same as the other two. If you have those three things and you buy actually a good car, I think you'll be better off.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, in the meantime, if you can do it right and you're good about your payments, a credit card would be good too, with a decent balance on it.
Yeah,
but you do have to be careful with that.
Yeah, I don't think he's ready for that one. But one at a time. One at a time. Who's next? JD, then James.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
Like this, I got both a bank account, an emergency account, a black account, and get this, I also have a safe account. And yes, I got money in all of them. When I first moved to Denver, at the age of 24, the rent was only about $400 a month. As time went by, and more people started moving into Denver, the rent went up from $400 to damn near $900 a month. At this point, the place I'm staying at, I'm damn near paying $800.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm like, I might as well just start putting some money on the side just in case the unexpected happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
James, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say to you, brother, you're 25 years old. You're doing good for yourself right now. I understand you didn't understand any of this. You are in a positive situation. Listen to these young men that's actually talking to you, these gentlemen that's talking to you, because they're actually giving you straight sound advice.
Yeah.
Do it the way that they saying it, and I promise you'll come out ahead in the long run, man. I'm serious. But
And-
don't think where you at is the wrong place, it's a bad place.
anybody
You in a
can do
good
this.
place.
But anyway,
Anybody can
check
do
this
it.
out. I'm now 33. And anything happens where my children get sick or I need to find another place to move, I'm able to do it without no hesitation.
Yeah.
Hey, and a dude that like you should really look up, it ain't gonna be on no BS, is Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey is a very good personal finance guy.
Yeah, that's
Two
first $1,000.
two people I'm gonna recommend: Dave Ramsey and Myron Golden. Myron Golden, when it comes to like esoteric, when it comes to money, black dude, like there's no better dude that will take like just look him up. That's all I got to say. Look him up YouTube and then play. As far as the underground stuff, Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey.
And you do need a roommate. If you can possibly get a roommate to even pay the $200, help pay $200.
And don't tell him that's what you pay.
Don't tell nothing. You make him pay the market rate. If you can get a
anybody can do this, man.
And go to Zillow for the market rate.
Hey, anybody, even if you're working at McDonald's, you can still do it, man. Look, Have the three budgets, like I said, put $20 every paycheck. $20 for a black budget, $20 for emergency, $20 for savings, and anybody can do it. You could be working at McDonald's, you could do it.
Right.
Yeah, Dave Ramsey said you should have like a 6-month emergency account. I mean, everybody can't have that, but that's what he says. But Dave Ramsey, look that dude up. He's he has a show every day on whatever the channel. It's the Fox affiliate for the radio channel. It's like from 5 to 8 or like 4 to 7. It's 3 hours of gold, man. It's you learn so much.
Man, you can go to his YouTube channel if you don't make it on. If you don't watch the one on TV, you can go to Dave Ramsey on YouTube and they just upload it for the day every day.
Yeah, his books are gold, but like I said, I understand everybody can't buy
Somebody
books
says
and
never
stuff,
rent
like,
to a
even though
woman.
you should. But his stuff is like Robert Kiyosaki radio show. Notice how I didn't promote Boyce Watkins. I mean, I still think Boyce Watkins is good, but Dave Ramsey.
Yeah.
Dave Ramsey.
Yeah.
All right, take a shot. Take a shot.
Jason Black. I got a question.
One at a time.
All right, go ahead.
I have a question. For the guy who said that you need a safe account and a savings account and a black account. And what was the other one? The one guy said an
Emergency
extra account. Okay, so for all 4 of those accounts and everything, I'm not talking about what you got, but what is a safe number? What is a good number, good cushion per se to having all those accounts and everything?
6 months.
Look, this is what I do.
A safe account is nothing more than just a safe in your closet. You put you put your money in your safe, but you don't fuck with it.
Look, I'm gonna tell you how I do it. Okay. This is how I do it. So, and I'm gonna break it down for a normal ass job. Okay. So what I do is I put 20 for emergency, 20 for savings, 20 for black budget. This is every paycheck. This is every single paycheck. And what I do is I do a 3-month program. So what I do is for every bill that I have, I try to pay 3 months in advance. So for somebody starting out that has a shitty job, just pay $20 extra on every single bill. That's possible. Anybody can do this. $20 for your cell phone bill, $20 for your gas, $20 for any fucking bill until you get to the point where you're 3 months in advance in every single fucking bill, and including rent. This is what I do. This works fucking great.
Because you're basically killing your fuck off money. Because if you do that, you don't have any money to fuck off.
Because you literally have 4 cushions now. You literally have 4 cushions to follow. You have your 3-month program to cushion on all your bills and rent. You have your emergency, you have your black budget, and you have your savings.
And then tell them about the fuck off fund.
What I'm saying is you're killing your fuck up for the first 4 to 6 months. You're killing your fuck off fund because you're building a cushion.
No, but SPI, I heard him on Solo. He said you got a fuck up fund.
That's late. That comes later.
Oh yeah. That's after you have your 3-month program set up.
Yeah.
After you have 3 months of your rent paid off in advance. This is after you have your cell phone 3 months in advance paid off. But you can start with just $20 extra on every single bill, every single time. The next time it's gonna be 40, 60. You get the point. And so now, so once you pass your 3-month cushion and you have all 4 cushions, now you can start paying yourself after you paid all those 4 cushions. Now you have a fuck off fund where you pay yourself first after you paid off those cushions, and you fuck it off. You fuck it off, even if you're broke for the rest of the month. So fucking what? You made yourself happy, so you yourself, your emotions, you're good. Like you balled out for that one day. That one day, even if you're broke for the rest of the month.
strip club.
But guess what? You good for 3 months. And you have 3 extra cushions on top of that. Anybody could do this. Anybody could do this.
Yeah. And
damn, man, Angry Man's got a video going on right now.
But see, and you could also take that fuck up money and buy stocks if that's what makes you happy too.
Buy silver, precious metals, you do all types of stuff.
No. That I will not. That I will not say, because listen, everybody has to have a fuck up fund, because you have to. You for morale purposes. You have to treat yourself at least one day out of the whole month, even if you're broke for the rest of the fucking month. Technically,
I agree. It's kind of like
there's only a few people that can go without that.
It's like cheat meals when you lift weights. Otherwise, you just won't do it. You just
won't. Treat yourself. Pay yourself first.
All right, that's good.
I agree.
I'm gonna remember that.
Yeah. Good advice.
Oh, and another thing I wanted to say real quick when it comes to credit, a lot of folks don't really know about when it comes to building credit. One of the things is when you do get ready to start building credit, what you want to do, if you got bad credit, don't matter. Get like
secured loan card.
Like what do you call it? Get a secure credit card.
Yeah, secured loan
Get a
card.
gas card.
Yeah.
A gas card is really good, but get like a secure credit card because that way you can kind of control what you're doing. So you start with like 250, which is just secure from the bank, a Bank of America, and that's how you establish a relationship with like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, something like that.
Well, I would recommend either that Capital One card, like the Quicksilver that gives you 1.5 back on everything you purchase, or get the Citi card that gives you 1% on when you pay and 1% when you buy. So
you do have to have a pretty good credit score for that, though. For those cards,
and you can't do
that.
But you can check it on Credit Karma. Credit Karma will let you know where you're at.
Or even NerdWallet is a pretty good card.
Because I know I got the Quicksilver. Because I got the Quicksilver card. I like that card.
I like the Chase Sapphire preferred card. That shit's bad.
I had that too.
Yeah, that and the MX Blue Cash one.
Yeah, I think you get 5% cash back.
Go ahead.
Okay, listen, I'll tell you guys a businessman's secret to building credit, bomb-ass credit in 6 months, all right? 6 months, you could probably have 750 minimum. Easy. I don't give a shit how fucked up your credit, even if you have no credit. I'm going to tell you the secret. Here's what you do. You're going to get each month, you're going to try to get, if you can, you're going to try to get each month one secured credit card until you have at least six secured credit cards. And then what you're going to do is you're going to have a pay me loan, which is a personal loan that you took from secured assets.
You need a balance transfer.
No, this is different.
Hold on, let him finish. I want to hear this.
And then, right. And so what you do is, if you do exactly this fucking thing.
Hey, man, you go back to the unsecured. What would you say with the unsecured loan thing?
Okay, so if you have the money, or even if you have a shitty job, eventually you can do it. But you have try to get one secured credit card each month until you have at least six. Six is the limit. That's where I would keep it. And then get a pay me loan, which is you getting a secure from bank report to all three credit bureaus, right? And then the third and last thing is if you do have bad credit, what you're gonna do is get a 609 form. And and they're free online. You can Google this. It's a 609 form. You're gonna print. So you're gonna check your credit report. And so let's say you have 15 outstanding or bad loans or shit that you fucked up on, right? What you're gonna do is print 15 609 forms. You're gonna send them, and before you send them, you're gonna get it certified mail. You're gonna send them in certified mail because they can always act like they didn't get it. So with certified mail, there's no reason these motherfuckers can't say they didn't get it. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna charge off all those accounts. So never pay off any debt that you owe. Never. Just don't do it. Just send out the 609 forms, and I guarantee you, within 6 months, you're gonna have a 750, no problem. This is a businessman's. This is how I build.
Yeah, because you're challenging it.
What about school loans?
Listen, right now, I have a $50,000 credit card, business credit card, and this is how I did it. And it took me a lot of research to find this shit out because most people ain't gonna give you this shit for free. And I'm telling you, the 609
and you call me a pay me loan.
The 609 form is completely fucking free. You can just download it off Google, no problem.
And that unsecured loan. Hold on, that unsecured loan was a pay me. That unsecured loan was a pay me loan, right?
No.
Okay, well, Edward first, and then James.
Okay. Go ahead, Edward.
That unsecured loan, you said a pay me loan?
It's secured, actually, not unsecured.
A secured loan, okay.
Yeah, and what it is, it's not even.
How much does it need to be range, or it doesn't matter?
Listen, it's $12 a month. That's all you pay for it, $12 a month for 1 whole year. But they report to all 3 credit agencies. So it's not really secured per se because you're only paying $12 towards that secured loan for a whole year. But they're reporting to all 3 agencies. And it's just $12 a month. That's it. Anybody can afford this shit.
Well, how much? But what I'm saying is, how much are they pulling for the loan? Not how much you got to pay. Or it doesn't matter.
Just add $12 times 12 months.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's great advice, man.
Yeah. So hold on. So this 609 form you were talking about, is this good for student loans as well, or is this just basically personal loan? Okay.
No, but there is a form, and I forgot the name. I'll put it. But there is a form that if you have student loans, you can get them.
You can do what? I can get my student loans what now? Because you cut off.
Charged off, or B, you can get. There's a new program right now with the government that you only pay $5 a month, and it'll be considered as paid off on your credit report. So it'll show as paid off, even though you're paying off on it. And it's only $5 a month. That's it.
Man. Okay. Woo. This brother got some hard hitting info.
Oh, he's good at this. Yeah, he knows all the angles. Yeah, he knows all the angles. Alex is good at this.
By the way, here's. I'm gonna give you some golden shit right here. You want to get off child support? I'm gonna put it. I have forms. Remind me. Just make a comment on Okay, listen. You want to get off child support for reals, and you want to do it for like I don't know, $200. That's it. That's all it's gonna cost you. Remind me. Put it on this video's comments section tomorrow morning. I'm gonna check on it, and I'm gonna email the forms. It only costs you $200, and I can get you off child support. And then for another $200, I can hook you up so you send the right forms, and you can get a refund for every penny you ever paid on child support.
Man, y'all hear that?
It's worth a shot.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that's what I keep telling folks. You got idiots like Tom talking about, man, you got to beg the government to do what you got to do. You can't do nothing for yourself. Him and Yvette Carnell, man. There's a lot of dudes brothers don't know.
Yeah. It took me years. It took me years of research, man. It took me years of research.
Solar what? Well,
hey, you hear? This is the type of information, young brother, that you need. This is the type of information.
Oh man, I told my wife what BGS said, man.
What's that?
You wanna file child support on me? I'm gonna give you the check, but that check is gonna be the father that raised them daughters that I have, and you rip my number up and burn it up when you fill that paper.
What? What'd she say?
She said shit. She said no, she ain't filing no child support.
Okay.
Cause I ain't got no child support order yet, but I mean,
that's right.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, it hold her off, you know.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, man.
If you say it, you got to be ready to take the L, man. So
that's right.
That's
right.
I mean, my backup plan is I'll get a private investigator and a lawyer. Try to get.
Nah, you don't need to do all that. You don't need to deal with that. Hey, look, if you got child support or you got custody problems, you don't need all that. Just go to my channel and watch some of my videos. You do not need to pay none of that shit.
You had to go through it.
Hold on, wait. BGS doesn't having an investigator, if he catches something on her, it gives more leeway in court to you.
Yeah.
As a person.
Yeah, because
I mean, it's a shot. It's a shot. It's an investment. You don't know what you're gonna get out of it, but it's a shot. I mean, I would do it.
The thing is, there's very few things that you can get custody of your children with. So So
I'm saying try the free way first. Try my way. If you can, then go that way. But I'm trying to save you some money. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely, man. I hear you loud and clear, brother. Keep on preaching. Yes, sir.
So oh yeah, was you was gonna say something?
No. I was gonna say, man, this is what I like about the Hangouts, man. You guys is on point, and anything, you know what I'm saying. We talk about a lot of stuff. Edward, you be hitting home. You be thinking. You be having brothers' minds thinking, man. Y'all keep doing what you're doing, man. Seriously.
All right. Yeah, BGS, I was listening to the Lucifer Principle audiobook. Like I'm at the I guess chapter 8 or 9.
I haven't read it in a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty dope, man. I mean, he talks about superorganisms and how people are duped into. I mean, you think people it just breaks down so much. It's all over the place. But I mean, I'm blown away. It's one of them books that it just changes your dichotomy of how your worldview is.
Yeah, it does, because he does a very good job of comparing biology, or basically animals and biology, to human nature, and how the parallels. He does a really good job at that, and it kind of sparks in your mind. Oh shit, it's bigger than actually the life is bigger than we actually think it is. And a lot of stuff we do is actually similar, all the way up and down the chain. two superorganisms like bacteria in the middle of the ocean going to war. It's the same thing as it's people going to war over stuff, over
And it's like
resources.
it's like like this chick like I was talking to at the bar or whatever. She was like happy as hell, elated, like she's talking about moving to Spain, right? And she's like a big titty black chick, right? So
my kind of girl.
She's been over there. She's been over there already. She's been in Europe and she get a lot of love, right? Like in Spain and yeah. So it's like I told her, I was like, if I go over there, it's a little different story with me.
Yeah.
So you get, I'm a male, black male. You know what I'm saying? You get love, you get a pass that I don't get. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So it's like when he was talking about the males basically just have a harder life, even harder concept. And I didn't even really think about how some women actually abort when they find out the child is a male. They will abort the male child.
What cultures is that?
This is in the United States. But I'm
Asian, right?
I never heard that one.
I don't know.
I've definitely heard of that one. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm sure it's. I don't really hear about it that much. It's
not common,
but but maybe he was talking about somewhere else. But it makes sense though, because I do know that a lot of women, if they single parents, they have a hard time raising boys by themselves.
So only a man can raise them.
It makes sense to me in that regard. As far as I haven't really thought of it that way, but I think they ban late term abortions, but because that book is older, it's an older book, so.
Yeah.
So,
people don't think of children as resources. Okay, we think of children as something to love and
women do.
Well, they do. What I'm saying is, as a society, we don't think of them as resources. Like in certain societies, male children are valuable because male children are the ones that take care of the parents when they get old. So it's obvious why you do it, or they need male children for laborers. I think there was one person in Pakistan, right? Pakistan, because of their because they're rural, right? They work on farms and stuff like that. He wanted boys, and the chick kept having girls, right? Kept having girls. He told her, if you have one more girl, I'm gonna throw that girl in the lake.
Damn.
And she had a girl, and like 3 months later, he took the baby, he threw it in the lake. He was arrested, but he said, I'm not gonna feed any more girls. I need boys.
Yeah, they do that shit in Sparta.
Yeah.
That I'm still reading or listening to the audio book, but I'm blown away, man.
Yeah, it's one of the books I recommend because it will open your eyes. There's like
I could
go ahead.
Yeah, I could even see like some of the things you say, like it kind of goes back to that book. Like I know that's on your books list. And it's like, that's one of them like kind of bombs. Like it just kind of blows your whole viewpoint. Well, not the whole viewpoint, but it does blow some stuff away.
All the books that I put in my list, are books that change my worldview. Because there's a lot of books that I like. There's a lot of books that are informative. But I'm saying the ones that I had to sit down and read and think about. You read it and say, damn. You have to think about it, and it just changed the way you look at things. So every book on that list changed the way I looked at the world. So that's how I recommended it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really if you really want to understand females, really understand females, that's the book. The book and then The Alchemy of Love and Lust will change how you think about females.
Alchemy of Love and Lust
by Teresa Crenshaw. But that's more of a I suggest that for my Macs and my players and stuff like that. If you want to be good with women,
BGS, I wanted to ask you a question that I've been, I heard this probably like 8, 9.
You bore it out. Repeat it.
Went into it, and I wanted to know how does money, or a chick that makes good money, how does that change the dynamic? Because we've talked about the octanes, and then we've talked about, and we never.
It depends on how she got her money. If she just has it, if she got it from her parents or she just has it.
I was thinking about that today.
Because it seems like SMV is thrown out the window the minute it money is included.
No. It depends. Okay, see if you find a chick that just happens to run across a really good job, or she's good at real estate or something like that, but she didn't go to college, she's not really all that educated, she's just got a real good job. Even though she makes like 6 figures or something like that, she's still like an 87 octane because she hasn't gone through the brainwashing of college. Okay.
What about
you borg it out?
What about a woman that is well educated and gets good money?
Okay, if she's well educated and she's an educated corporate chick, if she's educated, she's got 6 figures, then she's been indoctrinated. So what she wants to do. Okay, you got to remember, because these are not sexual market value things. These are economic classes, right? Of women. So in other words, sexual market value, as far as sexual market value, is what men want from a woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if she's not indoctrinated?
If she's not indoctrinated, there's very few chicks that are 6-figure corporate chicks that are 92s that are not indoctrinated. Okay, because
they don't have college education.
They have a college education. They got sororities.
Yeah, those are the ones.
Okay, the thing is, if you want that kind of chick, you have to have. Those are more for like ambitious guys that need to be pulled up. So in other words, if say if you were real estate or you're doing something business wise. If you want a chick that's going to help you achieve that, it'll be a 92 octane, because she needs to push somebody at her level and above. So her whole circle is telling you need to help this dude. You need to get behind him. You need to help him with get resources so that you can push him ahead of you, because that's what she wants. And the 89, and then like an 89 octane is more likely to be jealous of more than anything else.
Yeah, because the way I see it is, because I'm talking about specifically foreign women, because that's what I fuck with, and that's where my fiance's at, and she's not indoctrinated, but she's at that level. So does that actually make her a 92 octane?
Okay, because
she's not indoctrinated.
Okay, the thing is with a foreign woman, if you were in her country, it might, but outside her country, you're taking her out of her environment and away from her circle, so she doesn't have a circle of friends that she's trying to meet an expectation to. Okay,
so she's not a 92 octane then?
She's not a 92 octane now. Okay, she will be more closer to the 87, because she's happy to have you, because she wants to get here. So whatever you're doing in America, she's going to be happy with, because you're outside of because you're a come up for her, right? So you bring her from where it's like taking a very smart chick out of the projects, right?
Right.
She's happy to escape the projects, and you're bringing her to wherever you're at. So she's happy. She's gonna act like an 87. She's gonna be happy right where she's at. Now later on, she might advance to it, but I say for the first 5 or 6 years, maybe even more than that, she'll be happy right where she's at. Now after that, after 5 or 6 years, and she gets to form a circle, or a group of women that are around her that are 92 octanes, and then she will start acting.
That's where the problem is gonna come.
Well, that's always where the problem is. It's not. Let's say because you're in a different economic class. So when you're in a different economic class, you have different friends, different associates, and all that kind of stuff, and different expectations. Exactly. So even that's how come a lot of your black 92 octanes aren't married, because they don't have.
So what
enough
is that?
Go
What
ahead.
would that mean for the man?
Okay, for the man, okay, for a 92 octane, right? If you have to, you don't have to be. You have to be ambitious, and you have to have potential more than anything else, because you have to. Because what she's gonna try to do is to pull you up. You know,
Right.
because it's difficult to find
She
a
gonna
guy.
ride your ass.
She's gonna ride your ass. She will ride your ass, because I can tell you that she's gonna ride your ass.
Okay.
You know, because I remember my fiance. She was an 89, so sometimes she acted like a 92. She rolled my
She's
ass.
on the cusp, probably.
Right.
Yeah, she's on the cusp. She riding my ass, but thinking when it looked like I had the ability to pass her, all of a sudden she's like putting on the brakes. So that's an 89. But a 92, she wants you to be at her level or above, because that's going to make her look good in her social circle. So if you're ambitious, you got a plan, and you're willing to work very hard, a 92 octane was the perfect person to have, like Lawrence in Insecure.
Right.
He would have been better off with Molly than what's her name?
Yeah.
Because Molly's a 92 octane, and Molly could see, okay, with this nigga here, he's got the Ivy League education.
Downgrade.
He's grinding, and all I need to do is bring some help to him, and he can be.
Yeah.
We can go from the $50,000 level he's at. He can be 200 or 300,000. All I need
So
is
even look at it like that.
She can be turned into an asset. That's if you do your thing right, then, right?
if you are suited for it, because one thing you have to be with a 92 octane is ambitious. If you're not an ambitious dude, a 92 octane will basically get on your fucking nerves. But if you're ambitious and you're a grinder, a 92 octane is what you want behind you. Because she's gonna do everything in her power to elevate you.
How do you make her an asset, like specifically?
Well, the thing is, you'll be an asset to her. She will let you know that right up front.
Yeah.
There would be, in other words, you ever meet a woman that, if you meet a 92 octane and you get to chatting up, you getting to chatting up and stuff like that, she asks you, what do you do? And you tell her about that. She says, oh, what do you plan on doing with that? You tell her your plans and dreams, and then she envisions, oh, I can help him with this. I can help with, I know a person, right? My girlfriend, the blah, 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 and she does this, she does that.
Yeah,
blah,
it'll
blah,
be
blah.
an instant hookup.
It'll be an instant hookup, and all of a sudden she's giving you all this information, and she's telling you, she's planning your whole career path, right?
Yeah, that's what I've been experienced lately with this 92 octane, and and that's why I asked these specific questions, because I did that conversation did come up.
Okay.
And she was like, all right, so what do you plan to do with this? I told her about my humanitarian efforts, what I want to do. I told her about, I wanted to open up a men's center, and for men who are victims of divorce and things like that. And she was like, oh, okay, cool, like that's awesome. Like, okay, well, so where do you plan on taking that? And then she asked me further and further questions, and I was like,
it's like most people don't ask these questions type shit, so you're thrown off by it.
Really, I was taken back by it. I was like, holy shit, like she's really interested in what I really want to do with this.
I've been on the other side of that, and you really get a lot of pushback, like people don't know, so it's kind of like you're really testing them. So she's really testing you on that, like seeing if you're really serious about it. Because that can mean a lot more.
And the questions were like, I was taken back because no female ever. Not only did I never come across a 92 octane.
Oh, really?
But these questions were never brought up, and a female actually taking interest in my aspirations and things like that. That had never happened before to me. So this is totally new ground for me, and this is why I ask these specific questions.
You know who get a lot of 92 octanes?
Who?
Black dudes that get with white chicks. They'll basically
I've heard that.
Pull them up.
Yeah.
And
white chicks, you know what? White chicks with this, the grays basically cover black chicks. Like an 89 white chick is a little bit, where it varies with is that woman on the cusp. Like an 89 white chick is more likely to pull you up and push you forward, because their culture is a little bit different.
The other thing I've noticed is the resourcefulness of this woman. The resourcefulness of this woman is out of this fucking world. Like it's out of
Yeah,
this
she's a
fucking
hustler,
world.
right?
The types
Yeah,
of
she's hustler. Yeah.
the types of resources that she has at her at her disposal, the types of people that she knows blows my fucking mind till this
Yeah.
day.
That's an 89 octane. Yeah. That's if you're a hustler, that's who you want. Depends what kind of hustler though. If you're a legal grinder, hustler,
legit, of course.
Yeah. If you're not a legit hustler, you want an 87 or 85. If you're a crook, yeah.
Yeah, if you on some shit, you got some stuff you working on. You do not want no DMB, because that basically just kind of like, if you just want sex or whatever, fine.
Yeah, and this is
want
kind
to
of the
move
reason
and
why.
shake. You want to move and shake. You want to like do what I did today. Like you want to network around these 89 octanes. And
yeah.
I guess a few of them was 92, but I ain't really, talk that much. But you want to network and get around these chicks, man.
Yeah.
No, like this chick does the networking for me. Like,
Oh,
you
talking about your chick?
All I do is tell her, listen, this is what I'm interested in. These are my aspirations. She's like, oh, well, I got an answer for that. She has an answer.
Yeah.
She has a resource for every single thing that I could possibly ever
So
say.
she can get you in the room. She can get you in the room.
It's like what ARC would say. Like,
it's
those are the ones you keep around you.
Yeah. It's ridiculous
Exactly.
the types of resources she can pull, and she goes off my aspirations. She's always asking me, all right, what do you, what are your goals? All right, this is your goal. Okay, how do we make that happen? And I'm like, what the fuck? I've never experienced. This is new ground for me.
Okay.
This is new ground for me where not only a chick that takes interest in my aspirations, and my goals, but she takes it a step further where she's like, all right, well, so we're gonna make it happen. And I'm like, whoa, I never even thought about that part.
Now, SBI, like, how does this make you feel though? Like, are you intimidated by this, or like?
Oh, I'm not intimidated. I'm just taken back by it a little bit. No,
I asked because what happens, and what happens is that you see a lot of women on the other side of this. And then they find a man like that, and sometimes they're like, well, most men are intimidated by me, and then they find the right one.
She actually told me that. You know what? We had this
conversation.
Right, she was like, wait a minute, like, I've never, what? Most guys, they run the other way because they're very not only they're intimidated by my intelligence, by my career. They're also intimidated by my class. And they're also intimidated by my family, and I'm like,
that's not it. That's not it. That's not intimidated. What it is that they're basically they know that they're not that ambitious.
Right.
In other words, if you're not that ambitious, not that
they already know they're gonna fail.
In other words, I'm not ready to grind that hard and work that hard. I know she's
take it that far.
She's gonna be on my ass every second, and that's gonna wear on me. So
basically, I actually like it.
Well, some people,
I'm so happy that she's doing
some
that.
People
you're like challenge accepted.
Yeah. Some people are like worker ants. Some people are warrior ants.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a warrior ant, so I'm an entrepreneurial ant.
So I was taken back by it, but I was just like, hell yeah, like this is what's up. Like this is like, are you kidding me? Like this is what I was looking for. Like this is what's up. Like I can't believe she's actually pushing me to do it, and she's up for the challenge, because I look at myself as a challenge, because most women, they don't cut it for me, and that's why I decided I need to go overseas, because I need a woman, not only a woman behind me, but a woman who support my program, and here in America, you ain't gonna find that. And so it took me back.
I was on a train in Chicago, right?
Yes.
One at a time.
All right. I was on the train, right? I was looking around.
Take a breath, Alex.
I was. Have you ever been on the Chicago L in down like in Chicago or whatever? Like we have, it's called the red line, blue line, all this shit. It's a good anthropological experiment. Like you get on the train, it's like rush hour or packed with people, whatever. You look around and you just see all types of walk of life. You see Asians, Hispanics, you see whites, you see blacks, and you see couples and shit. And I was just looking at this one white dude, right, and his wife or whatever, and just she probably just a regular chick or whatever, and they was so happy. I was looking at him. He's so content. I mean, he picked a nice looking. You know, she was. If I was to jump the fence, I'd jump the fence with his wife. Basically, like that's the type of chick that he picked.
How so?
He picked a good woman.
How so?
Because she looked like she was humble. She also was very good looking. She looked like she was well cultured.
Would you agree with me that she would be the exception if we're talking about American
She's an
women?
exception out of that whole train cart, right? She was like that was the only couple I saw that was like that.
And
so
that's
that
my
was
point.
like what 3% or 1%.
And that's my point. And that's
Yeah.
why I decided to go, foreign instead of American women.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's becoming rare, man.
What I see a lot though is like women will start talking to this man is intimidated shit, and it's not that he's so much as intimidated or just that he's intimidated, but like he looks at her and he's like he's not really ready to work. So it's like the men that these women talk about that are getting intimidated. Like I look at some women, I'm like, intimidated by what? Like there's nothing that you're talking about that would intimidate me. But does that make me special or some shit? Because like I don't see what you're talking about.
This reminds me of that movie Think Like a Man, where that professional chick that she was getting on that chef guy. He wouldn't get his shit together. He wasn't really ready for it.
He wasn't ready for
she
it.
she kind of slapped him with the reality, like, oh, maybe you ain't ready for it. So I kind of get where BGS is coming from. Like
it's competitive,
but
it's
competitive.
It's just to be a lot of chicks want to get on that shit. I'm intimidated and all that shit, but they're not. They're 89 octanes. They haven't got there. They can't.
They're
help
playing it off.
In other words, a chick. There's a difference between a chick that will slap you around and say you're not ready for it and push you, and there's a chick like a 92 octane. She's not gonna just push you. She's gonna put her shoulder to the wheel. She's gonna put her shoulder to the wheel right along with you and help you push that rock. She's not gonna just talk.
Yeah, it kind of threw me off.
It kind of
threw me off in that movie. It threw me off in that movie where I really thought, because I think everybody agrees with me, where I really thought that chick was just gonna dump him and she was gonna stay alone. But when the script changed and towards that third act, where she was like, you know what, she humbled herself. But again, she's the exception. She humbled herself and she was like, you know what, maybe I can do something with this. I can work with this. He does have ambition. It's just I need to work with him.
Well, the thing is, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. A lot of
women don't want to do that either.
Yeah, well, a lot of chicks. You have a lot of chicks that are just like that. Says, I intimidate him and all that stuff. And then when you ask them, say, okay, well, how are you going to help me get to where I want to go? And they don't have any answers. The 92 octanes have resources and they have contacts and they're willing. Not only they're willing to put up, if they're really into you, they're willing to put up their own fucking money to get you going. That's a 92 octane. The rest of those chicks are just 89s pretending to be 90.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Some of them are 87s pretending to be 92s.
So can you talk about
Well, a lot of women want ready-made too. So don't forget that. And that's a part of the pretending part. Like they really want this person to be a 92 or be that man, that alpha or whatever, but they're not willing to do anything to get you there as well.
The chick that wants ready made and said, well, you need to look like, okay, if you look like this, you can get ready made. If you don't look like this, you have to work with me. And any chick that comes through that kind of bullshit, we need to put our cards on the table. Okay.
What separates the pretenders from the
money,
actual real ones?
Capital, and risk that they're willing to take.
Okay, there's two kind of chicks that can help you. Okay, believe it or not, there's two kind of chicks that can help. If you're ambitious, that can help you. Those are the 92 octanes and the 100 octanes, which is the baller chicks. The baller chicks. The baller chicks are the ones that date athletes, that date very, very wealthy drug dealers, that date the millionaire class people. Those are the like Amber Rose is well, regardless of what we think about it, she's 100 octane. She's a baller chick, right? A baller chick can help, even if she ain't got no money. She can get you in a room with people that have. So you know how it is. The five you're as successful as the 5 friends that you have around you.
Yeah.
You will become part of that group because she can get you in the room. Those are the ones I said, if you're gonna get friend zoned out of all the chicks, the baller chick is who you want to get friend zoned by, because she can get you into the room, she can get you to the seat at the exclusive restaurants and all that kind of shit, because she's known. In other words, if you want to do a deal, she can get you in contact with the person who can help you do the deal. Now the 92s is because depending on what field they're in, if she'll let you know. If she can help you, she'll let you know. If she can't, she'll say, okay, you know what? We're not compatible. I like you. We can fuck. But other than that, you know, I got to go find me another dude. But if she can help you, she knows she has contacts. She has resources. She's got money. She's got ambition. She will help you push that rock. Now, the ones that talk that shit that says, I can't find nobody on my level, and they're intimidated, those are the pretenders. Those are the pretender 89. Those are 89s.
So the next question is, the next question is for the 92, right? So where does her motivation come from besides she just likes you?
But one, she wants to be successful because she wants to go up to the next level too. And if you go up to the next level, you're gonna pull her along, right?
That's her motivation.
That's her motivation.
It's like that dude Jesse Williams.
He had a 92 octane.
What else motivates this 92? Actual real, not a pretending 92, but a real 92.
Because she wants a successful man on her arm, because that elevates her social status in her circle. The more successful you are, the higher her social status is with her clique.
She goes to those high class events.
Yep.
She got somebody on the arms.
Got somebody on the arm. Yeah, she got somebody on the arm. She got money, status, and security for her.
What attracts her to you? Besides the motivation, forget about the motivation part. What would the attraction be?
It could be It could be anything from more likely you click non-sexually, and the second thing is that you click sexually. It could be one of a whole bunch of things. If she will friend zone you if you click non-sexually, which is
she'll trophy you if you look good.
If you look good, she will outright, but a 92 will outright buy you if you look good enough. Okay,
that's what happened to one of my partners.
If she's sexually attracted to you, you laying good pipe, she will help you. She'll try to elevate you. Okay,
right.
Her motivation is secure. Her motivation is one, social status, because she has her own money. Secondly, is money and security. You know, and then it then compatibility. You know, all that stuff on down the line. But those are the 3 reasons she's going to be with you.
What provides her security specifically?
Money and a partner that's a good earner.
Yep.
Y'all gonna go ahead and call it a night, y'all.
All right,
bro.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
What time is it? Yeah. It's we can do another.
So the motivation, right? I mean, excuse me, not the motivation. So the money part. Let's say you got the money part, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that you got the sex game down, right? So, is there any type of maintenance that you need to continue? Is there any type of extra?
Okay. The thing is with a 92 octane. Okay. She won't. 92 octane is not going to leave you to go downgrade unless you're just that bad. Okay.
Yep.
If your sex game is pretty good, and you halfway decent as far as you're non-sexual, where you're paying attention to her and stuff like that.
Right.
Her problem is finding a guy that she's compatible with on her economic level. That's really difficult for a 92 octane. Of any race.
Where do looks stand on this scale here?
It depends on the chick.
It depends on her. If you have to be, if it's looks, then you have to be at her level or just above.
The reason I'm speaking because I actually, you know what I'm saying, I've been in this as far as like a snapshot of it, because one of my partners married a lawyer. She made like $300,000 a year.
Yeah, she bought him.
She bought him, pretty much fair and square.
What on a scale of 1 to 10, where's she at?
As far as looks, about a 4.
Oh yeah, she bought him.
Yeah. That's
And
okay. So
he's
tell
a
me.
California 7. He's
Huh?
a California 7.
Oh yeah.
And light skin.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, she
tell us
bought
about
him.
that. Tell us a
That's
little bit
just
more
a
about
Jesse
that.
Williams situation.
Basically he met her at a club and he was working at UPS at the time, and he was like just at the
Yeah.
club or whatever. He spit game at her, and he went out on a date, and he basically was trying to catch chicks. I mean, his father was a dope dealer pimp, so
Oh yeah.
he got
Yeah, game.
game.
Yeah.
So I mean, he was one of my high school buddies, and I learned some stuff from him.
And he dropped it on her.
Yeah, he dropped the hammer on her. Yeah.
Yeah, he dropped it, and he dropped the pipe and everything, right?
Yeah.
And he told me like the first night, like he was like because she blew up on him because she's a lawyer, she, whoever chick, 92 octanes, they take work home a lot because they're in a high pressure job or high pressure business, whatever.
Right.
So she was like, they were going out on a date and something happened and she just kind of like started yelling at him. And he was like about to get out the car, and he said that she started crying. And he was saying to me, he was like, I knew I got her when she started crying. Because he was looking at her like she was a victim. Like, I mean, I ain't necessarily like that, but I mean, he was trying to catch.
Yeah.
He's
We
a
knew what he
little bit.
had.
Yeah, he knew he was hard. He'd be more hardcore than I am, but it's like, yeah, he pretty much, married her. Well, he courted her for about a year or two, then married her, and they were married for like 3 or 4 years. I mean, the guy had a $200,000-$300,000 condo, hardwood floors, gas, fireplaces, and just luxury style living. He shared the bank account before she caught him cheating the first time.
But she was making more money, right?
Hell yeah.
A lot more.
A lot more. He could buy anything. He could buy anything he wanted for the most part.
Yeah.
Like an average person, he could have bought anything. His closet looked like a mall. Like you go in the mall,
it's a walk-in closet.
Yeah.
The clothes horse, huh?
Yeah, and then she bought him a Cadillac, bought his mama a car.
So what was the fallout about? What was the fallout?
She caught him cheating again, like the second time.
Oh yeah.
And she's just, it's just like she turned the tables on him, and basically one of his partners, friend, she screwed.
Oh yeah.
And he couldn't take that shit. And they blew, they split up. She gave him 20 grand to bounce.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah, she bought him then.
But he was like he could have flipped it what BJS is saying, what I'm saying. He could have flipped it to he could have bought a laundromat. He was talking about this shit. He could have done some stuff, some big
should have financed it. Yeah, but he wasn't into that though.
Yeah, he wasn't in it.
Yeah.
I would have been into it. I'd be a millionaire by now.
But the thing is, if you in with a 92 octane, man, and you look good because basically with my fiance, that's almost, she didn't have the money yet, but she was almost in that category. She's almost buying me.
She was on the cusp.
on the cusp. But the thing is, you got to understand, they're gonna ride you. They're gonna ride you.
So
if you're not up to expectations, she's gonna ride you, man. So if you can't, a lot of guys, that's why they go out and cheat and all that kind of shit, man. Because if you're not
like a drill sergeant,
like a drill sergeant.
All right. So BGS, can you actually expand on that? How she rode you and what the things were about, and why she pressed so much, and when did she press so much, and why?
Constant, man. Constant. If you weren't constantly moving forward, if you weren't constantly day by day progressing, like on a daily basis, man.
Right.
You were lazy, or we need to do things, and you're not handling things correctly, and where are we going with this? But it's like a daily thing. It's almost like you have a 5-year plan and then a daily action board, man.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
It can be.
Like-
Unless you meet her expectations, she will leave you alone.
And so,
SPI.
If you're a self-motivated person, you don't have to worry about it.
It's
You
like
just
it's
had
like
weekly milestones.
right.
Daily
Damn.
shit, weekly,
Damn.
daily. Although
progress board.
the only way I could have held on to, but she hit a deal breaker because she tried to beg me back for about 6 months. But she hit a deal breaker. I said, there's some things I can't. I said, you can't. That's one thing about a black male, man, especially with raised by a black mother. Black males have abandonment issues like a motherfucker, man. You leave a black man stuck any place, you do some shit like that. Especially a guy like me, some shit you can't do, man.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what you doing.
Yeah.
And she left me stranded at work where I had to get home by myself. I said, you know what? I said, I always tell my women up front what the deal breakers are.
Yeah.
You fuck with a deal breaker, that means I basically I lose all my trust with you. I said this, like I follow John Wooden's plan. I said I have a few rules and the rest are suggestions. Okay, but them rules you cannot break them. The first one is putting your hands on me. You cannot hit me. Automatic. That's automatic. Will automatically bounce. It depends on how hard you hit me. I might break your jaw.
Damn.
But I will automatically bounce. Okay.
Yeah.
No violence is number one. Two, you hear them girlfriends that you on a trip, man, or something like that, and they take the car and they roll over. You got to figure out. Keep going. Don't even worry about me.
Yeah.
Okay?
Wait,
keep
can you
going.
expand on that? Can you expand on that?
Yeah.
Okay, some chicks get mad at you. Okay, say you out somewhere, man. You might be 20, 30 miles out, right? You at a club or something like that. She get mad at you, and then she gonna take the car and she gonna bounce. Okay, and leave you there.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's my number one rule. I don't care how fucking mad I get at a woman. If I'm out on a date with a woman and she pisses me off. Okay, date's over. Get in the fucking car. I'm taking you home. Okay?
Right.
Because I'm going to drop you off where I got you from. I'm not going to leave you stranded because that's my rule. I do not leave you stranded, period. And that's why I'm number one rule. You leave me stranded, I give you an hour. Your ass better be coming back, doubling back to come get me.
Damn, that's too long.
I give him an hour because if she don't come back an hour, she might as well not come back at all.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
A long ass time.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're gonna end a relationship, you gotta wait the next. You gotta be. In other words, you got to give her those allotted minutes because that's a deal breaker. It ain't one of those things. I'm just gonna be mad at you. No bullshit. If you ain't back in an hour to come after you bounce, that means you might as well keep going. I'll figure out how to get home. If we living together, all I'm coming to get is get my shit.
Yeah, I can understand that because women's emotions.
What's the third thing?
What's the third thing?
Okay. The third thing is theft.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I know a lot of guys will let's say give a woman like my partner. He was real lenient with that. He will give a woman money to hold.
Yeah.
And you come back to get it, and it's not there.
Yeah.
There is no, if it's conjoined money and you spend it, that's one thing. But if I give you money to hold and say, I hold this for me and I come back and it's not there.
Yeah.
Okay. Baby, you can have the money.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I think I did right because, when we had this conversation, or I try to bring it up because I have boundaries and I've made it a goal, based off my experiences with exes, because I never used to do it before, to put up my boundaries in the beginning. Like I had to have that conversation with her. Like I had to have that conversation where I list my boundaries. This is what my boundaries are. If you break them, that's it. It's over. I guess it's not really rules. It's just boundaries. Like if you do this,
it's either Kung or is it Kung or Mike or James? Which one? Who's sleeping?
This nigga sleeping.
Oh, it's not me.
Oh, it must be Kung.
Yeah, somebody snoring. Yeah. So I decided I need to put up my boundaries right away because I saw potential And I said, all right, before we get to talking about anything else or any cool little things to bond and things like that, I need to get it out because I never used to do that. And I saw that was a very important thing that I just needed to get out my chest. And if you ain't with it, then I'm, we ain't good for each other. Let's just fuck.
Okay, you know what? Your boundaries have to be, depending if it's a serious relation or not, your boundaries have to be something that you cannot get past.
Right. And I decided to list them right away because it was just something that I never used to do. And I just and I said, okay, well, I've been doing XYZ before with these other exes. Obviously I'm doing something wrong, right? So obviously my boundaries got fucked up over, afterwards because I never used to talk about them. So I said, all right, 1 + 1 = 2. You know what? Fuck it. And if it ends up fucking up whatever we have now, I still have to do it because obviously it hasn't worked for me before. And I listed them, and she was like, "All right, I could deal with that. That's what's up."
In other words, if she hits a deal breaker, you have to take the L. There is no negotiation. You have to take that L.
And I made that decision. I didn't know if it was gonna fuck me over and whatever we had going at the time, but I said, you know what, I have to do it. This is what this. If you do X, I'm gonna do Y, and you're gonna be Z the fuck out of here.
It's gonna be Z because I can get past pregnancy scares. I can get if I don't catch you red-handed, I can get past cheating. Okay, I can get past that depending on how far along the relationship is. But what I'm saying is, I have to be able to. There's certain things I got to be able to trust you with. I mean, my well-being, my safety, which is violence, because if you be in a black family and you come up with a Southern family, there's a certain amount of violence that goes on, and I went through that as a kid. I said when I grew up, I'm absolutely I'd rather be alone. I'd rather be alone with my right hand rather than go through
and I'm going to tell
shit.
you, that actually scared the shit out of me to actually do that. That scared the shit. I really went above and beyond of my comfort zone. Like it scared the shit out of me to actually list my these things, my concerns and these things, because I had never done them before, and I didn't know how it was going to turn out. But I think that if men start doing this, where they start listing out what your boundaries are, before anything gets serious, before you do anything crazy, I think it's just better. That's one thing I believe in, and the other thing is vetting women. A lot of guys have no idea what vetting women is. They just think that never comes to your mind.
It's just pussy.
Because vetting is with your big head and not your little head.
And that's the first thing I did. I vetted her, and the second was putting my boundaries. But that really shook me. Like internally, that scared the shit out of me to actually have to put up boundaries like beforehand. Like that scared the shit out of me.
The thing is, it makes you one plan, ahead of time, and it takes the emotion out of it. Automatically X happens, I gotta bounce.
And actually sticking to them too.
That was scary. That was scary. I'm not gonna lie. That was scary as shit.
But like what you were saying with like SPI with the 92 octane, I mean the whole thing with why they kind of like boss you around, you not on their level, so like economically and maybe even career wise or business wise. So it's like if you like, even for my friend or whatever, he lived with her. Even if he was married, he lived with her. It's a difference between living with somebody and paying the bills and paying the mortgage or owning the house or whatever. He just still lived there. You know what I'm saying? She was the one that owned the house, paid the mortgage, paid a lot of the bills, probably all of the bills.
Intimidating. Very intimidating.
She bought it.
Shit.
But you got to do.
And that's for the new model.
You got to dance. Well, you got to dance. I told my daughter that when she was, when she was young, when she was a kid. I said, she's a pretty girl. I said, if you make enough money, you don't have to worry about a guy, because you can straight up buy him, and you can actually buy them and get rid of them if you don't want them. Basically,
I bet you that fuck with her head. I bet you that fuck with her head.
Not really. Not my daughter.
Well,
But she her mother says, her mother thinks the opposite, that the dudes have to pay.
So the idea didn't challenge her.
No, because her mother has the opposit philosophy.
Yeah,
Dude's got to say, you have to for her body, you know, you have to be vetted. There's a certain level that you have to, you have to provide.
Could it have been because you had a certain relationship with her, a closer relationship? Could it have been that the reason why it didn't fuck with that type of thinking didn't fuck with her?
You'd be surprised how much the mother has an influence on that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The mother.
Her father does.
So how come it didn't challenge her as a thought, as an idea?
Yeah, I think some of the principles are in her head, but when it comes down to her as a vessel, that kind of thinking is female. Actually, buying a man and the man that you want is a male. Logical male type thing. Okay, you're almost playing the role of male.
Right.
Okay. Whereas being the vessel and getting chosen and getting basically being a seller instead of a buyer, that's female. So,
but if that's the opposite of what her mom thought or her idea.
No, her mom thought, okay, if he wants you, he's gonna have to up the ante. He's gonna have to pay.
Which is the opposite, right? Which is
the opposite of
what
I thought.
No, but it makes sense that she would go with her mom because she's also a woman, and then
she's at that
it's at a basal level.
Yeah.
Okay, the question comes in because BGS presented her were different with a 180 different ideal. That's the real question that I have, which is her mother believes XYZ, but her father says this and this and this and this, which is the opposite of what her mother believes.
Which is
why,
so my
question, go ahead.
Which is why it didn't work out for her the way it should have. Had she done that, then she, you know, with her being a good-looking woman, because she's like I said, she's like Alicia Keys with the makeup on.
Right.
She's very pretty. Okay, if she could have merged 92 octane with her prettiness. Okay, she could basically have gotten almost any guy that she wanted within reason. She could have got a six-figure. Or you know, a mid six-figure guy if that's what she wanted, if she had pursued it. But the thing is, she was more into how much am I wanted, and she basically in college she thought more about chasing guys than chasing the books.
So it wasn't about validation.
It is about validation. It's about guys validating her with attention, even though she shortchanged herself. In other words, and now she sees after having the baby and all that kind of stuff that if she had done what I told her to do, she'd have been in a much better position.
So what's her mentality like now? Is she more open to your suggestions and your ideals?
Some days she's trying to regain what she had, which she can't because now you've already been in an accident. Okay,
right.
Been in an accident. You know, you can't sell it for new anymore, right?
Right, of course.
So now she's got to have a fallback plan. I told her, you know, because she's really personable, she's really smart, she's pretty, but she got a kid. Okay.
Does that make her more receptive to your ideas? Instead of her mother's?
No.
FBI.
Okay. She falls back on being a woman.
Yeah, she was ingrained more with what her mother
had to say. No, I get that. I get that. What I'm saying is because
that's not going to change.
I'm saying because of the repercussions.
Well, you know why she's so ingrained with it, because she's a really pretty girl, right? So it's really because her mom and her, they're really pretty women, right? So it's easy. Okay, it's really easy. How hard is it to learn game if women are throwing pussy at you?
Mm-hmm. Right.
You don't learn it because you don't have to. So when you actually have to learn it, it's really, really difficult. So now she keeps falling back on her looks, which get her guys. But the thing is, it doesn't get her guys.
Well, what type of guys? Yeah.
Well, the guys want her, but guys don't want to commit because she has a child, and that's always the sticking point.
And that still doesn't make it more receptive to your ideas on relationships.
Every dude is telling her Stop trying to date guys without children. They don't do that anymore. Find a guy, find a smart guy, a guy that has a good career, that wants a pretty girl. Get yourself in, because she's pretty. She got a pretty face, and she has a body if she gets herself in shape. Right. She did before. I keep telling her, I'll say, she's like 5 foot. She's 5'4", and I said, pretty as you are, I said, you need to, because she's like 150.
Maximize. Yeah, you want to maximize.
You had to be down to no more than 120 pounds, sweetie.
Right.
If you want to catch the kind of guy that you want to catch, even though you have a very pretty face and you have a shape, but you have to be down to 120 pounds.
How does she react? What's her reaction like?
Hard-headed, because I can still get guys. If black women as long as I can get guys, I can get attention, I'm not going to. Because
and dudes would be like that too. Be like, I still get pussy though, and like,
yeah.
You're in the wrong position.
And what do you tell her?
I tell her. Well, I preach to her. Even the baby's father preaches to her, because he wants her to get settled so he can move on, because as long as she's not settled, she keeps fucking with him, right?
Of course.
And he wants
with my baby mama.
And he wants her to find a dude that is capable, that can do just as much as he can and take care of her and his son. Because he's not looking out for her, he's looking out for his son. And if
her ex is a good guy then, right? It just happens that something happens between them, but
because she won't marry him for whatever reason. She won't marry him.
Not good enough. Not her standard.
He's not her standard because he didn't go to school and all that kind of stuff. Blah blah blah. She wants the
of course
the collegiate guy,
So-
the six-figure guy. She
So
don't
to
want the blue-collar guy.
satisfy SPI BGS, do you think
Yes, sir.
when your daughter gets beyond that curve, that 35-year-old curve, and more,
Well, I hope well, she's gonna have to, but I'm trying to get while she's still pre-wall.
Is that kind of why you preach and you say that single women or should get with a man that has had children in the past?
Yes. Well, what I'm saying is, okay, now, like I said, like 15 years ago when I was coming up, the reason is age appropriate. A guy in his 30s, okay, because SPI, you have children, and children make you mature a lot faster.
Of course.
So if you're if you're a single woman and you want to get a guy in his 30s, not in his 20s, but in his 30s, right? If he doesn't have children, he still hasn't matured, because he hasn't been forced to mature, right? Whereas like you've had children, you have responsibility, you have to think of somebody other than yourself,
right,
on a daily basis, right?
Your ego is different.
Your ego is different. Okay, you're more practical. You're more how can I put it? More grounded. But you're also more focused,
right?
Because you have to be.
Yeah,
you're thinking about. I have to do it for this kid.
Having children, actually downsizes and minimizes my own ego. Like I've noticed that.
Yeah. But the thing is, because of the baby mamas are so fucking crazy. You can't mess with single mothers anymore, because because they bring a lot of drama, and these chicks nowadays don't appreciate a dude don't appreciate a dude anymore. So basically,
they don't have to.
So
they're being told constantly.
They're
being told constantly they can go somewhere else and do whatever they want to.
Having a child is a plus factor. Is that what you're saying?
For a man, it's a plus factor.
Can you expound on that a little bit?
Okay. I noticed
for those guys that don't know, because I know, but there's some guys listening that don't know.
Okay, for a man, this is for a man. When that child is first come out the womb, right? All of a sudden you can feel the weight on your shoulders. You really can.
Yep.
As soon as that baby comes out, you feel that weight on your shoulders. Like, okay, you're wondering, how can I get this baby from where it is now, taking his first breath to 18, and what do I need to do to prepare that child so that child is able to go out on his own when it's 18, 19,
Yeah,
20,
you suddenly
21.
you feel like, oh shit just got real. That's how I
Shit
looked at
just
it.
got real. Yeah. And where a woman looks at it as a baby, I love me and I can take care of and all that stuff. You're thinking you're going from like 0 to age 21.
Yeah,
Okay.
shit just got real.
What
That's how I looked at
it's,
it from the
in other
moment I
words,
saw that head.
if it's a boy or girl, how do I get my boy in this position where he can make money, he can be in a better position than I am? You start planning that shit out as soon as that baby's born. A mother is not the same way. So so that focuses you. A guy's that he's less selfish. In other words, he's not gonna chase a whole bunch of women. Okay.
Right, of course.
Or not, at least not as much as he used to. He's not gonna party as much as he used to. All that
I
stuff.
admit, I can't be no player like I was when I was 19 with two daughters.
Yeah,
like,
it's like I felt like I just got slapped with reality. That's how it really felt.
Yeah. So a lot of the playfulness a lot of the play that's in a guy, will go out of the window when he has a child. But if a guy doesn't have a child, there's no. If he's rolling, he got a good job, he's getting pussy, he's going out, and he's 32, 33, he won't reach that stage till he's like his late 30s or 40s, man.
Right.
So in other words, dating a guy that doesn't have any kid in his 30s or even up to the age 40, it's like dating a guy in his 20s. You might as if you're in your 20s, if you're a single woman, you might as well date a guy in your 20s because the only difference between a guy in his 20s and a guy in his 30s that doesn't have any kids and is single is that a guy in his 30s has a lot more experience and a hell of a lot more dangerous, and he can go through with. In your 30s, if you don't have no kids and you're single, you're going through women like water.
Yeah, I guess it would be like if you're a female, it would feel like you don't know if this investment is going to pay off or not.
Yeah, because he's a wild horse, and he's a wild horse with money and with a little money and status, and he knows how to fuck. So basically, he's got chicks coming to him, and he might not settle down with you at all. There's no guarantee.
Right.
With a guy that has a child, especially, he's gonna say, "Oh, is this chick right for my child?"
It's a prime. You're a prime stud in your 30s.
You're a prime stud in your 30s. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's big. There is a difference, but I said that was 15 years ago. I wouldn't suggest it to a single.
So they look at it. They look at it as a return on investment, which would be lower if you didn't have children.
Yeah.
I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, that's why I suggested it. Back then. Now I wouldn't. Because of all the craziness and stuff like that. You can't because you can get yourself
the environment,
in all kind of bullshit. Yeah,
the environment.
You can't do it. Yeah, that's why I say single men, don't, and vice versa, don't bother.
I felt like even though I don't have my children with me all the time, I don't have access to them like that all the time. I felt like it brought a different perspective on what actually matters and what actually is more important other than myself. So like I said, I even saw from the moment I saw my first child be born, I felt and I saw, in real time, my ego just like go down inside.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting. I was kind of afraid because I was like, wow.
You are
suddenly
afraid.
Seconds later, as soon as I saw that child being born, seconds later, it's like I'm a totally different person. It's like I'm a totally different person. And I didn't know what it was.
And then it's a difference when you get up in the morning, you gotta go to work, and it's just you, and you think about your consequences.
Yeah, that motivation has just some damn flips.
Right, you got some other people depending on you, and some babies.
Yeah,
you up out that door.
Yeah, you drag yourself out the door, tired or not, man.
I actually like that motivation. It's actually it's a good
America
type of,
likes
it's a good
the
type
government. The government likes that motivation because people with children pretty much drive the workforce, drive a lot of really ambition.
Right.
I'm more ambitious than I was.
It changed the way I looked at money. It changed the way I looked at my future. Like suddenly, you know, before my child was born, even when she was 9 months pregnant, and the child wasn't born, you know, I was thinking maybe a few days ahead. Once that child was born, it was like, dude, I'm like 10 years ahead, homie. Like I'm planning out shit 5-10 years into the future. Okay, this is what I gotta do. This is what I gotta buy.
Buy a house, gotta buy a different car.
Like my perception, my future outlook was suddenly within seconds just changed the fuck out. So I could see why you're saying that. I could see why you say, you know, when you say that, females.
And plus, if you got a kid, you're used to putting up with a lot more shit. You gotta have more,
I guess
you have way more patience.
I guess
you gotta have more patience.
Your risk aversion changes.
Yeah,
that's
well, you gotta have a lot more patience.
Yeah, you want to say fuck you. You want to say fuck you to your boss less.
Yep.
Yeah,
you have to swallow a lot of shit.
Oh man. Well, I always tell my kid. I always tell the ex, you better thank God for your kids because you're working off your kids' grace.
And I mean, I'm just a guardian, but like, yeah, I mean, sometimes I just want to say, like, man, fuck you to like a lot of people, but at the same time, it's like, you know, you got somebody that depends on you, even if it's at a fraction of the usual parenting capacity.
Yeah. I mean, it does make a difference. It does make a difference.
I guess risk potential changes the most. To me, that's what I've noticed the most.
What the thing is, there's a lot of things that go along with but you mature because you have to, because if you
depend on you.
Well, it's not just that. If you've ever gotten off a shift, man, and you got a 2-3 month old baby that won't go to sleep, man, and you're up,
been there,
and it takes a hell of a lot of patience, man, to be up with that kid, and you dead tired, man. You learn how to sacrifice.
I'm actually, I could think back to my 2 children, and that shit, I was really excited about that. Even though I was tired of shit, I was so excited. It's not even funny. Like my excitement, my demeanor, like it just like it got better. I don't care how tired I was. I was like, oh my god, this is the shit.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2. I mean, like the young guys, they were talking maybe about a month or 2 back. I remember them saying like, having kids was not no big deal, blah blah blah. And I was thinking to myself, like, you know, I used to think that shit before I had them. I thought that shit too. But it's like you got two other people that you have to worry about their safety, if they're sick, if they're have enough to eat, have enough sustenance and diapers, wipes and all of this stuff. You got. I mean,
Is there a correlation between man's responsibilities and in family specifically and his level of motivation?
Oh yeah.
I'll say so.
If it's just you, you can be on a job and you can say, you get pissed off.
Yeah,
fuck you. I'm walking. Well, it's just me because I'm just.
But why would your motivation go up if the risk is higher? I don't understand that.
With motivation to get out there and grind because you have to.
You have to.
Your back is against the wall.
Well, yeah, but that goes back to the usual behavior of men being selfless.
I'm gonna say this,
which is another reason why MGTOW is dangerous, because men become selfish.
Yes,
like women.
Yeah,
right.
Like, yeah, I think hold on. I think
especially
that
men without children.
Yes,
I think the kids. Having kids is a stepping stone to becoming a responsible man if you have the right mindset. But throughout time, you learn to stop working to live, but rather live to work.
Yeah, that's the downside.
And your whole work, your whole work ethic is totally different from everybody else who don't have kids.
Yeah,
they're trying to figure out why you work so hard.
Yeah,
but your whole principle is different. Yeah,
you might look at them, why don't you work as hard?
Your motivation changes on the relativity of responsibility. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. There's two kind of people that work very hard, right? people that have children, have a family, and people that have to work to eat. If you don't work, you don't eat.
That's
There's no greater motivation than for working hard than not eating.
Empty stomach.
An empty stomach will remind you every day that you need to get out there and grind.
And the bills don't stop. The bills will never ever stop.
How does
That's
that
right.
translate? How does that translate during a depression?
Say it doesn't. It does.
It gets worse. In the depression. In the depression, hold on. From the depression standpoint of 1929, it actually that mindset allowed some of the greatest inventions of the 19th century to be created after that whole depression.
Yep.
Some of the greatest things that
So what would you say that our upcoming depression, which that's what it looks like? Would you say that would lead to?
It's not upcoming. You're living through it. The only difference between this depression, and one in 1930s, is that in the 1930s they didn't use the credit card. You're under the gold standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then another thing is like, I mean, when I was in the military, before I was in the military, I look at, threats like Russia, China, or other threats.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, my family might, damn, something might happen. Now I'm thinking I'm more aggressive. Like I'm looking at shit like, damn, I mean, what the fuck if what if the motherfuckers came over here right now? I got two daughters. I mean, I want them to, prosper and live. So I'm looking at shit a little bit more kind of fine tuned. Like I'm focused more on threats than I was before, or even locally. Like I'm looking at child molesters and shit.
Oh yeah,
and all of these news clippings and shit.
Yeah.
I'm like focused more on, stuff that I wouldn't normally be focused on when I didn't have kids.
So how would this upcoming depression, affect, because there's not much family left, at least it's societal wise, when we start going through these things financially.
Well, it is easy. If you're eating, you're okay. If you're homeless, if you got a roof over your head, you're okay. What happens if you don't have a roof over your head, you're not eating?
What they tried to make it seem like was that, and I think this is what BGS is talking about, that the recession, that we came out of the recession, but it's still stagnant in many areas.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not talking about still a recession. I'm not talking about recession. I'm talking about depression.
No, you're in a depression. In fact, the only reason that you don't notice it is you don't have the same effects. Like your bread lines have been replaced by a SNAP card.
In food kitchens, or what do they call them? The food.
You have food pantries. You have 48 million people on SNAP cards. Go ahead.
BGS stated this in the last hangout. He said, and I laugh, but it's true. As a black man living in America, he stated something. No, he stated that black folks never knew that they were in a depression because we've had it so hard that we didn't even realize that we was in depression.
Right.
Okay. What about this time around? What about this
it's
time
gonna
around?
be even. It will. Black in some I could take you to SPI if you come to Chicago. I could take you some of the areas in Chicago where it's like Detroit or even worse, and it's been that way for about 20 years. You got some black people that are in states of like deep depression. Some rates of unemployment in certain areas in Chicago are above 40%. And that's just statistically. If you break down the actual statistic, the true statistic, it might be somewhere 50 to 60%.
Yeah.
And they sell drugs to survive.
Is it going to feel the same for? Is it going to feel the same for minorities then this time?
Everybody. No, I mean, in other words, everybody. If you go, the thing is that the white folks that are in depression are hidden. You got to go to the Midwest where all the you can tell because they're killing each other, killing themselves by taking these opioids to basically ease the pain. Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri.
Yeah, they're disengaging from reality.
Idaho, disengaging from reality.
Is it mental mindset, looking at the cup half empty rather than half full? Because that's how I see life. I know it's hard out here, but I always look at the cup half full, and I'm thankful for what I get, and I'm blessed, and I use it to the best advantage. So I look at it from a mental mindset as well, BGS.
Yeah.
So how much is that playing a factor in the sense of what you were talking about, the depression?
Okay. If I could tell you, if they could do one thing and you will feel the depression instantly. I mean, instantly, like overnight. They cut off the SNAP cards. There's got 48 million people on SNAP cards on food assistance. You cut that shit off and you wait 2 weeks, all hell will break loose. You will know you're in a depression, and basically shit has hit the fan.
Right.
And there's no way they can turn away 48 million hungry people, because you're gonna have issues. And that's the only reason. That's why they're gonna wean people off. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, right? So I keep hearing about this left and right, and I know it's not gonna happen. But let's say that our president got taken out. Not taken out as in killed, but he got taken out from the
impeached.
And it is my belief that if he got impeached, it not only would it make us as a power look really bad, but I think that if they were to take him out and impeach him, it would really fuck up our position as we are now. So that's why I don't think it's gonna happen. I highly doubt it.
If you're saying it would show instability and weakness,
it would show instability. Plus, the Congress. In other words, no matter other than him, there's two things he can't do. He can't push that button because you got 3 generals sitting between him and the button.
Damn.
Doing military policy, and he can't do anything direct the economy because you got Congress that are overseeing him. He has not passed one bill since he's been there.
Yeah. What was the bill that you said that he needs to win to have some credibility in the public side?
Obamacare went through the Congress, but it's held up in the Senate. In other words, he didn't pass a bill. He got a vote that looked positive.
Right. Okay.
He needed. What do you think? What do you think that bill is going to be?
Who knows, man?
What would theoretically turn?
You know what? The closest.
Around.
I think the budget, he's going to get some things through. He's not going to get everything through that will be passed. There's nothing you can't turn it around. The only thing is
right. What would theoretically change the his quote unquote popularity around? That would make American people kind of have some kind of faith in him.
Okay. I think they're doing a jobs bill up in the Rust states. We're building locks and refurbishing the St. Lawrence Seaway and shit like that. A shovel-ready program would go a long way while putting people to work. If
they're building all over the place, like
now, was the Paris Accord removal, was that to help to buy time, like I think it is, in order to provide more jobs temporarily?
I think that was one of his campaign promises, that he didn't believe in climate change. He didn't believe it.
Right. Is that to buy time temporarily?
No. That's his campaign promise. It's not to buy time. It's not to buy time.
So where would that leave UBI?
Universal basic income is universal basic income can come at any moment, depending on
what would trigger it.
What would trigger it here?
What would trigger UBI? Let's just think theoretically. What would trigger UBI?
Tell me trigger for them to actually implement it.
Yes.
Worldwide.
Yes. No, not worldwide. Just us at least.
It's cut off.
Because of course, it's not going to happen.
You cut off the SNAP cards. You got 98 million people that are out of work. You cut off SNAP cards, you got 50 million people starving in the street. They will take UBI.
You got about 10% of the population is already getting Social Security.
More than that.
Right there. Oh yeah, I'm
20%.
Right, but they're cutting out some of the fat and some of that. So is that going to continue? Is that going to pause? Is that going to accelerate?
It depends. It depends. I think they're going to start hitting the able-bodied people first. Like if you're young,
would that accelerate it?
You sell it what, the UBI?
Yes.
No, the UBI won't get it.
Because there's no other solutions that I can think of.
It's not ready. It's not ready. It hasn't been proven. They're
based
testing
off of automation.
Okay, you're a bright guy, Alex. Okay,
Yes.
would you implement something worldwide that hadn't been tested?
No, I would have to test it first.
In
of
other
course.
words, it's in its testing phase right now. That's how come they're not pushing for it.
When would we be able to see any results off some of this testing? Because there is testing going on right now.
In India, if it works in India, you'll be able to test it. That's how come they're trying to get rid of cash in India.
That's why Bitcoin is going through the roof.
Yeah, that's the reason Bitcoin's going through the roof, because they're trying to be the global hegemon. Who's snoring? Is it Soul? Are you woke, man? Or you sleep?
No, this was just me just saying that just mentioned Bitcoin.
And Demir, are you up or you sleep, man?
I'm up.
I'm up. I'm up.
Somebody
woke up.
Mike, is it? Mike, you up?
Oh yeah, I'm up. I'm up.
Somebody's snoring in the background. I was just trying to figure out.
They could be just breathing heavy, to be honest.
All right. All right.
No, BGS, man. I'm trying my best to stay up, man.
Man,
but
go to bed,
I guess
man.
I am, man. Hey, you guys take care,
Watch
bro.
the replay.
I'll watch the replay, man. You guys keep hitting it home, man. I'll talk to you guys later, bro.
All right.
All right, man. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. Man. Appreciate it.
And we're only gonna be on another 30 minutes anyway, so
Yeah,
you
yeah,
ain't gonna miss much.
Okay.
That's about 3 hours.
No, it ain't. It's 30 minutes because I gotta go to sleep.
Oh shit!
I gotta get up in the morning and talk. So.
All right, so let's talk about this. So, theoretically.
Okay. If it's ready, they will start rolling it out.
So how long would you need to keep testing it in India and places where they are testing it in order to make a decision?
You want to shake it out as long as possible. In other words,
right? Of course.
As long as the current regime, the current structure is holding together, you're going to delay it and test it some more. Like Ottawa, I think you're testing it in India. I think there's one place in South America that they're testing it.
When do you think we could see the first results? If they even let it out to the public?
If a big place like India goes cashless and it works,
right?
They will start selling it. You won't have to worry about it. They'll start selling it because they got to sell it to the public. I think in parts of Silicon Valley, they're gonna try it. In some parts of Silicon Valley, where the universal basic income, basically giving it to people. Because you got a lot of people that they're on the street.
What are your personal projections as far as timeline? Just your own personal projections.
The way they're pushing this, I would say 5 years.
5 years.
I hope it's not that soon, but I would say 5 years. You're gonna actually see it start being implemented. I don't know how long. Where would
the charts meet as far as unemployment rate and the implementation? Where would they have to meet?
Implementation would be they probably wouldn't even count on it. They wouldn't even count on unemployment anymore. Once UBI comes in, because unemployment is a measure of how you're doing as a country and how many jobs you need to come up with to basically give people the ability to feed themselves. UBI
we're not doing so hot right now.
There's no jobs, man. There's nothing for people to do.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, if we're not doing so hot right now, I mean,
right now it's just the mood of the people. If people start rioting, the UBI will come a whole lot faster.
What would make people riot besides the
being hungry?
So snap cards, you say, is the end game.
Yeah, if snap card will cause an instant riot, everything else is slow. People will build anger slowly.
Do you think it'll happen after his presidency ends?
It's because it's such a global thing and it's so many moving parts to be 100% correct upon it, because all the projections so far has been wrong, because they have underestimated the system's ability to hold
Right.
itself together, even though
Right.
they're running up
On
gobs
fumes.
of
On fumes.
well, just credit. You know, they keep pushing the credit further and further and further out.
Where's
Do
this?
you
Where
do
does,
you
okay,
think
okay. Where does this administration push the extra debt? Our ability to take on extra debt. So where is this administration at?
It's imaginary. Okay,
Are we
people believe it
are we
because nobody.
extending it? Are we extending it?
You're going to have to extend it because you're at 21 trillion and you're at your limit. That's how come they're talking about the budget
So
now.
where do you think it's going to be at the end of his presidency?
Oh, good grief! They'll slow it down so it won't accelerate like it went up 10 trillion under Obama.
Because his policies seem to say that or point to the fact that it might slow down or reverse somewhat.
Obama says, I am not going to lose the country under my watch. I'm willing to spend whatever the credit card says I'm going to spend. Okay, whatever that is, the United States is not going to go under my watch. He meant
I'm
that.
saying Trump. I'm talking about Trump.
Trump, I would say at the end of Trump's policy, his year is probably going to slow it down. So probably be around. I would guess like 22, maybe 23, which would be minor compared to where he's at and the acceleration of the debt that we're under.
Is there anything to stop UBI, or I mean, is there something
Hell no.
that possibly stop UBI?
No. In other words, UBI is a Hail Mary. The only thing that'll stop UBI is that the world global economic structure fixes itself and they don't need it.
Does that mean would that translate into inflation for us?
Deflation.
Under this administration?
Under any administration, it doesn't matter. Deflation, because nobody's got any money. So it's supply and demand. If there's no demand, what happens to the supply? They got cars they can't sell.
Yeah, I see a lot of it.
Right now. They got cars they can't sell. In fact, I don't know if I played it. If I find it,
about cars,
I find it. I play it.
Yeah, because matter of fact, my brother is in the car industry, and he told me that there were some releases that they were going to make in Honda that were going to happen this year, and they actually took back several different fucking models because they were like, you know what, we're not gonna be able to do this. This is because the price would go higher up, and so Honda as a whole told him in their meetings that they're not gonna be able to do it, so they're gonna have to cut back.
Richard Martin talked about this extensively. I think Jack Rasmus talked about it. I think even what's his name talked about it. That's like my even though Richard Martin, they say he's liberal, but he's not a liberal economist. He's actually conservative.
Right.
I use him to balance out. Jack Rasmus is in the middle, and Richard Wolff is obviously on the left, right? He's obviously a socialist.
Right.
Okay. And that's how come, even though they kind of sound similar, that's how come I play these three people, because I've been listening to them for a very, very long time. And I know Richard Martin's on the right, Richard Wolff's on the left, and Rasmus is in the middle. Rasmus, I don't play that much because he's monotone.
Excuse me.
Really good information, but he's monotone.
Who do you think is going to replace Trump? Honestly, just your own personal opinion.
If he makes it through his administration, I would say either they're going to run Pence or I would say they're going to run Jeb Bush.
Wow, Jeb?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Why do you think Jeb? Out of all people.
Because he's a Bush and he's up next, and he didn't really run. He backed for whatever reason. He backed off. He didn't want to go up against Trump, whatever reason. But I think he's going to run run against whoever runs in 2020. Yeah.
For Dems. For Democrats.
For Dems. Oh, that's a damn good question. I would say, what's his name from Minnesota? What's the senator's name? The comedian, Al Franken. Al Franken's probably going to run.
Really?
Bernie Sanders, if he's well enough, will run.
You think he will again?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if he's well enough. Who else is positioning themselves? Franken, Bernie
Cory
Sanders.
Booker, maybe if he
That's
runs.
a stretch. That's a stretch. I don't know if they're ready for another black man. I don't know if Cory Booker. And
Nah,
it's
that
probably
would
gonna,
never happen.
I would say what's her name? The female this female senator. What's her name?
Jill Stein.
Jill Stein is a she already ran the Green Party. The Democrat. What's her name?
Yeah, I think it's either just going to be a shit show regardless. Next.
Dems is really too soon to see who's lining up. But I know Franken has positioned himself. I know Bernie Sanders wants to try.
What about reps?
Reps. If you're talking about reps,
Republicans.
Reps are really difficult to move up like that. They have to start positioning themselves early.
So you think it's gonna be a Democratic, a Dem administration again?
It's hard. It's really this far out. It's really difficult to tell because the Dems basically, Hillary Clinton basically blew up the party.
Yeah, they fucked it up.
They blew up the party by not letting Sanders at least run.
Who would you put your money on?
As far as it's a toss up. You can't. It's too early. It's way too early.
So
Republicans.
Do you think he would
Republican?
Do you think Trump would ever get impeached? Personally,
the odds. It's a 50-50 chance he will get impeached.
What would make him actually get impeached? If there's one thing that you're just like, you know what, this motherfucker's done.
What right now is it's two things: a smoking gun and basically the wear and tear. But basically, he's his own worst enemy. He's gonna do something to get himself impeached. I don't think he's gonna make it. Because he's gonna tweet something. Because he wouldn't even have this. He hadn't started a war with the press. Number one. Two, he hadn't really, because the Republicans were holding on to all this stuff. They have all this paperwork. I'm not Bill Clinton, but President Obama left him with all this stuff on basically surveillance they did on Trump. They have all this stuff. They're just sitting on it, and Trump won't shut his freaking mouth so they can bury this stuff. If the Democrats really wanted to out him, they would have. But the thing is, it's going to spill back on everybody. So they're willing to say, here, if in other words, if you guys really need this and you really can't cut it, if you want to impeach him, I'm handing you all the paperwork. They're really trying not to impeach him.
So it kind of seems like Reps might win the next one, from what I can tell right now, as things stand.
It depends. Basically, what the Democrats want to do is hold him up. Okay, they want him to make the 4 years because they will guarantee them getting basically of getting back in office because
any kind of recognition.
Yeah. If he makes it to 4 years, they're gonna probably try to run him another 4, and he's a weak candidate. They want him to. They'd rather run against him than Pence. I would. And basically, if they can keep him in office, they can use this as a prop. They can take back the House and Senate.
That's what I was thinking. Keep him as a prop. I think that's
they want him. They want him as long as he doesn't do too much damage. They want to keep him as a prop. That's what I would do.
What do you personally think of what he has done so far? What do you personally think of him now?
He's more of an amateur than I thought. I mean,
it seems that way.
You know, I mean, how badly can you fuck this up? How much?
Yeah, but how badly can the next person fuck it up even more?
No,
financially talking.
Oh, well, financially is one thing, but basically he's doing stupid shit. Okay, there's no way you should be tweeting. They're trying to take the Twitter away from you so you can stop tweeting stupid stuff.
I heard about it a few days ago. I was like,
anybody done like I say, if you can make Joe Scarborough sound like a liberal, you have done something. Because every left wing guy, every liberal, even though he hates Joe Scarborough, literally hates Joe Scarborough. I mean, I have liberal friends, man, Democrats, man, they can't stand Morning Joe.
They're going nuts.
Because he is a conservative. He is a libertarian conservative.
Holding back. They're holding back.
And basically, he is disgusted with Trump. So that's how come I play. Even guys that are conservative can't say that Joe Scarborough was a liberal. That's how come I play him all the time. If you can say this guy's a liberal,
can you really keep
and
being,
nobody,
can you really keep being a
pissed.
populist after that?
Who's that? Talking about Trump?
Yeah.
He ran as a populist. That doesn't mean he is.
Right. Can you keep going as one, or at least seem like one? That's the real question.
He's, well, basically he's like he's the turd in the punch bowl.
Damn.
And I would say that respectfully, because you can't get yourself into this much trouble before your first year of your first term is even over.
Okay.
Because they're trying not to get you in trouble.
Okay. What are some good things that you could say honestly he's really done a good job of?
A lot of things that needed to be shaken up because just from him being there, I mean, just the section, just him shaking up the black women is enough for me. Whether he does anything to them or not, they are shaking. I mean, they are shaken up.
Yeah, they were talking about that today, and I went to a meetup. That's what I heard. Donald Trump. A
meetup. When you say meetup.
Yeah, like meetup.com. Like,
okay.
Yeah. Yo.
Okay. Yeah, they shook. Chicago, man, they got them Chicago chicks scared shitless.
Yeah, they can't.
They're scared shitless. They be talking all that brave shit, but they ain't no brave in them, because they worried if the ass is gonna fall on them.
Yeah,
of course.
Those letters on Facebook.
Yeah,
that shit got real in a hurry when they did that.
Yeah.
The second thing is that people start focusing on stuff that's actually important. Like he's getting ready to cut Medicaid. People are actually taking to the getting involved with politics. They follow his every word. And they're worried about the policies that he's going to pass. I haven't seen that in a very, very long time. People are concerned about the policy.
Young people, even.
Everybody, old people. My mother's almost 80 years old, and she always telling me what Trump said. Most people that weren't even involved in politics, he's got them involved in politics. So that's a good thing. There's some things you needed to be shaken up.
Yeah.
Employees need to look at the immigrant policy. They have to actually come down and say, okay, we need to set a basic viable immigration policy, whether it's guest worker, whatnot. And he's not playing the game, which is something that I do like about him. He doesn't play the game because he doesn't know how to play the game, which is part of it. So he's shaking a lot of things up.
Yeah,
he's exposing a lot of things like the deep state and all the bugging and spying that's going on, because he's shooking things up and exposing this stuff. All of a sudden, both sides, like the Russians and basically Americans, are actually revealing exactly how spied upon we are. So basically, he's kicking up a lot of dust and a lot of things becoming uncovered. So those are the good things that I think he's done.
He's working the military too. Like I haven't seen anybody other than Bush work the military like he's working.
That's true. That's very true.
When you say work in the military, what do you mean?
I mean, he's sending operations in various different places.
Obama. Well, the thing is, they were telling me is that, in fact, Vector kind of had to confirm this, is that AFRICOM and all of that other stuff, because they've drawn down the military. Okay, the thing is, they couldn't do that before is because the military was bottled up. Where? It was in the Middle East, right? They couldn't move with the surge and all that stuff. But now that they've drawn that stuff down, they can actually go back to policing the police functions that they've been doing for the 50 years.
Yeah.
So they're trying to get back to that, even though now they have to contend with the Chinese. Like before the Afghan war, it was their baby. They didn't have to worry about anybody. But once they slipped, they gave the Chinese an opening. The Chinese rushed in and took advantage. That's how come they built the military like crazy. So it is what it is. Yeah, they came through the back door. They left the back door open.
Yep.
And they slipped through, and then you can't get them out.
Yep.
And that's that. We're gonna have to see how that plays out, whether they're gonna clash or.
Does Trump bring us any kind of political advantage at this point, or is this
No,
administration, or is this
disadvantage.
administration? Oh, no. But is this administration done as far as political advantage, or is he saying fuck you and go to the next?
It's kind of hard to tell because he hasn't even made it out of his first year. Will he learn fast enough to where he can actually do some good? I don't know. It doesn't look like it.
Do you think he has the ability to?
I don't know. I don't know him personally. The only people know is people that know him personally and people that are actually in that office that are actually talking to him. And from what I'm hearing, the answer is probably no.
I mean, I'm waiting on what he's gonna do as far as financial sector, real estate, because that is what he pretty much.
Outside of the centers where the Chinese are really buying, like the West Coast, maybe New York, and maybe even parts of Chicago here and there, the middle of the country is going to get hollowed out because one thing that people forget about Section 8 propped up a lot of rentals.
Yeah. Yep.
And landlords, and I think that's how come landlords are starting to not refuse Section 8 people because they know what's coming. Yep. So the price was going to have to go down because you're going to have a lot of vacant property.
They have no choice.
Yeah.
So real estate, depending on where you are, I think the real estate is going to go down like in the middle of the country, like but the West Coast, unless the Chinese have financial problems. I think on the West Coast and parts of the big cities like Chicago and New York, I think it's going to remain high and maybe even go higher. But in the middle of the country, they're going to get hollowed out, man. They're going to get hollowed out. You can, like I say, you can buy a 4-bedroom house in Missouri or Kansas for like $30,000.
Well,
and I think last year when I was looking at it, they was damn near Detroit prices, but I think you've had a bounce. And a lot of this stuff is fluid, man, because it could change so fast. That's like I played that thing about that bank run in Spain with Banco Popular. How you say that?
SBI.
Bank of what?
Banco.
Is Banco Popular in English? What is Popular? Or how do you pronounce it in Spanish?
Popular Bank.
Popular Bank. I mean, I said, how do you pronounce it?
Banco Popular.
Okay. Yeah, they had a run on the bank, and they hadn't had a run since the Greek bank folded, and they had a run on that one, and they basically they saved that by doing a bail-in, but this one they just folded because the run was so. And they took, what is it? They took in 3 days they took 2 billion euros out of that bank.
Wow. Thomas Sowell basically said, like with Spain, they because of like going back 300, 400, 500 years, they had a lot of gold and precious metals to basically rely on to they bolstered their economy, whereas like France and other European countries, they kind of went carved up Africa and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And that's how they got their social resources or whatever.
Yeah, it's true.
Whereas Spain is, running out. They ran out of all of that old money.
Or because they lost control of their colonies.
Yeah.
The United States basically took all their colonies.
Yeah.
And once they were weak, basically it was not the Spanish America. What was it? The war between Spain and the UK.
War 1812 or
no. Before that,
Spain.
Where I think it was in the 17th century where the UK's navy defeated the.
When
Spanish
they sent
Armada.
that Armada. Oh yeah,
the Spanish Armada. They defeated that, and the route was on. Because once they destroyed the Armada, then Spain couldn't control its colonies, and little by little they started stripping Spain's colonies. And
they took Gibraltar. They took
Yeah,
all
they took
over.
they took I think they took Cuba. They took a lot of Hispaniola, which
Oh
is
yeah, they took Philippines. They took the Philippines.
yeah. Well, the Philippines got taken by the Americans, but that was like in the late 19th century.
Secret be told, U.S. and Britain are like cousins.
Yeah, they are cousins.
Yeah.
Well, they're like father and son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So you know, if the value of a dollar is not going to go down, so what would be, in your opinion, personal opinion, what would be the biggest assets you could hold now to help you through some of these hard times coming up?
Land, okay, land and food. If you know how to, if you know, there's always a guarantee. That's how come people got through the Depression. If you got land, you know how to grow food, you are a leg up on everybody.
Yeah, I'm already prepping for that. I just bought me some chickens, and I just built me a chicken coop for my chickens a few days ago.
Yeah.
Man, I'm
in
I'm
San
getting ready for that
Diego.
shit. Yeah, bro.
They allow that?
Yeah. I just
Wow.
bought me
Yeah, you got-
5
you gotta-
chickens. You know, they're laying about 3 to 4 eggs a day. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready for this shit. Like, I ain't even playing for that shit. Like,
Yeah.
like I'm getting ready.
Well, yeah. So in other words, if you got land and food, that's you have a leg up. As far as assets are concerned, depending on the system, man. It really depends on the freaking system.
Of course, but regardless, you know, like you said,
Gold.
food,
I would say
food
gold.
definitely.
Gold and
Nah.
silver is something that historically been cushion.
But we're in a different time, though. I don't know how
If you
gold
got-
and
if
silver
you-
can
if
do
you-
it. We're in a different time.
If you got gold and silver, the only problem is there going to be enough of an infrastructure for you to actually use it? Because once the cash is gone, and if there's not enough people that have assets like land and food and stuff like that.
So what about the 1%ers, the zero,
I look
the
at it-
0.01%?
back to basics thing.
Let's say that for shitheads fans, they say you need 3 things. Okay, even if you want to count gold, you need land, you need seeds, you need maybe gold, and the last thing you need is lead, because you got to protect the other 3.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
And if you got to protect the other 3, then you don't need to be in an urban center, because there's no way you can protect any of those 3 in an urban center. There's just too many people.
Get out.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on next month. I'm gonna buy me a 10-acre property outside the city, and you know, I'm already working on you know getting my own food. So
Yeah, if you
I already
play
got my
chess,
chickens. I'm about to buy me a cow next month. I'm literally gonna buy me a cow next month. I'm gonna make a video on it. Cows right now, they're going for $900, and they're already and they're already you know, they already give milk off and everything. So $900.
Okay.
Chickens are only $25 a pop right now. And the next thing after that will be actually you know, tomatoes and you know, normal vegetables. But I'm getting serious about this, because you know, ever since BGS put out that first video, I was like, holy shit, fuck this. Like I need, like,
well,
I wasn't even aware of this shit.
You know what the cows and the chickens are more valuable for than their meat is their urine and feces. To fertilize the plant.
Yes.
Yeah. Believe it or not. Well, that's why you have you grow animals. They eat the grass or whatever it is, and they chop it up, and basically they give you fertilizer, so you can actually.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is dividing my property, and each acre is going to grow a different kind of crop. So
yeah,
one of the first crops I'm going to grow is bamboo. Bamboo is great. It's very fucking useful. Bamboo can withstand many different types of temperatures, depending on the type that you get. And,
I heard it was kind of hard to control bamboo, man. Yeah, in other words, if you let bamboo grow, man, it grows wild like a motherfucker. It take over your whole property if you let it go.
Maybe in 1940s, 50s, when you didn't know about crops and advanced, you know, crop.
That's what I heard. Yeah. That's what I heard.
Of course, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But that's That's if you don't know about advanced,
Okay.
means
Yeah.
of growing it. But
Yeah.
nowadays the information is out there. It's so easy to do it,
Yeah.
and they can grow in pretty much in any climate. So, that's one of the things definitely I'm going to grow is bamboo. The second thing is
Bamboo
I'm
is
definitely going to grow.
harder than wood trees. Like the bamboo.
If you don't keep it trimmed, it
Yeah,
sure
it
will.
has to be highly maintained. Highly maintained.
It has to be maintained. You don't maintain it, it'll take over everything.
Yeah. But I've already made a list of the type of crops that I'm gonna grow specifically, and my mom's gonna go in half and half with me, and we're gonna buy a 10-acre property out here in California, and we're gonna get on top of that shit. Like, I'm serious. Like, I'm really gonna buy me a cow next month. Like, I'm serious. I'm serious as fuck.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, I've been hearing this stuff. Good Lord, for when they since 1990, really, about shit hits the fan. They've been with the militia first, and then when I trained under my Hewlett, he was death on that kind of stuff. He's just bringing specialists, man.
For the last
weapon specialists and stuff like that. So, go
for
ahead.
the last 20 years, you gotta, like, in the black community, you gotta reverse migration. You have black people going back down south. Like, a chick I kind of grew up with, she moved to Atlanta, and I mean, a lot of blacks are moving back down south.
Well, it's two reasons. One, cheaper cost of living and economic refugees, and the second thing is that racism down south is nowhere near what it used to be.
You have to grow. You have to be able to grow your own crops. You have to be able to grow your own food, man. That's honestly, look, I took that shit serious. When BGS put that first video, I was like, man, if BGS is saying that, I'm taking that shit serious. And I did not only did I take his word for it, but I actually did my research, and I said, oh, damn, he's not really playing. Like, these people, there's a lot of people behind this that are saying the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't just take his word for it. Like, I actually did my research, and I said, oh, shit, this is more serious than I thought it was.
They've been saying it for years, man.
When the shit hits the fan, housing is not a concern because there's plenty of housing. Food is the major concern.
That's why, if I could find it, Nicole Foster's really good at this shit, but I can't find a lot of her old stuff, man, because she used to talk about it. You need a, you eventually you need to find a community because
this is gonna be like basically Walking Dead. It's like sound just like Walking Dead.
That's how come they play this stuff. Walking Dead is the ultimate shit hits the fan scenario.
Yeah, I've already, as a matter of fact, I've already taken steps towards that, and I've actually gotten a lot closer to my neighbors as a result of this. Like, I've actually, I've gone up to their house, and I'm trying to make friends with them, and I'm trying to be on the same page with them. Like, listen, this shit is happening. What's up? I got these chickens, I got these eggs, let's work together. And my neighbors have been pretty cool about it. They're actually pretty woke as fuck. And as far as most people go, this is pretty. You gotta be friends with your neighbors, period. And my neighbors are cool as fuck with me, and they love me. You should be doing the same. You should be trying to be on the same page with your neighbors, period.
Man, my neighbor, he's like a MGTOW hermit. He like works. He gets up 30 minutes before I get up. He's out the door in his car, his raggedy muffler, and he's going somewhere. I don't know. Then he comes home and you got a bag of groceries or fucking, I don't know, Wendy's bag or McDonald's, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And then
like a lot of these, like where you are, Solar, a lot of these chicks, man, these Section 8 chicks, man, need to take their vouchers, man, move out to the countryside and outside of the city limits, man, and start a community and start learn how to grow food and all that shit, and get out of the urban areas because they need to get out anyway.
Yeah. They up here, they on my block. Shit, I see
I know,
badass kids that's gonna be there's gonna be hellions, you know, in the next 10 years, I won't be here. But
the thing, if you get them out of the environment, they have to change.
oh yeah, they stick out like a sore thumb up here. I mean, they don't even, you know, fit in. So they kind of little tamer, I guess, a little bit maybe. But I mean, yeah, he's weird as fuck, man. I mean, he don't bother nobody, but I mean, I got next door neighbors, Mexicans. They cool. They like, you know, firing off fire pits every night.
Yeah, they all do that. Yeah, they do that. Where it comes from. It is what it is, man.
Yeah,
they get drunk. And say, let's just shoot off some firecrackers. Or what kind of time of year it is? It don't matter, man. Let's just do something. Yeah, that's what it is. What it is. They celebrate. They work hard, man. So they work hard and they celebrate hard, man. That's one thing. That's one thing I like about Mexicans and Central Americans, man. They work 12-hour days. They work like dogs, man. But the weekend comes and they get drunk and they play soccer. They celebrate. Okay.
Man, they knocked down this dead tree that was just, you know, I thought it was gonna probably fall over in my house or something. They knocked that shit down. Like,
cut it up.
Yeah, they pulled that motherfucker out quick as hell, like in one day.
Yeah. They're like they used to they nigger rig, like what we used to call it, man.
Yeah.
They do that. They classic at doing that. They basically are what we used to be say like 40 years ago.
Yeah.
They do the same things, man, by any means necessary. Get the job done. Yeah.
So what are some things you would recommend that it's something that you must have during these times?
What? Guns. These times,
guns and bullets.
Oh, well, he's military, so that's already stocked, man.
Oh yeah,
he's military. I'm sure he's got his little arsenal tucked away somewhere. So,
do you think people are better outside of, or it's gonna be everywhere? When shit hits the fan,
main cities.
The further away from people, the better. The further you can get away from a population center, the better.
Yeah.
If you can find a small town, it's better. If you can find a small farming town, if you can hack it, you know, that's the best.
I mean,
because
do you think that people are gonna have to like ease up off the nut shots, like it's too many people, or people, you know,
as far as nut shots,
like
what do you mean?
Get like having babies, like
they could solve that, man. They're between a rock and a hard place. You have to have enough people to basically keep your future structure together, and it's a balance. If they don't want to have any more children, all they have to do is basically release the male contraceptives, Vasogel. If it's as good as they say it is, they release that your birth rate will go down to less than 1, and basically the thing is that when demographics, it reduces it. You know, birth control and that kind of stuff has a generational effect.
Yeah.
For an immediate effect, it's not going to do very much good. In other words, basically, if you're going to release birth control to control the birth rate and the amount of people in the country, we're talking about you have to look like 40, 50 years down the road. So in other words, if I want to reduce the population by X, then I need to start introducing something right now. And like 40, 30, 40, 50 years down the road, you'll see every generation you see a drop. So you won't see an effect. So say for 20 years, you won't really notice that big of a difference. You know, a slight difference, but not that big of a difference. But as that time goes on, you're going to see less and less and less children. Like say the children for the first 5 years, you won't notice it because the children are at home. But all of a sudden, when they have to go to kindergarten,
that's what I'm seeing,
and stuff like that.
I'm seeing all of these like you know, they're adults, but I mean obviously they're like, you know, 20 somethings and maybe even, you know, late 20s a little bit, but it's like immature, loud, and
yeah,
you know, just kind of different. And it's like a lot of them. It's like, damn, it's like motherfuckers is fucking their ass up.
It's it's this thing. It's two things with the millennials. Is one, they've been really coddled.
Yeah.
You know, because like I said, it was the first generation that got driven to school rather than have to walk. That's one.
Yeah.
Because you're like yeah, I know you're like Gen Y, but you're not quite. You're right before the millennials.
I'm Gen X on the cusp.
Gen X?
Yeah, on the cusp.
Okay.
But it's like I can see. It's kind of like I think
you can see. You can tell the difference.
Yeah, it's like I think it was. What was that comedian Bill? Not Bill Maher, but one guy. I think he's a MGTOW. Damn, I can't.
Oh, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, he was basically talking about. He was like, you know, they build these like suburbs with the shopping plazas, and then next thing you know, they build these little townhomes, and it's basically because people just fucking
yeah,
and making babies. Then it's like big, you know. Big explosion, and then you know what I'm saying. There you go, like all these kids, all these babies, more people.
Yeah,
yeah.
The millennials are actually not quite as big as the boomers, but they're pretty close. But the thing is, they don't have, like I said, they're not getting married. They don't have kids, so they don't need houses as much.
Yeah.
So and they're concentrated more in the bigger cities. They're not spread out all over the country. So there's a lot of things that the millennials are doing. That's how come I played that video. I played the sound, that interview with the demographer. So you guys get a better understanding of how demography works and how different generations and their size kind of affect.
But I do see that they are kind of spooked as far as having kids and starting, like going to homestead and all of that stuff.
Because they don't have any money. Yeah, that's the whole thing. If they had money, they see
because they got dogs. Like I see a lot of young people with dogs as children. You know.
Yeah. Because boomers, the economy, even though the economy was better under boomers. So basically you have like millennials going through a depression, and that's tough. Even though we went through stagflation in the 70s, and basically the unemployment rate was really high. But the thing is, even though the unemployment rate was high, we didn't have all these people out of the workforce. So the boomers actually did have a better chance than the millennials. The millennials have a different opportunity, but the thing is, what they're trying to do is use the same playbook that the boomers did. They can't. Millennials have to think. Millennials, in my opinion, have to think globally. I said you got to, and there was some guy that said that. If I could find a tape, because he did say it. He said that he said that, man. He said 10 years ago, said to my generation, the boomer generation, said your daughters and sons are going to have to get on a boat and go overseas to find their jobs. But
why do you think China? Why do you think China is very effective with their model versus the United States?
What do you mean?
Like as far as their productivity, their GDP, you know, their economic upturn.
It's really it's really simple, because they found that out in Germany. Capitalism does better underneath an authoritarian government.
Oh, okay.
Because there's not a lot of decision making to be had. When they meet a few months and said, okay, this is the correct direction, we're going to take the whole country, and the whole country just does it. Like healthcare, there's no way in hell that China would be wrangling over healthcare for 30 years. Either you're going to have it or you're not. And if you're going to have it, how do we implement it? And they said, okay, we're going to phase it in A, B, C, and D. And guess what they do? They phase it in A, B, C, and D. That's how come it's efficient. It goes like that. Germany's the same way. Germany, even though we say we think they're democratic, they're not. They're an authoritarian government. And Germany is a model of efficiency. That's how come they damn near took over Europe, even though they were small. Germany, for its size, man, Germany killed like 100 million people for its size.
Wow. Yeah, I forget.
Germany
about
only
that.
had like 50 million people at the time.
Even Japan. I mean, Japan's kind of like a small island.
But they're authoritarian government. Capitalism, industrial capitalism works better in authoritarian government, and that's what you see with China. And that's what Quigley was trying to tell them. I said, one, you're extending the civilization, and two, capitalism works better on an authoritarian government. And so they let them loose, and basically, with a little help from Edward Snowden, China has caught and passed us, believe it or not. Not in wealth because they got more per capita because they have more people. Because when they count wealth, they count it per capita because they got 1 billion. They got 4 times the people that we do. But as far as technology, they've caught and passed us in artificial intelligence and robotics. They haven't caught us in weapons. Okay, but they figured out how to. What did they figure out how to? I think they figured out how to put electric motors in subs. So basically, those subs will be undetectable by ships. Their subs are already undetectable for the most part. That's how come the United States is afraid to go in with their aircraft carriers against China because they can't detect the subs. Subs can slip right underneath them. But that's the reason they passed us. One, because we gave them a big, because we gave them a big boost. We've been basically. What time is it? We got 15 more minutes, 10 more minutes. Yeah, I can wrap this up. Okay, basically what we did starting in the 80s is basically use China as a manufacturing center because they had cheap labor, and China enforced their policy of cheap labor because there's only 2 ways to train your people. Either you pay for it or you find them jobs. So they figured it's easier, it's cheaper for us to basically sacrifice and give them a big break on price and basically make our labor cheap, because if not, we're going to have to train them anyway, pay for them to get trained anyway for skilled labor. So it's easier for them to learn on the job than it is for us to pay for their training. So that's what they did.
And then also, like, I think it's probably much kind of maybe like easier for them because they're like all Hans or all one particular like culture or whatever. Whereas in the United States you have a lot of different subdivisions and races and classes or whatever.
Not really. I mean, that they work that out along. It does help to be homogenous, where they're like 98%. I think it's like 97% Han. In other words, that's homogenous. You only have 3% of other people. It's 97% Han. So that does help. But the thing is, they've always had an authoritarian culture.
Yeah.
In other words, they don't have the royal people sitting on the throne like they used to, the emperor sitting on the throne, but it works almost the same way. And Singapore has a miracle because it's an authoritarian country. And once you get going, things are going to get done because it's a top-down thing. The only thing about authoritarian countries, they don't have the flexibility, say like a liberal country. A liberal country, because you have all these ideas that bubble up. You can actually get better innovation, but since China stole all the innovation, they don't need it. It's just, okay, this is what you're going to produce. They have cities that produce nothing but whatever they want to produce. Like if you want hardware, robotics, and stuff like that, they have a whole city of like 10 million people. That's all they do.
Yeah.
You can't do that in the United States.
What was that like war with India and China about? was a border war.
It was a border war, and it didn't last but a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay.
That's just basically saber rattling. In other words, you get too close to the border, and there's a skirmish. Then you send out the army, push them back, and let them know you stay on your side. It wasn't that much. They said the same thing with Vietnam.
Oh.
And if it's out in the North Vietnam, the Vietnamese kicked their ass because the Chinese army wasn't battle ready. Even though they had numbers, Vietnamese, we fought the Americans for 20 years, for 10 years. So you guys ain't shit, and they showed them that.
Damn.
So the Chinese army had to improve itself.
Yeah, that's pretty.
But now it's about money. You don't have to worry about. India has joined the. In fact, somebody sent the article to me. You know, I got a couple guys that sent articles to me, and they sent me an article where China and India and Pakistan. I knew Pakistan was. I know India was. India and Pakistan had joined the Shanghai Cooperative Organization. They were already part of the BRICS, but now they're in bed with China and Russia, and that's how come you had the war in Syria. Believe it or not, is because they knew Pakistan was going to fall. Iraq is already part of it. Not Iraq, but Iran was already part of it. Iraq is leaning that way. So basically, you're going to have Russia and China and the BRICS right up against Europe. And that's too close. They need Syria as a fire break. But what's going to happen eventually in Syria, since they are eventually going to lose that war, Syria is going to flip over. They're probably going to become in the BRICS camp with Russia and China, and they're going to become SCO. So basically, it's going to have the Shanghai Cooperative Organization right up against Russia.
Why is Greece quiet? Or as far as like
they ain't got no money, they're broke. They're trying to keep their young people at home because there's no jobs for them. You know, you got 60% of your young folks out of work.
Okay,
and then you have most of the other folks are trying to live off what little pension they have. There's nothing going on. Same thing with Spain. There's nothing going on in Spain, man. A lot of your Spanish citizens are trying to go to Latin America, trying to go to South America or Central America.
Wow.
Same thing with your Portuguese, man. They're trying to go to Brazil. Yes, I can have a big flood of white people coming into Brazil. They can't. They're afraid to go into Angola. Otherwise, they go there too. But it's like you have them coming over, trying to find jobs, but there's no jobs for them. There's really no jobs anywhere. But there's probably going to be more jobs in Africa because there's no infrastructure.
Yeah, how much is land in Africa? Or
depends on where you are.
like the west, like maybe let's say
the further you get out into the bush, the cheaper it gets. That was 10 years ago. Last time I was there, you could get an acre for like depending on where it is.
Africa's pretty cheap. I'm into land, so I can tell you right now.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, man. Yeah.
An acre in say South Africa would.
Oh, that's a little higher. Yeah.
$2,600.
Yeah. Depends on where you are.
Mid Africa, it'll cost you about $3,200.
This sounds about right.
It's actually not that cheap. It's actually not that expensive. It all depends what type of land you're looking for, but like
the closer you get to the bush, the closer you get to the bush.
Land, I love
buying land. Yeah,
land. That's my shit.
Yeah.
If you need to talk to anybody about buying and selling land anywhere in the world, talk to me. But $3,200 mid Africa.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap. It really is cheap. Actually, the the more you get close to the jungle, the cheaper it is. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Right now in Africa,
it's undeveloped. You way away from civilization, so you get like $500 an acre or less, man, because you're out of the middle of nowhere. And it depends on the chief, man. It depends on the local chief how much he wants to, because you don't buy it outright. It's like a 99-year lease.
Yeah. So it's not that many countries that will be honoring that, but there are a few countries that will honor that if you're American.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of
it's dirt cheap, bro. It's dirt cheap. It's dirt cheap.
It's dirt cheap. It depends. It depends on whether how close you are to electricity. The closer you are to electricity, the more the land's going to cost.
And water.
Yeah, water is not that big, especially in sub-Saharan, because it rains.
Yeah, so it's the more north you go, the more expensive the more cheaper the property prices go. The south has the best rain. So the more north you go, the more expensive, the more cheaper it'll be. But overall, there's also the 99-year contract. 99 years is the most you can have it for. But as an American, yes, you're good to go. I mean, you're good to go. This is right now is the best time to buy it. I wouldn't wait that long if you want to buy African land properties. So focus on South Africa if you are serious about buying land.
The tripped out thing about land in Africa. My father, he's already entitled land.
You're a Ghanaian, man. Well,
so I got land already. I just got to go over there.
Have you ever been there?
No, I'm working on it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is expensive to go to Ghana. It's cheaper to go to East Africa, which is like another 3,000-4,000 miles across the continent than it is to go to Ghana. Ghana is expensive to go to, man. The cheapest chicken you can get to Ghana is like $1,300, where you can go to you can go to Ethiopia or Kenya for like $700, man. It's just ridiculous.
Damn. Yeah, I want to go to Ethiopia too. I've been wanting to go there for the longest. Know a lot of guys that they got wives from Ethiopia, and then they knew they had sisters or cousins, and then they hooked up one of their friends, and they got some nice women, man. They limited problems, issues. They gonna raise, children.
You know what? I don't know who said it was. If it was a sub or somebody said, an Ethiopian woman said, it said black men in America are too nice. You're too nice to your women.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I mean, they kind of blended with the Bedouins, and they kind of harsher. It's a harsher type of culture.
Well, I'm sure your dad wasn't nothing nice, man.
Yeah,
as far as toward women.
That's why I could take a lot. Like you put your foot down. If I get in a chair, it kind of I've been through. Yeah, he's hardcore. He's more hardcore than I've ever seen anybody.
What tribe is he?
Well, he's Hausa. So yeah. So it's way like this. Houses spread all over West Africa. So
I'm trying to remember actually, because I know Akan, I know Fanti, I know
his mother was from Mali, his father was from Senegal, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So he came. His folks came down.
Yeah. Oh, so it's something I'm working on. It's on my to-do list. File for my passport. But I gotta just do it, man. Just I gotta clear some stuff out the way. Just go down. I want to go down to the federal building and file. I don't want to do it through the post office. I tried it before, and they sending back like paperwork talking about like crazy stuff. Where was your mother born? I mean,
because your father's a foreign national, huh?
Yeah, like where did your mom work before she had you? After she had you?
Oh, okay.
What was the doctor's name that delivered you? Like some crazy shit. Like,
were you born here?
Yeah, I was born here. I was in the Navy. I went overseas too. So it was like, what the fuck? I mean, I thought
you got your birth certificate and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was born in Chicago.
Okay, wasn't all that stuff on it, like attending a physician and all that shit?
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't have my official birth certificate. I don't know where that is.
Yeah, but can't you order it get it from your Hall of Records?